Name is not on the list.
Yeah. So the witnesses.
Call it camera. Call it camera. Slow down.
I see the man.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Okay. The makam. Ukhulume ukuthi umuntu osenkantolo kuzona pharmacy.
Sizwe sikhumbuzo Zungu.
Uyimisele ukufunga ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso.
Yebo.
Funga ukuthi uzokusho la inkantolo izoweqiniso. Iqiniso lodwa liphelele. Uma kunjalo phakamisa isandla sakho sokudla. Phakamisa isandla. Inkosi ngisize ngikhuluma iqiniso. The witness is on.
Maybe sit it if you want to, sir.
As the court, please, my lord, the witness is going to refer to Exhibit S.
Exhibit S.
Yes, Exhibit S. Mr. Zungu, what is your occupation?
Babu Zungu usebenza kuphi? I am a police officer.
What is your rank?
Isikhundla sakho?
I'm a constable.
You constable.
How many years service do you have in the South African police?
12 years.
Neminyaka ewu-12 ngisemaphoyiseni.
To which division of the police are you attached?
Invisible policing.
Ngisebenza phansi kwayo-ke i-visible policing, which ukuthi amaphoyisa-ke abonakalayo.
At which station?
Sebenza SAPS.
Sebenza igama lendawo usebenza.
Sebenza SAPS.
Sebenza SAPS.
And where is that?
Ikuphi?
Ise site nase Mdntv.
And the side of Edenvale.
Do you know the accused before this court?
Abasolwa abaphambi kwale nkantolo uyabazi?
Yebo ngiyabazi.
Yes, I know them.
Can you just briefly state as to how you know them?
Awusho nje kafishane-ke ukuthi ubazi kanjani?
Umuzi ngiyamazi umakhelwane wami wasekhaya.
Ubani?
Umuzi.
I know Muzi. He is my neighbor. Sorry, my neighbor back home.
If you say Muzi, which accused are you referring
Uma
to?
ukhuluma ngoMuzi, ukhuluma ngamuphi umsolo?
Accused number 1.
Umsolo wokuqala.
Yeah, just refer to them in their numbers just to avoid confusion.
Sicela ke ubabize kanjalo-ke ngamanamba abo-ke ukuthi umsolo number 1, number.
Okay.
Yebo singaqhubeka-ke.
Yes.
Mafika accused number 2.
Mafika, accused number 2.
Gadla accused number 3.
It's Gadla, accused number 3.
And accused number 2, how do you know him, or from where do you know him?
Accused number 2 yena-ke umazi kanjani noma umazela kuphi?
Ngimazela khona la ngasekhaya.
I also know him from back home.
And where is that?
Ikuphi lapha?
Ngiziphakathi kwaNongoma kodwa Sosuthu.
KwaNongoma, but I would say Sosuthu.
Yes, we may proceed.
Singaqhubeka-ke.
Ube uGadla.
It is Gaza,
And it's
Yeah.
Accused number 3.
accused number 3.
And where do you know him from?
Umazela kuphi yena?
Yena ngimbone la ekhona isikhathi esiningi.
I saw him for most of the time here in Gauteng.
Ngalo umbona ngimbone eVosloorus.
But the first time when I saw but when I saw him for the first time, I saw him in Vosloorus.
Yes,
Singaqhubeka?
proceed.
Ube umthokozisi la ngikhumbula eVosloorus angikhumbula emakhaya.
And then it is Mthokozisi. I also remember him from Vosloorus, but not from back home.
And his accused number?
Number bani yena?
4.
Number 4.
Yes.
Yebo.
Kani
Then it's Nkani.
naye ngicabanga ukuthi ngambona eVosloorus.
I also think I saw him in Vosloorus.
And his accused number?
What's again?
Number 5.
Number 5.
Is that correct that on the 26th of October 2014, a certain incident occurred which led to you coming to court to testify today?
Ingabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi zi-26 October 2014 kunesigameko esenzeka esiholele ekuthini ke ube la enkantolo uzofakaza namuhla?
Yebo uyiqiniso.
Yes, that is true.
Can you tell the court in your own words what happened on the day?
Ngitshela le nkantolo ke ukuthi yini eyenzeka ngalelo langa.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ekuseni ngathola i-call from uGwabini okuyindodana wami kodwa uzayokuba ubhuti wami.
If I remember well, I received a call in the morning from Gwabini, who is my son, but is my brother's son. Yebo.
What is his surname?
Ubani isibongo sakho Gwabini? Zungu.
Yes. And where does he stay?
Uhlala kuphi nendawo yena?
Uhlala eVosloorus.
In Vosloorus.
Where in Vosloorus?
Indawo khona Vosloorus.
Lesotho hostel.
Sutu hostel.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
What my mfonela wangibiza wathi ngingakhona yini ukuthi ngifike eVosloorus.
Upon calling me, Gwabini then wanted to know from me whether I'll be able to come to Vosloorus on that day.
Yes. Is that correct that he invited you to his place at
Objection, my lord.
at the hostel?
Objection, my lord. Then.
As a court. I'm just trying to avoid hearsay evidence, but if
Yeah.
counsel doesn't mind that, then it's fine. Yes, you may proceed.
So maqhubeka.
What my ngibiza wangibiza wathi ngize eVosloorus ngabe sengitshela sekuseni wakusekuseni ngikhumbula kahle wangabo 7:15 so
Okay. He invited me to come to Vosloorus. I told him that it was still early because it was around 7:15.
ngangisaya emsebenzini futhi ngangilala.
And on that day, I was still going to work. Singajahile ngiyabhala.
Ngabe sengimtshela ukuthi ngizokwazi ukuthi mangiphuma emsebenzini ngakhona ukuthi ngiyele.
I then informed him that when I knock off from work, I will then be able to go to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wabe sephinda futhi engifonela esengazisa ukuthi mangiza kunomunye umfowethu obathi uMakhosonke wayisuka eRustenburg ngikhumbula kahle wabe sengitshela ukuthi naye uyeza.
He called me again and informed me there was another brother of ours, Makhosonke from Rustenburg.
Yeah.
He informed me that Makhosonke would also be joining us.
Yes, you may proceed.
Naye ngabe sengitshela ukuthi mawukuthi ngisengikhulile ngizomfonela. Wabe sengisendela inamba kaMakhosonke.
I informed him that once I knock off, I will also call him. He then sent me Makhosonke's contact details.
Yes.
Yeah.
And who's Makhosonke?
Ubani Makhosonke
Omunye naye isihlobo sakithi.
is also a relative of ours.
What is her name?
Ubani isibongo sakhe? Zungu.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
Ngabe mangiphuma emsebenzini ngabe sengifonela uMakhosonke. Wabe sengitshela uGwabini ukuthi uMakhosonke ungenzeka ukuthi useJoburg uzoqala intombi yakhe eJoburg.
I then knocked off and then contacted Makosonke, but
Yes, you contacted Makosonke, then what happened?
asangeli kumininingwane kwasekwenzekani-ke emuva kokuthi umfonele uMakosonke.
ngase ngimfonela wangitshela ukuthi usejohannesburg ecarton center uzamthola ngakhona.
I called him, informed me that it was in Johannesburg, the Carlton Center. That's where I'll find him.
Yes.
Yebo.
then ngaya ngafike ngamthola
I went there and I found him.
sahlala sadla
We sat there and we ate.
then uGwabini wayefona ngaleso sikhathi
And then Gwabini phoned or called at that time,
ebuza ukuthi sibuke
asking about our whereabouts.
then sabe sinjalo ukuthi siyeza
Informed Gwabini that we were on our way.
mangikhumbula kahle sabe siya eVosloorus akukho engaya khona ngaphandle kusuka lapho.
If I remember well, we then went to Vosloorus. There's no other place where we went to when we departed from there.
Yeah, where in Vosloorus?
Kuphi nendawo eVoslo?
ehostela
At the hostel,
Yes, which one?
Sutu Hostel.
What time did you arrive there?
Nafika sikhatsini khona lapho.
mangikhumbula kahle ngeke ngisho isikhathi straight ngoba ngisakhumbula kahle kodwa mangicabanga ngokwekhathi zabo 2 to 3
Between 2 and 3, I won't be able to remember the exact time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Proceed.
ngani mangifika ngafika sahlala noGwabini okwakulabanye futhi bangasemakhaya ababekhona endlini ngaphakathi.
Upon arrival there, we sat ourselves, the likes of Gwabini. There were others as well from back home.
Yes, just a minute.
then
Just a minute. Now, if you say you said, where did you sit?
Uma uthi nahlala kuphi?
ehostela ngaphakathi uma ungena hostela kunendawo la ingathi ikhishi
Inside the hostel, upon entering the hostel, there is an area that's like, sort of like a kitchen.
Yes.
Yeah.
thima sihleli
And does it belong to a specific person where you were seated, or is it just part of the common area in the hostel?
Lana nihlezi khona indawo ongathi yomuntu othize noma indawo nje kuyingxenye ye hostel leyo noma ungathi indawo yomuntu othize ibelonga kumuntu othize.
angazi hostela khambe ngalendlela ukuthi mhlambe kube indawo kuhlala kuyo bese kuba amakamera maybe alaba abahlala ngaphakathi leyo.
The manner in which the hostel is, there are bedrooms of those or belonging to those that stay there in the hostel.
Yes.
Yebo.
sahlala ngoba
Yes,
ngifike
but-
namakhosi onke
Sorry, the area where you're staying, does it belong to a specific person, or is it just a common area?
Le ndawo angithi uthi nafike nahlala kule ndawo ongathi ikhishi. Ungathi indawo yomuntu othize noma indawo eyingxenye yalapho ehostel.
ngicabanga ukuthi indawo yabo bonke abahlala ngakhona phakathi.
I think it belongs to everyone who stays in there.
Yes.
Emva kwalokho ngoba ngifike namakhosi onke wabe sengitshela ukuthi uphethe ibhodlela leJameson wayengishitshelile vele efoni sabe sesihlala phansi ke ngisahleli lapho sabe siphuza nje
Okay.
sadlama
Okay. As we sat there, and then Makosonga informed me that he had a bottle of Jameson. He had informed me before when we spoke over the phone. We sat there, we drank, and we ate meat.
You mentioned that there were other people from back home. Who were those people?
Ushilo ukuthi nanjengoba nanihlezi khona lapho kwakukhona nabanye basemakhaya. Kwakuwobani bona?
uma ngikhumbula kahle babe baningi kakhulu kodwa umuzi wayekhona
There were many of them, but Muzi was there.
Yeah, you just refer to them as in numbers, just to
Okay.
avoid.
Ucela ubabiza ngamanamba abo la enkantolo.
okay accused number 1 wayekhona
Accused number 1 was there.
accused number 2 wayekhona
Accused number 2 was there.
accused number 3 wayekhona
Accused number 3 was there.
accused number 5 wayekhona kusafika
accused number 5 was there upon my arrival.
Yes, we may proceed.
Usungaqhubeka.
To accused number 1, 2, 3, and 5.
The witness is just confirming that he said accused 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Yes.
Yebo?
Emva kwalokho sahlala kwakumnandi kakhulu sasidla inyama eningi kakhulu.
After that, we said, and after that, it was very nice. We were having very much fun, and we had a lot of meat.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ukwabini abanye ngasabakhumbuli ngoba bengahlangani emakhaya bengihlala kwenye indawo. Abanye bayengikhumbuza bona ukuthi uyabona ubo igama kalo ubani lona ubani.
Okay. Because I couldn't remember all of them because I wasn't staying in the villages back home. I was staying somewhere else. Kwabini would then remind me, this is so and so. This one's name is so and so.
Ngikhumbula kahle omunye angikhumbuza yena kwaba uGadla noma Fika kodwa umuntu engangimazi ngangathi mazi kahle kwabu umuzi kuphela.
Okay. If I remember well, the person or the people that he reminded me of was Gadla and Mafika. But the person that I knew very well was Muzi.
Yes. Once again, if I can just ask you to refer to them by their numbers.
Sorry, just to simplify it for him. When you mention the person's name, if he's here, you must say Ratama Khateng accused number 2.
Okay.
Are you with me? Because that's how his train of thought is made up.
So uthi uma ungalibiza ke igama umusuya uyengeza ukuthi umsolo wesingaki.
Okay.
Understood now.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi nomsolo wesi-5.
Yeah, just start all over again.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi nomsolo wesi-5 wafika wangichazela futhi kwabeni ukuthi ubani.
Okay. I also remember that accused number 5 arrived and Kwabeni informed me as to who he was.
Yes. Yes, but if you can just go back a few steps, you said Gwabeni reminded you of certain persons, just mentioning the name and the number of the accused.
Cela ubuyele emuva kancane ke usushilo ukuthi uGwabeni wachazela ukuthi ubani wena wabiza amagama uthi ucela nje usho lamagama la usuwashilo ngaphambilini usho amagama ubese usho ukuthi unumber bani.
Okay. Accused number 5 ngicabanga ukuthi unkani bengimazi ukuthi wakaZungu wakaZungu.
Okay, accused number 5, I knew him as Nkani, or said that he was Nkani, but I knew him as being from Zungu at the time, or as being a Zungu. Yebo?
Yes, you mentioned Gadla and Mafika. Just mention their numbers.
Ubusukhulumile ke ngoGadla noMafika, cela usho ama number abo ukuthi bawunumber bani.
Accused number 2 Mafika, accused number 3 Gadla.
Accused number 2 is Mafika, accused number 3 is Gadla,
Accused number 5 Nkani.
accused 5 is Nkani.
Yes, you may proceed.
Usungaqhubekaki.
Engikukhumbulayo kunye sathi sisahleli nje accused number 5 wabe secela ngicabanga ukuthi wathuma omunye wabafana basendaweni ukuthi ngimrevesele because ngambhake umva kwakhe.
Okay. Whilst we were seated, accused number 5 then requested a certain gentleman to ask me to just give way because I was parked right behind him so that I could just reverse.
Ngabe sebenza njalo ngabuyela ngaphakathi futhi.
I did that and I went back inside.
Did you see what vehicle accused number 5 was driving on the day?
Ingabe wayibona imoto ayihamba ngayo ngalelo langa umsolo wesihlanu?
Yebo.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Yebo.
What type of vehicle was it driving?
Imoto enjani?
It was a Polo, a grey,
A grey Polo,
a hatchback.
hatchback.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo, usungaqhubeka.
Sahlala ke nje kwaxoxa kumnandi ngiphi ingoma.
We sat there,
Uzwa.
we're having a conversation, We were also singing and drinking.
And the meat.
Yes.
Yebo.
Sahlala isigameko esiningi esikhumbulayo sathi sahleli lapho kwafika isikhathi sokuthi ngesikhathi ekuphumile unkani cha sasihleli nabanye sabe sesiphuma ngenye imoto ngobutshwala bangekho.
Okay. The other incident that I remember, it was at a time when Nkani had already left. We were seated there with the others, and we had now run out of liquor.
Then saphuma uno ngcanthi red ayibomvu.
And we drove a Uno that I think was red.
That's right.
If you say we, who are you referring to?
Uma uthi sa ukhuluma ngobani?
Uma ngikhumbula ngaphuma no accused number 2 ngafika accused number 3 and abanye ngicabanga ukuthi kwaku-driver wemoto nomunye futhi.
If I remember correctly, I was accused number 2, number 3, and the others, and the other one was the driver of the vehicle.
Saphuma saya eTops ngicabanga kune shopping center complex la saphuma saya khona.
We went to Tops. There was a certain shopping center there.
Abanye bafika bathenga mangikhumbula kahle bathenga utshwala.
The others, if I remember well, they bought liquor.
Sabe sesibuya
We then went back to the hostel.
Just a minute. Now, how many were you all in all who went to purchase alcohol?
Nani bangaki abahamba bayothenga utshwala?
ngiyakhumbula ukuthi sasiwu-5.
I remember that.
Umuntu sasithwele.
I remember that we were 5 because the car was full.
I just want to show you certain photos. If you can use those photos to illustrate your evidence. It's Exhibit S, photo 47 and 48. I'm sorry, pages 47 and 48. Yes, you can also look at the screen if you want to. Can you just explain your evidence using those photos?
Ulokoqeda ukusho-ke uma ungasebenzisa le ithombe embili-ke u-47 kanye no-48.
Ngiyaqinisekisa ukuthi imoto esasihamba ngayo.
I can confirm that that's the vehicle that we were traveling in.
On which page?
47.
47.
Yes.
Yebo.
Buya le picture. Ngicabanga ukuthi yimilo.
On this picture, the witness pointing to photo 47, the person that is cut, that doesn't appear, says, I think that's me.
You can use the laser to indicate there on the.
Ulokoqeda ukusho manje la angithi abakuboni. Sicela ukhombele la.
Switch on the laser.
Uzoyipressa photo.
Ngicabanga ukuthi yimilo vela kancane.
Just press.
Press la. Yes. I think that's me appearing there. Nyabona.
And the others, are you able to recognize them?
Abanye laba bona uyabazi?
ngiyamazi kodwa accused number 3
I know them, but I choose number 3.
Yeah, which one is accused number 3?
Komba la. Ubani number 3. Let's point him on the photo.
Yes, is that the only person that you recognize?
Uyena kuphela umaziyo?
uyena engimkhumbulayo kodwa mangikhumbula lo ngasho ukuthi Mafika.
He's the one that I can remember, but I'll pin the combo full, but this one is Mafika. So witness pointing to the person with the cap on.
And its accused number?
Msola, what's number?
Number 2
Number 2. Although he's not, you can't see him clearly.
Yes, page 48.
48, you know?
ngicabanga ukuthi accused number 3
I think I choose number 3. So combat.
Is there a date on the photo?
Kune-date ekhona lapha esithombeni.
yebo
Yes,
What is the date?
ithini le date?
is 14 10 26 26 October 2014
It's the 10th of October 2014.
And the previous photo on page 47, the day there?
26 October 2014
26 October 2014.
And on photo, on page 48, do you recognize anyone there? On page
48 yena.
48?
Ubani umaziyo lapha? Khona umaziyo 48.
accused number 3
I think it's accused number 3.
And what was the occasion there as per photo on page 48?
La ku 48 ke ngathi ke i-occasion kwakuyini lapha?
I angabazi
I have no idea.
Referring to that one on page 48.
Ukhuluma ngalesi esithombe.
yebo
Yes.
Okay. As you may continue, returned from buying alcohol, what happened?
Usungaqhubeka ke uthi nabuya ke uyothenga utshwala kwasekwenzekani?
kuningi engathi akukho kuthini ngaphandle kokuthi sasigida abomnandi
Okay. There's nothing much except that we were just having a day dancing to a song and we were just having fun.
We just want to refer you again to the photos, page 12 of Exhibit S. Do you recognize the person on page 12?
Page 12.
yebo
Yes.
Yes, who is it?
Ubani?
accused number 3
I choose number 3.
Is there a date on the photo?
Kune-date ekhona esithombeni.
yebo
Yes.
Yes, what is the date?
Ithini?
26 October 2014.
And on the 26th of October 2014.
Page 17. Do you recognize anyone on the photos per page 17?
Khona maziyo la ku page 17.
Bobabili latu accused number 3 and accused number 5.
Both of them, accused number 3 and accused number 5.
Is there a date on the photo?
Kunedate ekhona ke esithomeni.
Yebo,
Yes.
Yes, what is the date?
26 October 2014.
26 October 2014.
Photo 20. Sorry, page 20. Do you recognize anyone on the photo?
Khona maziyo kulesi sithombe.
Accused number 4.
Accused number 4.
Which one is accused number 4? You can use the laser.
Umuphi accused number 4?
Page 21.
21. Pointing.
Yes, do you recognize anyone there?
Khona maziyo la kulesi sithombe lesi.
Accused number 4.
Accused number 4.
Thank you. You may then proceed.
Usungaqhubeka.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle kwathi kuba ikhathi zalate zantambama mangicabanga ngabo from 8:30 to 9:30.
Okay, if I remember well, later that day, between 8:30 and 9:30,
Ngangihleli khona ngaphakathi ehostela.
I was seated inside the hostel.
Ngangihleli
Where?
Kuphi nendawo?
should mangihleli ngabo right ngibheke ngasemnyango.
I was seated on the right, facing the door,
Yes, where? At which place?
We main room.
in the main room.
But is it in the common area of the hostel or does it belong to a specific person?
Ungathi kwakuyindawo yomuntu wonke okanye indawo yomuntu othize,
Common area.
a common area.
Yes.
Yebo.
Kwasekuntambama emnyamanyana.
It was late in the afternoon, it was dark. Yebo.
One then accused number 1, number 2, number 3.
Accused-
Belandelana.
Accused number 1, 2, and 3 came in following each other.
Babetshengisa ukubathukile ngoba babeshesha beya erumini likakwabini.
It was quite clear, or they were showing that they were in shock and they were fast going towards Gwabini's room.
Ngabe sengisukuma sengibalandela
I stood up and followed them.
ngathi mangena ngaphakathi mina ngakwabini kwabe sekucisha ilight.
When I went inside Gwabini's room, the light went off.
Yeah, just a minute.
Sorry, I know the concept is the same. Mase ngena in Gwabini's room, right? Kwase kucisha a light. Okay, when you interpret, you say the light went off. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
concept is slightly nuanced. Like the light just went off. He is saying kwase kucishwa ilight. Mr. Jonas?
Kwasekucishwa noma kwasekucisha?
kwase kucishwa ilight.
That's
Okay,
it.
I missed the W, my lord.
No,
I missed it.
no, it's okay.
I missed the W.
Yes. So just put it on records.
The witness says kwasekucishwa, then the light was switched off.
Yes.
It's the W that I missed. My apologies.
No, it's just...
Who switched off the light?
Ubani owacisha ilight?
Anginalwazi kodwa ngasengaphakathi noma ingacishanga ukuthi iyacisha phinde wayikhanyisa ugwabini wabe sengitshela ukuthi le light iyahlupha.
Okay. I don't know as to who switched it off, but I was already inside when it was switched off, and then Kwabini switched it on again and said that this light is giving problems.
Yes. Yeah. Just before you proceed, you mentioned earlier on that you're all seated with the accused that you've mentioned in the common room. What happened thereafter?
Masingabuyela nje emuva ke ushilo ukuthi ohlezi ke nabo ke abasola laphana kuya common room kuya room leyana ke ihlala wonke umuntu yini ke eyaseyenzeka emuva kwalokho.
You said you saw them coming back. What happened in between?
Uthi wababona masebebuya kodwa maphakathi nalapho nje yini eyenzeka.
Kuningi kwakwenzeka abanye babephuma abanye bengena kwakubhizi.
A lot was happening. Others would be going out, others would be coming in. It was just busy.
Yes.
Ngaphambi kwalokho mina mangifika ngafika ngabeka isibhamu sami ekamereni kaGwabini.
And just before that, upon my arrival, I placed my firearm in Kwabini's room.
In my bag.
Kanye nesikhwama sami and my bag.
Yes. But just before you saw them coming and following each other, when last did you see them?
Kodwa ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ubaboneke bengena belandelelana ke ugcine nini ubabona phambi kwalokho phambi kokuthi ubabone besebebuya manje belandelelana ugcine nini phambi kwalokho ubabona?
Bakunesikhashana nabangekakhumbuli kodwa bakunesikhashana.
For some time, although I won't be able to recall, but it was for quite some time.
Yes, you may proceed. You say
Uma ngena ngaphakathi
the light was switched off. Yes.
yakhanyiswa futhi light.
When I went in and the light was switched on again,
Should light yakho mayiswa off yayingathi kwaba dark for that time was ilungiswa kwami.
when the light was switched off, it was dark for that time, and then Gwabini fixed it.
Ngaphakathi kwakukhona umuzi.
Sorry, if you say he fixed it, what do you mean?
Uma uthi wayilungisa uGwabini kusho ukuthini?
Akalilungisa ukuthi alifix ka. Should light yakho ngasho ukuthi mhlawumbe yawe ngathi yaphusha nathi yenze off.
Not that he literally fixed it, but it's sort of like the light is falling off or it switches off. Yebo?
Ngathi mangena ngaphakathi ngoba ngasingaphakathi ngoba ngibalandela
when I was right inside, because I was already inside, because I was following right behind them. Yebo?
ngathi mangena ngafika ngama ngaphambili ugadla wami ngapha kwami ngama phakathi kwabo umuzi wami ngapha kwami.
Okay. When I came in there, and Gadla was on the other side of me, and then Muzi was on this side of me.
Just a minute. Yes. Just remember to mention their names. Yes. If you say Gadla, who are you referring to?
Accused number 2.
Accused number 3.
Yes, Muzi.
Muzi.
Accused number 1.
Accused number 1.
And Mafiga accused number 3.
And Mafiga accused number 3.
Ngathi mangibabheka bobabili uMuzi noGadla babephethe ibhamu. Mafika kuphela ongasiphethe isibhamu.
When I looked at them, both Gadla and Muzi were carrying firearms or in possession of firearms. Mafiga was the only one who was not having a firearm.
Yes, just once again, please refer to their numbers. Yes,
Accused
Gadla.
number 1 and accused number 3.
Accused number 1 and accused number 3.
Accused number 1 uyaphethe isibhamu sohlobo le-38.
Accused number 1 was carrying a firearm of a 38 revolver.
And accused number 3 was having a 9mm.
Accused number 3 was in possession of a 9mm.
ngabe sekufika sengibuza uGwabini because uGwabini already wasendlini.
I then inquired from Gwabini because Gwabini was already inside the house.
Ngabe sengibuza esami isibhamu.
I then asked him about my firearm.
Wabe senginikeza sona.
He gave it to me.
Shodwa wabe segoba ngalisi usithatha.
He just bent on the other side and took it
Wanginika sona.
and gave it to me.
Ngabe sengilisa magazine.
I then released the magazine.
Ngazivula.
Your firearm, what type of firearm was it?
It's a 9mm Z88 pistol.
Esami ke kwakuyi 9mm Z88.
Is it a personal firearm or work issued firearm?
Esakho noma isomsebenzi.
It's a work issued firearm.
Ilese ngasinikezwa emsebenzini.
Yes.
Yebo baba.
Ngabe semesinuka ngoba ngambona ukuthi kuna something suspicious la phakathi.
I then smelled it because I could now see that there was something suspicious inside here.
You smelled what?
The firearm.
Which one?
Esami lesi ngasinuka.
Ngabe sekisifaka kimi ngabe sengiqala kubambuza ukuthi ngathatha i38 kumbuzi ngayibheka.
Okay. I then placed it in my possession, and then I took the 38 special from Muzi and looked at it.
Yes, once again, accused number?
1.
Number 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ngendlela kwakwenzeke ngakhona ngathi lezi ibhamba beyinikeza uGwabini.
The manner in which I saw it, what was happening, that they were handing these firearms over to Gwabini.
Ngabe sengimbuza uGwabini ukuthi why ukhipha ibhamba ehostel futhi again.
I then asked Gwabini, why is it that you are issuing out or you are giving out firearms at the hostel again?
Uphatha izibhamu shothi why eba nesibhamu shothi 38 angimazi ukuthi silahlekile.
Right. Okay. The witness is just correcting something, my lord. Why are you having firearms again? Because I was I knew. Let me say, I knew that the 38 was lost. Yeah.
Wabe sethi akusiyona le.
And then he said to me, "It's not that one."
But ngaqhubeka ngoba ngabona ukuthi vele kuna something engayitholi kahle.
I then carried on because I could now pick up or see that something wasn't going well.
Okay. Yes, what made you suspicious?
Yini le eyakwenza ukuthi ube neyinsolo?
Uma ngikhumbula ngendlela abangena ngakhona befonda erumini kaGwabini uma ngifika futhi lapha erumini baphethe ibhama and before ngene kwaba khona wathi nangibaba omncane.
Okay. It's the manner in which they came in. They then went to Gwabini's room, and as I walked in, or as I came into the room, others said, "Here is the uncle, Baba Mngani."
Yes, you may proceed.
Umafika wabe sephuma ngoba ngathi wangizokuthetha wabe sephuma wandlula phambi kwami waphuma.
Mafika then went out because wabuzwa.
Haya ngangithethisa uGwabini.
Okay, because he heard me shouting at Gwabini, and then he came out. He walked out in front of me.
And my figure is again accused?
Accused number 2.
Accused number 2.
And why were you shouting?
Kwakuyini imbangela ukuthi uthethise uGwabini?
Ngangibathethisela ibhamu because ngangazi ukuthi shuthi ngaphambilini wakangitshela ukuthi yazi ngangazi ukuthi baphathe ibhamu ngathi mina why uhlala uphethe ibhamu ehostel.
Okay. It was because they were in possession of a firearm, and so I was asking him, why is it that at the hostel you are carrying firearms or you are having firearms?
Wabe sengiphendula futhi ukuthi nawe babomncane sakho ngithesibeke la ngoba bengafuni nokuthatha impahla.
He then responded to me by saying, Uncle, I also told you to place your firearm here because I didn't want all of you to be in possession of firearms.
Ngabe sengimkhola kodwa ngangibona ukuthi ukusho lokho ngoba enza lokho ngoba lezi wabe seyithatha lezi ibhamu futhi kubani ethi yathatha lezi ibhamu.
I believed him, but I also thought that he was just saying this because he was doing this. And then that's when he said, bring these or give these firearms here.
Ngaqhubeka ngathetha ngithethisa yena.
I carried on and shouting at him.
Kwathi kusenjalo kwabe ngizwa umnyango suvuleka ngemuva.
Still at that, I then heard the door opening behind me.
Wabe sengingena accused number 5.
Accused number 5 came in.
Egqoke mangikhumbula efake jacket emnyama.
If I remember well, he was wearing a black jacket.
Wabe sebuza uGwabini ukuthi yini na kunenkinga na.
He then asked Gwabini, what is it? Is there a problem?
uGwabini wasesibendula la kwathi akunankinga wabe secela mina athi babomncane wayengene ngihamba no accused number 4.
Okay. Then Gwabini said there's no issues, and then he requested me and said, Uncle, but when he came in, he was in the company of accused number 4.
Just a minute.
Wabe semcela uGwabini
Just a minute. You mentioned that accused fire was wearing a black jacket. We just want to show you photo on page 17 again of Exhibit S. Can you just use that photo to illustrate your evidence? What is that you're pointing?
accused number 5.
Yes.
Emva kokubuza lokho
Wearing what?
ugqoke ijacket emnyama.
He's wearing a black jacket.
Emva kwalokho uGwabini wabe sengicela sithi babomncane ngicela ukukhuluma nalezi insizwa zihamba zemakhaya.
Then Gwabini requested me and said, Uncle, may I please speak to these gentlemen? They are leaving, they are going home.
Ngabe singenza njalo sengiphuma.
I did exactly that and I went out.
Ngathi mangiphuma umafika ungabona umafika emile lapha ekhoneni.
As I went out, I saw Mafika standing there at the corner.
Yes, which accused?
Accused number 2.
Accused number 2.
Ngabe sengimnotice ukuthi wayeseshintsha ijacket esigqoke egrey from emnyama.
A grey. I then noticed that he had changed jackets, that he was now wearing a grey jacket from a black.
And wabe sengibheka naye ngaphansi kwale jacket ukuthi ngiyambona yini ukuthi wabe eseza phakathi ezongena naye phakathi rooming le.
He then looked at me from underneath the jacket as to whether was I in a could I see him. He then went past and went into the very same room where the others were.
Just a minute. Now, you say you noticed that accused was wearing a grey jacket from the black one. Can you just describe the black jacket that he had?
We are sure.
Initially.
Uyasho ukuthi wayesegqoke egrey kule emnyama usechintshile manje wafaka egrey kule emnyama before usungayichaza ke le describe the grey or the black one.
The black one.
The black. uchazile
ngoba
eblack.
kangene endlini balandela ngangembonile ukuthi ufake eblack.
Because when I was following them as they entered the house, I saw that he was wearing a black jacket.
Yes, but what type of jacket was it?
Kanjani uhlobo?
Hoodie nesigqoko.
It's a hoodie. Nesigqoko.
Wona ngesikhathi ephuma waphuma phambi kwami.
Because even at the time when he went out in front of me.
And
Sorry. Mr. Jonas, let's interpret that very assertion by a witness.
The last one, Magas.
Yeah, the way
Okay,
I'm not
alright.
being fastidious.
Right, Magas. Right.
The way you interpreting it. You're saying a hoodie as if there are two items. Just clarify from the witness. The way I understood him, he makes it one item, but clarify it.
The hoodie.
The jacket and the hoodie.
Oh, okay.
Jacket or and the hoodie.
Ukhuluma ngehoodie, ukhuluma inkathi ufuna ucacela ukuthi ukhuluma ngehoodie, ukhuluma ngejacket, ukhuluma ngehoodie.
No, hoodie.
Okay, no, it's a hoodie.
So it's a jacket and a hoodie.
I-jacket in a hoodie.
It's a ngathi ijezi lingasiye lingavulekiswa kodwa nesigqoko.
I would say it's a jersey, my lord, that is not being opened there, pointing to the front, but it has a hoodie.
Linesigqoko.
It
Meaning
is a hoodie.
sigqoko is part of the jacket.
Ingxenye
That's what I
yayo
want to
isigqoko
find out.
lesi.
Yebo.
Yes, please, my lord.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that.
Then ngamnotice
yes, and the grey one?
Le grey lona,
futhi iyafana nayo.
the grey one looks exactly like that.
Yes, just describe it.
Awuchaze.
Nayo jacket iyijezi nesigqoko.
It's also a jacket, jersey-like jacket with a hood, as the witness is demonstrating.
Ukumbuka kwami kwangenza nganotice ukuthi why echangeile umayiphuma. Because mayiphuma ngambona ukuthi uyifake emnyama.
When I looked at him, it then made me to notice as to why is it that he had changed. Because when he walked out, I saw that he had a black one.
Yes, may proceed.
Emva kwalokho wabe sebuyela ngaphakathi. Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngamkhulumisa ngoba waphambana nami uyedwa engaphandle.
After that, he went back in, and I remember that I spoke to him because we crossed paths, because he's the only one that was outside.
Yes, can you remember what you spoke to him about?
Usakhumbula ukuthi wamkhulumisa wathini?
Mangicabanga ukuthi ngathi kuye magazi nawo lama jacket ungiphe yona.
Uphinde magazi
Ngathi unayo ngicela ungiphe yona.
nayo. Okay, I said to uthi wathi magazi.
Yeah.
I said to magazi, can you give?
Unawo ungiphe yona.
Oh, you do have them. Please give me one of these jackets.
Wabe sehleka wangena ngaphakathi.
He then laughed and went inside.
Just a minute. If you say you do have them, what do you mean?
Uma uthi unawo bo, usho ukuthini?
Ngangitshengisa ukuthi mhlambe ngoba ngibonile ukuthi ufake enye waphinda futhi washintsha wafaka enye.
It was an indication or to indicate that now because I saw that he was wearing another one, a different one. Now he had changed and was wearing another one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Emva kwalokho ngabe sengihlala ngaphandle ngaphakathi main room.
Then-
Babe busy ekamerweni.
Thereafter, I sat in the main room. They were busy in the bedroom.
Which main room?
Uma ukhuluma ngeyiphi main room?
Le ihall
The hall,
because nginabanye abafuthu.
because I was with my other brothers.
Yes, may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Khumbula babengcele uxolo ngibashiye. Babecele uxolo ukuthi ngiphume ngibashiye ngaphakathi.
Ubani abacela uxolo?
Kwabili.
Kwabini. Okay. I remember that they apologized that I had left them, or I had went out and left them inside.
Then ngabe simhlala kwathi ngakaphela isikhathi singakanani weza uGwabini wangitshela ukuthi ucela mase ngihambe no-accused number 1.
I then said, and then Gwabini came out and requested me that when I'll be leaving, he was requesting me to leave together with accused number 1.
Ngabe sengibuza ukuthi ukuphi uMakhosonke engangadinize naye.
I then inquired, where is Makhosonke, the one that I came with?
uGwabini wathi samfonela kunjalo
Was Gwabini was phoning him.
waqhamuka umuzi ngicela naye ephuma ngaphakathi endlini.
Muzi appeared. I think he was also coming from inside the house.
What's accused number?
Muzi.
Accused number 1.
Muzi is accused number 1.
Wabe sengitshela ukuthi ngingamshiyi.
He then informed me not to leave him.
Ngabe sengimtshela ukuthi okay umtshelile uGwabini kodwa sisamele uMakhosonke.
I then informed him that Gwabini told me, but we are still waiting for Makhosonke.
Akatholakala uMakhosonke. Wabe sefona uGwabini efonela uMakhosonke.
Makhosonke wasn't found, and Gwabini phone called Makhosonke.
Then uMakhosonke emva komzuzu emingaki wafika ngikhumbula wafika ngasiphi kodwa wafika late ngoba wamtshela uGwabini ukuthi akasahambi uMakhosonke.
After some minutes, I can't remember the specific as to how long, but after some minutes, Makhosonke arrived, and Gwabini informed me that Makhosonke is no longer living.
Wangitshela lokho ngoba ikade ikhulume ngaye ngefoni ukuthi uthi akasahambi.
He told me that because he had spoken to him telephonically, that Makhosonke was not living, wasn't living anymore.
Sathi sisahleli samile ngaphakathi la umuzi wabe ese khipha iskipa ngicabanga ukuthi esiqobile kwako esibomvu wasola isandleni.
Okay. Whilst we were still standing inside there, Musi then took out a t-shirt that he was wearing, folded it with sasinjani number.
Ngikhumbula sesiyi-red.
Okay, if I remember well, it was red, and rolled it in his hand.
Just a minute, and that's accused number?
1.
Accused number 1.
Wabe sebuza la ngoba wadonsa ngikhumbula kahle khona idonsa yobuma.
If I remember well, there is just something to stand on that he pulled.
Ebephethe elinye ibhodlela ngesandla.
And in his hand, he was carrying a bottle.
Wabe sebuza ukuthi niyazi nokuthi senzwile yini ngendlela ibika ngayo senzwile yini ukuthi uMeyiwa kasekho.
And then he put it like this: have you heard? Now this "you, my lord" is in plural. Have you heard that Meyiwa is no more?
Just a minute. And who's saying that?
Ushobani?
Accused number 1.
Accused number 1.
Wabe sekuthi ngoba sasibaningi ngaphakathi abanye bathi hawu yabona.
Because there were many of us inside, others exclaimed or remarked by saying, "How?"
Mina ngase ngimphikisa ngabe sengikhipha ifoni.
I then disputed what he said, and I took out my phone.
Ngabheka ku social media.
I looked on social media.
Just a minute. Yes.
Yeah.
Ngabe sengiphikisa lokho ukuthi hayi isosini ayikho right.
I then disputed that and said, "No, your source," once again in plural, "your source is not correct."
Angibanye ngisaqila akukho ngoba ngalitshela mhlambe bayaxoxa.
I didn't put much emphasis on that because I was just under the impression, or I told myself that they were just discussing or having a discussion.
Emva kwalokho banikwa kubhizi phela ukuphithizela abanye babehamba abanye bengena.
After that, it was busy because others were leaving, others were coming in.
Ngiyakhumbula ngabe sengiphuma ngaphandle samele uMakhosonke.
I remember that I went outside, still waiting for Makhosonke.
ngafike ngabhema ngaphandle.
When I got outside, I smoked.
Abanye babehamba, abanye bengena, kwakubhizi nje.
It was just busy. Others were leaving, others were coming in.
Engikukhumbulayo futhi kwathi emva kwesikhashana mangithi ngimngeke nokhiye wemoto owawungekho.
And after some time, as I was going to the vehicle, the car keys were not with me.
Ngabe sengibuyela phakathi kuGwabini.
I went back inside to Gwabini.
Ngabe sengimbuza uGwabini ukhiye wemoto.
I asked Gwabini, where are the car keys?
Just a minute. Yes.
uGwabini wabesethi hawu babomncane wabesekhipha ifoni.
Then Gwabini said, how, Uncle Babomnani? And then he took out a phone.
Ngicabanga ukuthi wayefona angimazi wayefonela abanye.
I think he was calling, but I don't know who he was calling.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngoba asebephumile abanye ngeke ngisho ukuthi ubani wayekhona ubani wayengekho.
I wouldn't say as to who was there, who wasn't there. The others were already out.
Wabesefona elokhu ekhala ukuthi ababamba amafoni.
He kept on calling and said that they are not answering their phones.
Then kwagcina ibuya ngaphakathi ezokhuluma nomunye ngicabanga ukuthi uyihlobene accused number 4.
He then came in and spoke to someone. I think that person was related to accused number 4.
Wabe semtshela ukuthi uma ngikhumbula amazwi washo ukuthi umzala akabambi ifoni. Ngicabanga ukuthi wayerefera amayibuko accused number 5.
He then said that Mzala is not answering his phone. I think he was referring to accused number 5.
Emva kwalokho kwabe sekubakhona ukuthi lo ekhuluma naye lokho wabe sebefona wabe sebakhona ubamba ifoni kulaba abafoni nena.
Then that person that Gwabini was speaking to then made a phone call, and then they answered their phone, or the one that person was calling then answered the phone.
Then wasethi ubaba omncane ufuna ukuhamba uphi ukhiye kanti.
He then said, Uncle wants to leave. Where is the key?
Then emva kwalokho kwabe sithi angilinde kancane sabaphizi ngoba salinde umakhosi wonke futhi.
Thereafter, he told me to wait a bit, and we were busy because we were also waiting for Makosonke,
Engathi ngifuna ukumbona ngosi ngangize naye.
who I said I wanted to see because I came with him.
Naye futhi wayafona wathi uyeza.
He also called and said that he was on his way.
Just a minute. Yes, may proceed.
Kwathatha isikhathi ukuthi kufike shuthi kufike umakhosi wonke.
It took time for Makosonke to arrive.
Akusisikhathi eside kangako kodwa nje isikhathi nyana.
Not that much long of a time, but it was some time.
Mangikhumbula kwabe sekufika u-accused number 4 wabe sekufika enginikeza ukhiye wemoto.
If I remember, accused number 4 arrived, and on his arrival, he gave me the car keys.
Yes. Did he say where you got them from?
Ingaba wakutshela yini ukuthi wayithola kuphi ikhiye zemoto?
Ngendlela mhlambe kwawuthi kwangenasidingo ukuthi ngibuze ngoba kangade vele ngithetha ngangibona nje awukho. So wathi mayenginikeza ukhiye wabe sebonga.
Okay. The manner in which I was seeing, I could see it because I was talking, and I could see that it wasn't there. And when he gave it back to me, he also conveyed his gratefulness. Yebo.
Yebo. Waze watshengisa ukuthi engamnothisa ukuthi uyasabatha kuye ngoba wabe seshaya izandla zombili.
Uyathini?
Ukuthi uyasabatha nayiqeda ukunikeza ukhiye ebonga.
Okay. Funa uqiniseke isiqiniseko sokusabatha. Uthini ukuthi uyasabatha?
So indlela ayikhuluma ngayo etshengisa ukuhlonipha la.
Okay. In the manner in which he said it, my Lord, it showed that he was being respectful because he made use of both his hands, flipping his hands like this.
Ngabe semthatha ukhiye sengibuyele emotweni ngabe sengifuna umuzi wayebhizi naye ngoba ngangizohamba naye.
I took the keys, went to the car, but I also looked for Muzi because I was going to leave together with Muzi.
Mangikhumbula
Yes, and that's accused number?
Accused number one?
accused number 1.
Accused number 1.
Ngabe sengimbuza wabe sefika na umuzi nokwabeni kwakubhizi nje nalo ithakamlinde ngama ngikhumbula ngahamba nabantu abawu4.
Okay. Muzi arrived, Kwabini arrived, and the other one that he said I must wait for. It was just busy because in total I left with 4 people.
Ngaphambi kokuthi ngihambe ukwabeni wangitshela ukuthi uMakhosonke akasahambi.
Just before I left, Kwabini informed me that Mokosonke was no longer living.
My Lord, may I just get confirmation if the Kwabini will be called?
Sure, you'll call him.
As a court, please, my lord, at some point we tried to avoid the hearsay, but my learned friend then objected, which meant she agreed or acquiesced to the hearsay. Now she's objecting again. The impression that she created was that she doesn't mind the hearsay.
No. No, my Lord.
Okay, anyway,
Thank you.
are you going to call Gwabini?
We're still considering our options
fine.
as far as that is
Fine.
concerned.
So you're saying
Yes.
he mustn't lead?
Then, yes, my Lord.
Okay.
Then he say should not be.
Okay.
As the court pleases. You said you left with accused number 4 and other people. How many other people?
Muzi,
Sorry, Muzi. Yes.
Muzi,
It's Muzi,
abanye abayi2
other 2.
and ukwabeni weza wathi
Just once again, Muzi accused number?
1
It's number 1. Uthi Kwabini wenzani?
weza naye wathi uzohamba nathi uzojika egate.
Kwabini also came and said that he was going to just walk with us and then turn around at the gate.
Yeah, just this court
Yes.
wants to place it on record that I will not entertain the hearsay. I'm not going to take it into consideration.
As the court
Give me
pleases.
all the hearsay
As the court
so that it
pleases.
mustn't be said that I incorporated it into my judgment if I ever write one.
As the court pleases. Yes. What happened further?
Kwasekwenzekanike?
Emva kwalokho sabe sasihamba wathi sophuma wafika ukwabeni wadilika egatini wakhuluma nabanye bawume gate emile wakhuluma nabo.
We then went and up to the gate, and then at the gate, that's where Kwabini then spoke to some others that were in a taxi. I spoke to them. Yeah?
Wakhulumanga mina.
Uthe wakhuluma nabo, ngakhuluma nabo. Okay.
Yena wakhuluma nabo.
Okay. The witness is correcting that no, I did. That is referring to himself. I didn't speak to him, but Kwabini spoke to them.
Yes. What happened further?
Kwasekwenzekanike?
Emva kwalokho ngabe sengiphuma ngabe sengishiya umuzi cishe kwezinye ibhadi ngaphakathi wabe sengitshengisa uhlala ngakuphi ngamshiya lapho.
I then left, and then I also dropped a Muzi in some streets inside there. He pointed out to me as to where he was staying.
And that's accused number?
Accused number 1.
So, brother,
Where did you drop off accused number 1 exactly?
ikuphi lapho mshiya khona?
Noma ngakhumbuli kodwa kungaphandle hostel.
Although I can't remember, but it is outside the hostel.
Nomunye futhi wabe sethi naye uhlala somewhere naye ngamshiya khona lapho endleleni.
There's another one who also said he's staying around there. I also dropped that person along the road.
Then ngabe sehamba no1
I then left with 1.
engamshiya engine garage P91.
who I left at or I dropped at the engine garage P91.
Yes.
Yeah.
Emva kwalokho ngathi mangifika mangikhumbula kahle ngani mangifika eThembisa afika ngalala kwasebusuku vele.
After that, when I arrived in Tembisa, I slept because it was already at night.
Kwaba ilanga elilandelayo
Then
Monday.
it was then the following day, which was the Monday.
Then emva kwalokho ngabe sengiyibona lento kumedia.
And then after, I then saw this thing on media.
But angithathelanga enhloko yami like ukuthi ndenzeke kodwa ngayibona lento abebeyikhuluma iyiqiniso.
But I didn't take much note of it or take it seriously. But I then noticed that what they were saying was true.
Now, if you say you saw this thing on the media, what do you mean?
Usho ukuthini uma uthi wayibona kwi-media le nto?
Like ku-TV kwakukhulunywa ngayo manje ukuthi Senzo Meyiwa has been killed at Vosloorus.
It was being spoken about on TV that Senzo Meyiwa had been killed in Vosloorus.
Then akukho ngangakusho ngoba ngangakubonanga kwenzeka.
There's nothing I could say because I didn't see it happening.
But ngakubona ukuthi lokhu bebekusho shuthi kube kuyiqiniso ukuthi babekholeni.
But I then noticed or saw that which they said was true. But as to where they got it from, I didn't know.
That which they said, what do you mean?
Uma uthi lokho ababekusho usho ukuthini?
Uma umuzi ekhulume elizolo ebusuku before Sunday ukuthi nizwile ukuthi uMeyiwa kasekho.
When Muzi said it the previous night that, have you heard that Meyiwa is no more?
Is Moses accused?
Case number 1.
So the word.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then kwabe sekuba ilanga elilandelayo phela kwakuyiLesibili.
It was then the following day, I think it was the Tuesday.
Kwenye ama-newspaper ngabe sengibuka iy'thombe ezazikhona.
In one of the newspapers, I looked at the pictures that were there.
Njengoba ngangiyifunda le newspaper ngezwe ukuthi abasolwa bangenele ababili.
As I read it, I saw that it was alleged or it was said that there were two suspects that came in. The other one, yebo.
Omunye begqoke into emnyama.
The other one was wearing something black.
Omunye ebenama-dread.
The other one had dreadlocks.
Just a minute.
Then emva kwalokho ngabe sengibuyisa lapha abantu ngibabonile.
Thereafter, it then came back to me that I saw these people.
Kodwa ngithathelana futhi ekhanda ngabe sengitshela nje ukuthi mhlawumbe into buke yandlula.
I then once again didn't take it seriously. I just thought that it's just something that I saw and it just passed.
If you say you saw these people, what do you mean?
Uma uthi ngasebona ukuthi laba bantu ngibabonile usho ukuthini?
Ngendlela uma ubuka kulesithombe mangicabanga ukuthi newspaper engangiyibuka kwakuney'thombe lapha phansi.
Referring to the newspaper, as I was looking at the newspaper, and there were also pictures at the bottom, photos at the bottom.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi Mafika wayegqoke ihood black.
I remember that Mafika was wearing a black hoodie.
Yes, Mafika.
Mafika,
Accused number 2.
choose number 2.
And uMafika wayishintsha le-hood mangikhuluma naye.
And when I spoke to him,
Angikhulumanga naye ngesikhathi ngise-hostel.
That Mafika had changed this hoodie whilst I was at the hostel.
And lokho kwangenza ukuthi ngibe nokusola kodwa kwangangithi ndawo.
But that made me to be suspicious, but it didn't take me anywhere.
You mentioned that according to the report in the newspaper, one had dreadlocks. Just elaborate on that.
awusho-ke awuchaze-ke ukuthi kwabhaliwe ngelo phepha ukuthi omunye wayenama-dreadlocks.
Dreadlocks, omunye nama-dreadlocks, ene-gold teeth,
Dreadlocks, gold teeth,
Yes.
stashes.
the witness pointing here right at the top of this is a mustache.
Ngendlela engabona ngakhona accused number 2. Kwakunginikeza isithombe sokuthi uyafana nalo muntu engibuka lapha. Noma engafani exactly kodwa i-description yakhe.
And that made me to look at the accused number 2 and say, but this person that is being described here resembles him, although I wouldn't say that exactly, but the description here resembles him.
Yeah, which description?
Clear description there. The witness pointing to
The stashes
the mustache,
and the hoodie the way ayigqoke ngakhona
the hoodie, the manner in which he was wearing it,
and the way ukuthi wayishintsha ngaphakathi.
and the manner in which he had changed it inside.
Kwangenza ngikubuke nje laba bantu ngibabonile kodwa ukuthi ngibabonephi
That made me to then say that, but I saw these people, but as to where I saw them,
then ngabe sengiphuma
Yes, but just as far as the person with dreadlocks is concerned, what was your recollection?
manje ke uma sekukhulunywa ke ngalona wama-dreadlocks yini owayikhumbula?
uma kusaqala mangakhumbula because mangikhumbula ngaphakathi ngama-3 ngambona kodwa mase ngibuka kwabe usungibuza no nogadla ngeke wayengama-3.
Okay. When I looked at it at that time, it was not only one person who had dreadlocks inside, but then it came back to me. But at the time, Gaza also had the dreadlocks.
Yeah.
Akagadla amaka-dread wayiwa ayinga futhi ayinga the way ngangibuke ngakhona isithombe ayivulekile so
And the manner in which
so so
okay, and the manner in which I looked at Gaza's dreadlocks in the photo, they were like in open. Uthi ayenzeni ubuso?
shuthi ayingafasiwe ayingaqhiniwe
They were not tightened, my lord.
ngalesi kodwa ugadla wakhe ayiqhiniwe manje la kwakungimangaza lo imdrawile ukuthi hayi angibanga kufika ngisithombe sokuthi uyekile.
The witness is indicating that the ones that were on the newspaper, those ones they were loose, but Gaza's dreadlocks were tight, my lord.
So akwenza ukuthi mhlambe ngile kuye kuthuye or
That made me not then to put emphasis on him that it was him or
Who is Gadla?
ubani uGadla?
accused number 3.
Accused umsolwa wesithathu.
See.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngiyaqhubeka.
Then emva kwalokho insube ihamba ngezwe ukuthi uminister utaske abathize ukuthi be-investigate this daba emva kwalokho
And as days went on, I then heard that the minister had tasked certain people to investigate this matter. Yebo.
Just a minute. Now, during cross-examination, my colleagues referred to the identity kit by Warrant Officer Steenkamp, which we're going to show to you now.
Sorry. Has it been shown that identity is common cause? Are you with me?
As a
Malloy,
good
is it common
yes.
cause?
Yes, well, it was used by my friends.
Yeah, meaning the accused
Yes.
and their counsels are aware of it.
Yes.
Okay,
They are the ones who refer to it.
Okay.
What is your comment as far as the identity kit is concerned?
Mayelana nale identity kit uthini? Ngasho ukuthi ngapha uthini?
angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula
I will be able to comment about it.
No comment. Yes, sir.
I just want to follow the line that my colleague is pursuing. He says it is common cause.
He never said that. I said that. I said that. Mr. Baloyi, did you say it's common cause?
And then you confirm what the court said.
Yeah, okay, fine. You can say that you confirmed it, but I asked and said it. Okay.
It's not common
It's
cause.
not common. It's not common cause.
It's not common cause.
Mr. Baloyi.
We say my colleagues refer to the sketch, and we're referring to the very same sketch or identikit that they referred to.
Yeah, but when I say common cause, I mean
Yes.
it has been disclosed
Yes.
in the papers which the accused and their counsel were
Yes.
given from the docket.
Yes.
So they have it.
Yes.
That's what I mean in court when I say it's common cause. That's some goes.
Is this?
He's very alleging, my lord, that my colleagues also, in cross-examination of state, have also referred to this photo. I personally did not refer to it. I don't know about my colleagues.
Well, in the cross-examination of Thokozizi and as well as
Sorry,
Tumelo.
so that you save time.
Yes.
So that you save time. Is it correct that you have Staines' identity kit?
Excuse me, my lord.
Staines. He's the one who drew that.
Steenkamp.
Steenkamp's identity kit. You have it.
Yes, I do.
Right.
Yes.
And I can recall during cross-examination that it was put, for instance, I think to one of the witnesses, is it Tumelo, that after Steenkamp made remarks that he interviewed them, but the description he gave them does not accord with other descriptions which were given by other of the persons he drew this identity kit of. You remember that piece of evidence? Mr. Just stand up, sir. Do you remember that piece of evidence?
As the court pleases, my lord.
Do you remember it?
I do remember
Yes, but it
aspects
was
of that
put that
cross-examination.
one of the witnesses contradicted another witness regarding the sketches, which were identity kits which were drawn by Steenkamp. And this was referred to Zandile. Zandile said this person looked like this and like this. And Tumishone said,
It is in order.
yes, I remember.
Yes, it is.
I'm on the board. I remember.
I
Do
also
you remember that?
I also remember. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I do remember. In fact,
Yes,
I'm the
yes.
one who referred to.
That's it, yeah.
to-
So-
to the-
Valo is correct.
To the
Let's
identity
continue,
kit.
please.
Yes.
So please, if the identity kit can be shown.
But you, sorry, the witness said he has no comment to that identity kit sketch. Mr. Jonas?
Ushilo ukuthi akukho ngaphawula.
Okay, fine.
Confirms that.
Yes. So this is. If you can just go slowly. And this one?
No, one thing.
Akukho engingabosho.
Yes. Yes, but you mentioned to the identities that you saw in the media. If you see any of them, just mention.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ku-media ngabona futhi nasithombe esifana nalesi.
I think I saw a picture similar to this one in the media.
Ukuthi yise nasibona ku-media.
This is the one I saw in the media.
Yes. We'll come back to this aspect. We can proceed. So we proceed, yes.
Maqhubeka ke.
Manje so.
Where are we?
Yes, you mentioned that
ukuthi ngabe sengibone
you heard that the minister had tasked certain people to look into the matter.
ya ngezwa lokho emva kwalokho ngibake ngisaba nokuthi mhlambe ngilandelele kangako.
I heard that, and then after that, I didn't follow it much.
And kungakapheli isikhathi singakanani ngezwa bethi i-suspect has been arrested.
And in no time, I then heard that the suspect had been arrested.
Then ngabe akukho ngathi ngiyalandela lokho.
And there's nothing that I can say that I followed up on.
Yes.
Yep.
Emva kwesikhashana esingakanani ngezwa bethi futhi i-suspect akusiyona.
And after some time, I then heard again that they're saying that the suspect was not the right one.
Then akukho futhi engakwenza.
I didn't do anything.
Hayi kanje wahamba
I just left it.
ngifunda nje ngama-newspaper.
I would just be reading newspapers as normal.
Then kwathi sekuhambe isikhathi cishe bese kupheleni nonyaka
And after some time, let's say about after a year,
2016
2015, 2016,
2017
2017,
if I'm not mistaken.
uma ngenza iphutha,
Wabe sethi ngabe ngidibane noGwabini. Ngabe sengimbuza
I then met Gwabini and asked him.
ukuthi
It's correct. You had a discussion with Gwabin. Don't refer to the content of the discussion.
Usungangenike kumininingwane yalokho nakukhuluma.
okay.
Yes, you had the discussion with Gwabeni. What happened thereafter?
Emuva kokuthi umbuzile noma nikhulumile kwase kwenzekani?
Akukho ngoba sasixoxa nje. So xoxa ngokuxoxa.
It was just a discussion,
Ngakanani?
nothing much.
Yes.
Wahamba wathi ngabo 2018
Then in 2018,
kube baningi ababe kubo bonke laba babenginabo nje ukuthi ngalelanga ngilapha hostel. Babe lokhu bengitshela one by one ukuthi uyakhumbula yini ngalela lapha.
okay. Then amongst the people that I was with at the hostel on that day, one by one would be
Yes.
saying, do you remember?
Yes, you may not refer to hearsay evidence. What happened in 2018?
Kwenzekani ngo-2018?
You had discussion with some of the people who were present.
Bakubuza kwenzekani, sikhulume nje kwenzeka kamuva.
Emva kwalokho ngabe cishe yophela 2018
Almost at the end of 2018,
abanye mangibona ukuthi nengxabano yokuthi bakhuluma ukuthi ngabe ngase content kaSwazini okay. Ngabe ngoba ngase nginolwazi futhi olunzulu lokuthi laba basolwa ababesolakala lapha ya yilaba basolwa engangenabo.
okay. I had now this information, my lord, that these suspects that are now being suspected of having done this are the very same people that I was with on that day at the hostel.
Yes, what do you mean?
Usho ukuthini ngalokho?
Ukuthi lokho engakubona futhi ngaleli yalapha kwakuyikho kusho ukuthi yibo ababekade bebuya ukukwenza okwakuyinto efanayo naleyo.
That what I saw on that day at the hostel, that they were the ones that were coming from committing that or something similar to that.
Yes, when you say what you saw, what do you mean?
Uma ukhuluma ngowakubona usho ukuthini? Ukhuluma ngani?
Ngikhuluma ngokuphatha ibhamu,
About the carrying of the firearms,
ukubona umafika changer,
seeing Mafika changing,
Yeah, Mafika is which accused?
accused number 2
umsolo wesibili,
and nabantu bebekhuluma ngakho usho ukuthi engathi ngibajwayele.
and as also the people that were talking about it that I was used to.
So emva kwalokho ngabe sengikhuluma noGeneral Leshabane.
Thereafter, I spoke to General Lishabane.
And who's General Leshabane?
Ubani yena uGeneral Lishabane?
He was my cluster commander.
Kwakuyi-commander ke ye-cluster, kwakuyi-cluster commander yami.
Yes, did he, except being your cluster commander, did he hold any other position?
Ngaphandle kokuthi kwakuyi-cluster commander yakho, ikhona enye i-position awayibambile.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ngavuma umuntu olandela indaba ngesikhathi uminister kwakufikile embalula echaza ukuthi utask abanye ngakhumbula ukuthi wathi naye umtaskile.
Yes, you say he was a cluster commander.
Yes.
Did he hold any other positions?
Just explaining that.
Yes, just
Remember that at the time the minister tasked people, he also tasked him
ngoba wayekade ese-province wayengasekho kwi-cluster yethu.
because he was now at the province and no longer at our cluster.
the court, please, my lord. The state will be calling General Shabani at the later stage.
Oh, okay.
The witness is going to refer to what the discussions with General Shabani. Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka. Uthi ke uzombiza ke yena leShabani. Ungaqhubeka.
You say you spoke to General Shabani. He was your cluster commander. Then what happened?
Kwase kuthini ke ukukhulumile noGeneral leShabani?
Do you remember when you spoke to him?
Usakhumbula ukuthi wakunini ukukhuluma kwakho naye uGeneral leShabani?
Mangikhumbula ngicabanga ukuthi kuhela ka-2018 to 2019.
If I remember well, I think it was the end of 2018, 2019.
Ngoba wathi kimi uzokwenza lo msebenzi yena ozozenzela ukubheka lokho engangisho kuye.
Because he said to me that he would do that work. He'll look into what I was telling him about.
Yes. Well, what did you tell him?
Yini wamtshela kona?
Ngamtshela ukuthi ngikhathazekile mayelana naleli daba ngoba abantu abaningi bathi nami ngise-hostel.
I told him that I was disturbed about this matter because a lot of people are saying that I was also at the hostel.
So wabe sengitshela uzozenzela yena uphenyo emva kwalokho uyobuya azongitshela.
He then informed me that he himself would then conduct his investigation and thereafter he will come back and inform me.
Kodwa angimtshelanga ukuthi ngangikhona e-hostel.
But I didn't tell him that I was at the hostel.
Izizathu songamtsheli kwami ngangafuni ukumnikeza le information ukuthi isuka kimi.
The reason why I didn't inform him that I was at a hostel, that I didn't want to give him this information that it was coming from me.
And nami nganginaso isiqiniseko salokho.
And I also didn't have any certainty with regards to that.
With regard to what?
Isiqiniseko
Ukuthi laba babulala uSenzo Meyiwa nganginabo e-hostel.
that those who had killed Senzo Meyiwa, I was with them at the hostel.
Yes.
Mangikhumbula kahle bese kufika ukuthi isikhathi la ngathi uGeneral wathi uzozenzela yena uphenyo.
If I remember well, the time came, there was a time where the general said that he himself would conduct an investigation.
Ngabe sekuthi ngoba ngangiphatheke kabi shuthi ngabuza uGwabini lokho.
Because this wasn't sitting well with me, I then asked Gwabini about this matter.
Yes. You had a discussion with Wabeni. Please don't refer to the discussion.
Ungangeni-ke ukuthi nakhulumani noGwabini.
Emva kwalokho uGeneral leShabani wabe sengitshela ukuthi no. Ngitholile ukuthi ubani. Yes, you were right.
General Shabani then informed me, yes, I found out as to who it was, and yes, you were right.
Ngaphambi kokuthi kwenzeke lokho wabe sengazise emva kwalelo phenyo ukuthi okay udibane naye.
Okay. Okay. Before that, he informed me that he had met him, udibane naye.
Ngathi udibane nabathizi bebephenya wadibana nogadla wakabuthelezi.
Alright.
Like waconfirm ukuthi ngitholile ukuthi unomfana wakabuthelezi.
Yes.
Okay.
General Lishabani will testify about that. When did you have this discussion with General Lishabani?
Le nkulumo le noma le ngxoxo lena ke naye uGeneral Shabani waba nayo nini naye?
Ngathi 2018 to 2019 nje until 2019 ngoba bekwenzeka bekungabi into esiyikhuluma maybe namhlanje or kusasa bekuba yinto azomayibona something sikhulume ngayo.
I would say 2018, 2019, it's not something that we just speak about today, but upon him finding out something or seeing something, we would speak about it.
Yes. Yes, what happened after this discussion that you've just referred to?
Emuva kwalo nkulumo ke okhulume ngayo kwase kwenzekani?
Uma ngikhumbula kahle kwabe sekuthi ngabe ugeneralise njalo ukuthi no asiyeke le nkulumo singabe sakhuluma ngayo.
General then informed me that let's drop this matter or this talk and not mention it again.
Izatsa lokho engacacisa ukuthi kwakukhona ababezama ukungibulala.
The reason for that, if I were to explain that, there were those who had attempted to kill me.
Lapho kwaku ihlobo ka accused number 5.
Those were relatives of accused number 5.
And accused number 1.
Umsolwa wokuqala.
Ngokwazi kwami.
According to my knowledge.
Yes, just tell the court about that occasion. What happened?
Awutshela inkantolo ngalezo mahlandla kwenzekani.
Kwathi mangibuya emsebenzini.
On my way back from work,
lala ekuseni ngavuka nje kahle kunina next.
I slept the following I slept the following morning. I woke up, there was nothing. I went to the shop to buy cigarette.
When was it more or less?
Was 18. Oh, mangalungisa le nkulumo yami ukuthi kwenzeke kanjani.
Before just to correct what I just said as to how it happened.
Ngikhulume lo shooting ngawo lo 2019. Ngabona General Shabani mayitshela ukuthi siyeke le nkulumo ngabe sengikhuluma.
Okay. In 2019, when General Shabani had told me that we shouldn't proceed about this conversation anymore, I then spoke. Yebo.
Ngabe sengiya head office SAPS Telecom Towers.
I then went to the SAPS head office Telecom Towers.
Ngakhuluma no Brigadier Kininda.
I spoke to Brigadier Kininda. At the time, it was Colonel Kininda.
Yes, but how did you get to him? Just explain.
Wafika kanjani?
What did you go to do?
Office of the National Commissioner referred me to him.
Yes, when you went to Telkom Towers, who did you go to?
National Commissioner.
I was actually going to the National Commissioner.
So National Commissioner was referred to Kininda.
Then the National Commissioner referred me to Kininda.
Who was the National Commissioner then?
Ubani Commissioner Siskati? Kehla Sithole.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then what makuyophela unyaka I think kwakuyi 11 November 2019.
Towards the end of the year, it was the 11th of November 2019.
Ngathola i-call from General Shabani enjela ukuthi uKolonel Kininda ufuna ukungibona.
I received a call from General Shabane informing me that Colonel Kininda would like to see me.
Then wabe senza meeting ethi uzongibona kodwa ayenzeka ngalelo langa yenzeka ngenye date.
A meeting was set up for him to see me, but it didn't happen on the day. He saw me on a different date.
Yeah, which date? On which day did he see you?
Ngicala ukuthi kwakuzi 13.
I think it was on the 13th
November.
13th November.
Yes.
Yebo.
Yeah, who saw you on the 13th of
Ubani
November?
wahlangana naye ngalelo langa lange 13th November? Brigadier Kininda.
Yes.
Emva kwalokho uGeneral Shabane wabe semfonela.
Thereafter, General Shabane called me.
Yeah, but what was discussed at that meeting with Brigadier
Yini enakhuluma ngayo no Brigadier Kininda ngalelo langa?
on the 13th of November 2019?
Kwaba yilo udaba lokuthi athi ngazini ngokubulawa kukaMeyiwa.
Ask me, what do you know about the killing of Meyiwa?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ngabe semtshela akukho engikwaziyo futhi akukho engangakhuluma ngakho.
I told him that I know nothing and there is nothing that I can talk about.
Yes.
Kodwa ngithema khamba isikhathi ngezwa lezi inkulumo zokuthi abasolwa yilaba.
But as time went on, I heard that these are the
Yes,
suspects.
but just tell the court about what you know. Yes, what happened further?
Okay, shuthi makusahamba isikhathi ngangizenzela uphenyo mina ngokuthi kungani mhlambe kuba khona insongo zokuthi kube khona abantu abangilandelayo.
Okay, then as time went on, I did my investigation as to what is it that there are people following me.
But what was the outcome of your meeting with Brigadier Gininda?
Imiphumela kwaba yini ke yomhlangano wakho kanye naye uBrigadier Gininda?
Wathi uzokwenza naye uphenyo lakhe.
He said he will do his own investigation.
Kumele ngikhulume ukuthi sakhuluma ngani.
Must I go into the details as to what you spoke about?
No, it's not necessary.
Ha, as a question.
Okay. Emva kwalokho kwabe sekuba khona ngabe sengibuyela emuva ugeneral wabe sengibiza esengibuza ukuthi bazi kanjani head office mayelana naludaba.
General called me and asked me how is it that they know about this matter at the national office.
Yeah, which general?
General
General Leshabani.
Lishabani.
When did he call you?
Wakubiza nini?
Ngicabanga kwakuyi 19 November.
I think it was on the 19th of November.
Emva kwalokho kwabase kuba yi-18 la engabona khona abasolwa kubo basolwa bezozama ukumdubula
Bona abasolwa.
abakubo.
Okay,
Kwakuyi-
18.
Yes.
Then on the 18th, that's where I saw now the relatives of the suspects when they wanted or when they came to shoot me.
Yes. Tell the court about that.
You sure?
Should ngathi mangiphuma emva ngane-meeting ngabe sengazi ukuthi kunento efana nale.
I knew that there was something like this.
Then ukufika kwabo kwangenzela futhi babengaqali mangasho ukuthi babengaqala ukufika phakathi nonyaka bafika kodwa babengezi straight babeza ngeindlela ezahlukene.
It was not the first time. During the course of the year they came, but they didn't, in other words, approach me directly, but they just came in different ways.
Mangikhumbula kulowo nyaka futhi ngakhuluma nomsolwa unumber 1 ngoba ngangikhathazekile ngaye.
If I remember well, during that year, I spoke to accused number 1 because I was worried about him.
When did you speak to him?
Wakhuluma nini naye?
Yes,
Kwakunomshado ekhaya
There was a wedding back home.
ngakhuluma naye,
I spoke to him.
then ngabuya ngakhuluma naye ngefoni.
I thereafter spoke to him telephonically.
Then ngangimcela ukuthi akhuze shothi ngase ngibona ukuthi laba bakubo bafuna ukungidubula angikhuzele bona.
I then asked him or requested him to stop because I now could see that his relatives wanted to shoot me. So I requested him to stop them.
And wayenza njalo.
And he did that.
Yes, just put that in correct sequence. Well, what happened first?
Ayibeke ngokulandelela
Incident at the wedding or the
Oh.
telephone call?
Oh, the telephone call ngakhuluma naye, ngakhuluma naye emshadweni.
I spoke to him at the wedding first.
Yes,
Why
more or
not,
less,
sir?
when was that?
Kwakunini.
August.
It was in August.
Sabe sesikhuluma ngakho ngoba ngicabanga kwakuyinto eyayisiyaziwa.
Which year?
Kwakuphi unyaka?
2019,
I think 2019.
Yes. Well, what happened during that occasion?
because wayekaboshwa uMozi ngaphambilini.
Muzi had been arrested before.
So wayengixoxela ngakho lokho kuboshwa,
So he was telling me about that arrest.
but abese ngixoxa nabo ngitshela ukuthi kunodaba futhi oluyinkinga
That also kusho wena.
kusho yena
Or he also said that there was also another issue which was a problem,
okuyiyona babembuze ngayo.
which they asked him about.
Bengabe sengimtshela ukuthi akukho engakukhuluma ngayo futhi asimele bona bamaphoyisa ayenze uphenyo la.
I then informed him that there's nothing I can talk about. Let's wait for the police to do their investigation.
Did he tell you what that issue was?
Ngabe wakutshela ukuthi kwakuyini lolo daba lolo?
yebo wangitshela
Yes, he did.
Yes, just tell the court about it.
Tell him what
wangitshela ukuthi udaba lukaSenzo Meyiwa
He told me that it was the issue of Senzo, or the matter of Senzo Meyiwa.
Yes.
and wakubeka ngale ndlela ukuthi le ndaba kakhipha
He said to me, it's the matter or the issue of the goalkeeper.
noma ayengiphethe kabi nami ayengangiphathanga kahle Kodwa
It didn't sit well with me as well.
Yes, what did he say about it?
wangitshela ukuthi lolu daba lolu luyinkinga futhi mangakubeka ngesizulu wathi le ndaba iyinkinga yazi futhi akumele sikhulume ngayo like lapha
He said to me that this issue is a problem and we shouldn't just openly speak about it or just like that and anyhow speak about it.
nami vele ngangifisa ukuthi ngixoxe naye maybe ngim-advise kodwa akukho ngangakwenza
It was also my wish to speak about it, to speak to him about it or advise him, but there was nothing I could do.
sabe sesiyiyeka kanjalo
We left it like that.
2019
Yes, but
2019.
tell the court about it. You mentioned earlier on to a telephone call.
Ukhulumile ke ngokukhuluma naye ngefoni.
ngabe lapho sengikhuluma naye ngase ngimcela ukuthi mangikhuluma noMuzi ngabe sengimtshela ukuthi Muzi why abakini befuna ukungidubula
I then said, when I spoke to him telephonically, I said to him, Muzi, why is it that your relatives want to shoot me?
Yes.
because nami akukho engikwaziyo ngalolu daba
Because-
futhi nami bengingazi
Because I also don't know anything about this matter, and I didn't know anything.
Yes, just a minute. And Moses again, which accused?
accused number 1
I choose number one.
And when was this occasion when you spoke to him telephonically?
Manje uma usukhuluma naye ngocingo ke kwakunini?
mangicabanga wathi akekho sempumalanga uzoza ukuthi kwakunini media nonyaka
I think he said to me that he was not in Mpumalanga, he was going to come through. But if you say when, I think it was mid-year.
Yes, which year?
Mupunyaka.
2019
2019.
Yes. Earlier on, you were telling the court about that incident. You said you went to buy cigarettes. What happened during that occasion?
Ukhulumile ke ngehlandla leli ke owaphuma ngalo uyothenga ugwayi. Kwenzekani ke ngalelo hlandla lelo?
ngathi mangibuya eshop ngabona imoto ekade ipakile nje aside ngasela ngihlala ngakhona
When I came back from the shop, I saw a car that was parked on the side where I was staying.
yapaka futhi yayipakile vele ngiphume ibivele ipakile
On my way out, it was already parked there
because ngayindlula
because I passed it,
kodwa ngababona babephakathi emotweni thobani
but I saw as to who was inside the vehicle.
then emva kwalokho ngandlula ngayeshop
I went past, went to the shop.
mangibuya omunye wakantuli umfana wakhona wabe sekhipha isibhamu ngewindi
On my way back, one of the guys from Mdntv produced a firearm through the window.
then ngabizwa ukuthi ipin shoot engakaphakami because waphakamisa ipin late then ngajika
Then I felt that the pinch wasn't yet raised because I raised it late, and then I turned around.
then ngabe sengifonela futhi uGwabini
I again called Kwabini.
Just a minute. Now, this incident, when was it more or less?
it was on the 18th of November
Kwakunge 18th November ke lesi sakalo asishoyo
Which year?
2019
2019.
then ngathi
You say you saw the persons who were in the vehicle, who were they?
Kwakuwobani uthi wababona abantu babesemotweni kwakuwobani?
omunye uNkazimulo,
The other one is Nkazimulo.
Yes.
Yebo.
then ngabe sengiyafika
And who's Nkazimulo?
Ubani uNkazimulo?
omunye ama-relative mangicabanga relative kaMozi or accused number 5.
It's one of the relatives. If I think it's a relative of Muzi and I choose number 5.
And Muzi, which accused?
Who I choose
Accused number 1.
Choose number 1.
Yes, and this person Tuli who produced a firearm through the window. Do you know him?
No, Oti Wabantuli owakhipha isibhamu. Yes, I know him.
Yes. How do you know him?
Umazi kanjani?
Imazi lakho la eThembisa
I know him from Tembisa.
Yes.
nokuthi ngike ngambona maku
Is he related to any of the accused?
Ukhona
believe so
ngikholelwa kanjalo.
Yes. Which one?
ngoba ngathi mangifika kuGwabini waconfirma ukuthi
Yes. So just the court, please. To which do you know if he's related to any of the accused?
I think accused number 1 and accused number 5.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke uyisihloko sikamsolo wokuqala nowesihlanu.
Yes, you may proceed.
Emva kwalokho ngabe sengiya kuGwabini ukuconfirma naye lokho.
As a court, please don't refer to any discussion with the Obeni.
Then emva kwalokho ngiyenza kalula.
Yes.
Emva kwalokho ngabe se
You mentioned that you made a call to who did you call?
Ushilo ukuthi ukhona owamfonela ubani wamfonela?
ngabe sengifonela uGeneral Leshabani.
Akho General Leshabani.
Yes, and why did you call him?
Isizathu?
Ngangimazisa ukuthi namba bezomdubula.
I was informing him that here they are coming to shoot me.
Yes, and when did you speak to General Shabani?
Ukhulume nini naye General Leshabani?
Ngikhulume naye ngefoni.
Telephonically.
Wathi ngize kuye cishe e-ofisini.
He then said to me I should come to him at the office.
Yes, when was that?
Kwakunini?
Ngeyi-19
On the 19th of November.
Yes, which year?
Unyaka
2019.
2019.
Yes, did you then go to his office?
Ngabe waya e-office lakhe?
Yebo ngaya.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Wabe sefike ngitshela ukuthi ngakutshela ukuthi asiyiyeke le ndaba. Uyabona ukuthi izobeka impilo yakho engcupheni.
He then informed me that I said to you, or I did inform you that we should leave this matter. You can see that it's going to put your life in danger.
Yes.
Izathu sokuthi mangithi uyayithe asiyiyeke ingoba wake wangazisa ngaphambilini khona la akabakhona nomhlangano no warrant office no General Sibiya and warrant office Makhumbo.
Okay, so the reason why I mentioned this, that he had said that we should leave it, because there was an occasion when there was a meeting between Warrant Officer Makubo and General Sibiya.
And warrant officer Makhumbo.
When was that meeting?
Yeah, in the meeting there. I'll look for the date. I can't remember it now. But it was in the middle of the year.
Yes, which year?
I think it was 2019.
I think 2019.
Yes.
Then kulo meeting esasinayo sasivumelene ukuthi okay lolu daba siyaliyeka.
In that meeting that we had agreed that we are going to lay this matter to rest.
Then why refer kulokho ukuthi uyabona ukuthi why izomazisa.
So he was referring to that can you now see that is gonna now it's
Yes.
gonna cause you harm.
Yes, just tell the court more about that meeting where Warrant Officer Makuba and General Sibiya was present. Were you also present at that meeting?
Now ukhona kule meeting now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. What happened there?
Kwenzekani lapho?
Ngafika emithini uGeneral wayembizile wabe esefonela uGeneral Sibiya.
I arrived at the meeting, the general had called me. He then contacted the General Sibiya.
Then wabe sefika uGeneral Sibiya.
General Sibiya arrived.
Then wafika walalela kuphela.
He only listened.
Wabe sibuza ukuthi ubani maybe ophethe lolu daba head office.
And then inquired as to who was handling this matter at the head office.
Wabe sethi Colonel Ginyinda.
Then said it was Colonel Ginyinda.
Then uGeneral wabe sethi akufonelwe uwarrant officer Makubo.
The general then said the warrant officer Makubo should be contacted.
And wabe sebemfonela.
Warrant officer Makubo was indeed called.
Wabe sefika futhi uwarrant officer Makubo.
Warrant officer Makubo arrived.
Wafika warrant officer Makubo. Wabe semchazela uGeneral ukuthi yini le esikhuluma ngayo.
Upon warrant officer Makubo's arrival, General then informed warrant officer Makubo as to what it is or what it was that we were talking about.
General who?
General Leshabani.
General Shaban.
Yes.
Then warrant officer Makubo wabe seyichitha le ndaba wathi ayikho.
Warrant officer Makubo just said that this matter there's no such.
As the court, please, my lord, may that hearsay evidence be admissible. We submit that it's in the interest of justice. There's a second docket that has been brought up in these proceedings, and this communication pertains to that matter.
Just repeat what you just said.
My lord, the state requests that the utterances by Warrant Officer
Makubo
be...
specifically.
I'm sorry?
The utterances by Makubo specifically.
Yes, by Warrant Officer Makubo.
Right.
Be admitted in the interest of justice, even if it's hearsay. We submit to my lord that it is in the interest of justice that it be allowed as it pertains to the second docket that has been brought up in these proceedings.
Are you making the application in terms of section
31A of
31
yes, of the hearsay Act.
1988.
88, indeed, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Ramusipiri. There's an application in terms of section 31 of Act 45 of 88, the Evidence Act.
Well conversant with the section, my lord.
Hello?
I am well conversant with the section of that act. However, my lord, the exigency doesn't meet the threshold of that section because Warrant Officer Makubo is alive. He can come and testify in this court, my lord. We don't have to have hearsay from this witness. He can come and speak for himself in the box, my lord, as the court pleases.
Yes, Mr. Nisi.
Exactly, madam. The state has furnished this court with no specific reasons why Mr. Makubo cannot become the court to come testify.
The reason he says it's there's a second docket. Is that the reason, sir?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
That's the reason. He says there's a second docket relating to this matter. That is why he says it is imperative in the interest of justice that the evidence which this witness adduces after having had a meeting with Makubo should be rendered admissible here in the interest of justice.
That is a faulty application, my lord.
Hello?
That is a faulty application of the provisions of the section because it can only cover instances where the witness on whose credibility the testimony of this witness that's currently testifying is based is unable to be called either because he has vanished or is reinstated. Then the hearsay should then be admitted in the interest of justice, but without specific indication that that witness does not fall in the category of him being deceased or him being untraceable, he must be brought to court here, my lord.
Okay.
Longer man.
Mr.
My lord, I share the very same sentiments with my colleagues. Thank you.
Ms. Msholo.
My lord, above the submissions made by my learned friends, my lord, the state is referring this court to a blanket of evidence which is referred to as case 375. There is no reference made to that particular statement referring to the utterances that the witness is talking about. For example, my lord, if the state wants to say Warrant Officer Makuba has made the statement to the effect of what the witness is testifying about, and that statement is shown before court that it is contained in the docket 375, and that particular portion of evidence is also read or showed into the court, then we can understand the interest of justice, my lord. And above that, the warrant officer, my lord, is still available.
As a court, please, we don't want to belabor the point, not much tense on it. We can leave it. Yeah, we can leave it at that.
You're withdrawing the application.
As a court, please.
Okay, the application is withdrawn.
Sezophutheka ke ngalesi ukhona udaba olushiwo la ubufakazi ngento eyashiwo uyena ke uMakhubo kodwa ke batholakala ukuthi kuzoba inkinga ke kodwa umshushusi usathi akasaqhubekile nalelo daba lelo.
Yes, there was a discussion with Warren Makubo. Then what happened further?
Kwase kuthini ke emuva kokuthi ukushilo lokho akushilo uMakhubo asisakhulumi ngakho siyadlula khona kwase kwenzekani kamuva?
Kwenzekile futhi ukuthi ngidibane naye for okwesibili
Kubani?
Warrant Officer Makubo.
It happened again that I met Warrant Officer Makubo for the second time.
With Colonel Buthelezi.
Kanye naye Colonel Buthelezi.
When was that?
Kwakunini?
Wase kuyi meeting esimvilelele ka general kwase ngesibili.
It was now a second meeting. The other meeting with the general had now finished. It was now another meeting.
Do you remember which year?
So khumbula unyaka?
About 2019.
I think it was 2019. So then?
Yeah.
I will check for that.
Yes. So what was the purpose of that meeting?
Kwakuyini inhloso yaleyo mhlangano lo?
Nami ngangazi because eqaleni wayithe ayikho.
Okay. I also didn't know because at first they said that
as a court, please don't refer to the
asingangeni
content.
kumniningwane ukuthi kwakhuluma kwathini.
Yes.
Ufuna nje ukwazi inhloso.
Who initiated that meeting?
Yeah. Kwakuwumbono kabantu ukuthi akube naleyo meeting.
Colonel Buthelezi.
Colonel Buthelezi.
And what was the purpose of the meeting?
Inhloso. Kwakuyini inhloso yomhlangano?
Kwakuthola ukuthi mina ngazi ini.
To find out as to what is that I knew.
Yes, did you tell them what you knew about the man?
Ingabe wabatshela ukuthi wazini?
Ngamtshela engwaziyo.
I told him what I knew.
Yes. And what happened thereafter? You may not refer to what they said.
Asangeni ke ukuthi wabatshelani kwase kwenzekani. Siyandlulile manje ubatshelile ukuthi wazini, siyandlula ke kwase kwenzekani emuva kokuthi ubatshelile. Now with Colonel Buthelezi.
Yes, after the meeting with Colonel Buthelezi and Warrant Officer Makubo, what happened further?
Ufikile umhlangano wandlula lo kwakwala noMakubo noButhelezi kwase kwenzekani emuva kwalokho.
Emva kwalokho kuqhubekile isikhathi ngoba bekuwulonyaka bekuwunyaka obusy nyaka.
The time went on because it was still in that year. It was a busy year. Yebo.
Which year are you referring to?
Kuma ngawuphi nyaka?
2019.
I found myself being busy.
Yes, why did you say you found yourself being busy?
Usho ngani ukuthi wayithola busy?
Ngoba naye uKenneth Buthelezi wabe-accuser ukuthi ngivela
Yes.
uKelly Khumalo.
As you may not
I was
refer
accused
to
by
what
Buthelezi.
yes. What happened further? You said it was a busy year. What happened further?
Kwasekwenzekani?
Okay. Sidlule kuphi sapha?
Right,
Just
you
want
were,
to be reminded
yes, we're at a point where you had a meeting with Colonel Buthelezi and Warrant Officer Makubo.
Sindlulile manje la kule meeting.
What happened after that meeting?
Kwenzekani emva kwalo meeting?
Ngiyakhumbula kwaba ne-incident yokuthi kuthiwe kuboshwe uMuzi.
I remember there was an incident where it was said that Muzi had been arrested.
Yeah, who's Muzi?
Bani Muzi,
Accused number 1.
umsolo wokuqala.
Then kwabe sekufika abangubo futhi
Again, his relatives arrived.
beza i-police station
They came to the police station.
bezongibuza ukuthi actually bangibuza ngokunye.
They asked me about something different.
Babazi babengibuza ngoMuzi kodwa ma ngilalile inkulumo
But in that, they were asking me about Muzi,
uboshwa kaMuzi.
about his arrest.
So akukho engangikwazi ukuthini ubosheleni akukho.
I knew nothing as to why was he arrested.
Was he arrested in connection with this case?
Ngabe wayeboshelwe lona lecala le? No.
Yes, and when was it more or less?
Kwakunini?
I think kwakuJune
I think it was in June.
Which year?
Nyaka?
2019.
Same year, 2019.
Then
Yes, we proceed.
Yep.
emva kwalokho kwabe sekufika
Yes. Yes, you mentioned that you had a meeting with Brigadier Gininda at Telkom Towers. Were there any further meetings between you and Brigadier Gininda after?
Sorry to interject, my lord. I keep seeing that the witness is perhaps poring or looking at something. If we,
What is that? What is he looking at?
This is my paper. This is
Oh,
my notes
okay.
that I'm taking.
He's looking at what?
no. I just wanted to know.
He's not reading it, he's looking at it.
All right.
This is what I'm writing.
Yes.
But it's Tom.
Thank you. You mentioned a meeting that you had with Brigadier Gininda. Were there any further meetings with him?
Ukhulumile nge-meeting ka-Brigadier Gininda. Ngabe kwazazikhona ezinye meeting ezazikhona?
kwenye meeting after Telkom Towers ile afika kuyo kimi Aviator Kempton Park.
Except for the meeting at the Telkom Towers, he came to me at Aviator, Kempton Park.
When was that?
Kwakunini?
Kwakuyi-13 yena 13
13 zayiphi inyanga? Kuphi inyanga? 13 November.
Yes.
Yebo.
Was he alone at the meeting?
Ngabe wayehamba yedwa kuleyo meeting le?
wayengezanga yedwa uhamba nomunye ubrigadier.
He was not alone, he was in the company of another brigadier.
Yes. Do you remember his name?
Usakukhumbula igama lakhe?
Ngikhumbula igama ngoba waye-introduce ngegama mayiqeda.
I remember the name,
Tony.
What's he?
Tony.
He introduced himself by name, Tony.
Yes. What happened at that meeting?
Kwenzekani kuleyo mhlangano loyo?
Babe sebengibuza nje ngokwazi ukuthi ngazi mayelana nodaba.
They asked me about my knowledge as to what is it that I knew about this matter.
Uma ukhumbula nami akukho engangikwazi ukuphatheka ngaphandle kwalokho engangikuweshilo manje.
If you'd recall, there's nothing tangible which I knew except for that which I have already alluded to.
ngabe sengimtshela ukuthi nami anginalwazi lakho ukuthi kwenziwa yibo or yini or whatever ababekusho ukuthi kwenzekani anginalwazi lakho.
I then informed them that I didn't know as to whether it was done or committed by them. I had no knowledge about it.
Yes.
Yebo.
Then emva kwalokho wabesethi naye uzozenzela uphenyo.
After he said that he was going to conduct his own investigation.
If you say you had no knowledge whether it was done by them, what do you mean?
Ukuthi ngangeke ngithi nginesiqinisekiso sokuthi yibo ababulala uMeyiwa ngangeke baqambela amanga.
That I wouldn't tell lies to them and said that I had certainty that they are the ones that killed Meyiwa.
Yes, who are they? Who are you referring to?
Uma uthi wongeke ukuthi yibo ababulala uMeyiwa ukhuluma ngobani?
Ngabasolwa.
The suspects.
But emva kwalokho ngabe sengiba nolwazi olwami lwalo personal ukuthi I was sure ukuthi yebo yibo.
But thereafter I had my own knowledge where I was now sure or certain that indeed it was them.
If you say it was them, who are you referring to?
Uma uthi kwakuyibo ukhuluma ngobani?
From accused number 1 to 5.
From accused number 1 to 5.
And why do you say so?
Ukusho yini lokho?
Ngenxa lesi sigameko esenzeka ngaleli langa ngikhona.
Sorry, because of the incident that happened on the day when I was there.
Yes, which incident?
Yebo. Siphi isigameko?
Leyokuthi babuye bangena neibhamu.
That they came back and they had firearms.
And they celebrate
and celebrating his death.
Yes. How was it celebrated?
They celebrated kanjani?
Ibhodlela le whiskey.
With a bottle of whiskey.
Yes, why do you say it was celebrated?
Ukushiso yini ukuthi babe celebrate?
Kwangimangazi bakuthatha phi bona lokho. Emva kwalokho
Angifuna singajahi. It amazed me or it surprised me as to where they got that from, and thereafter emva kwalokho
kube khona insolo ebhekiswa kubo.
And thereafter allegations are directed at them.
Yes, but
then emva kwalokho noMuzi ayikhulume nami.
And thereafter Muzi himself speaking about it with me.
Muzi which
accused number 1.
Umsolo wokuqala.
Yes, which occasion are you referring to?
Isiphi lesigameko okhuluma ngaso ukuthi wayikhuluma nawe?
Telephonically and nasekhaya.
Telephonically and at back home.
And if you say telephonically, which occasion are you referring to?
Uma usithi telephonically ukhuluma ngaliphi ihlandla?
And if you say back at home, which occasion are you referring to?
To the incident ukuthi angikhuzele bona.
With regards to the incident of requesting him to stop them.
Requesting them to stop who?
Ukuthi stop ebani?
Like abafowabo ukuthi beplan ukungibulala.
His brothers were planning to kill me.
And naye angitshela ukuthi kumayelana nalolu daba lakhipha.
And also him telling me that it was about the incident of the goalkeeper.
And when was that occasion when he told you about the incident of the goalkeeper?
Ukutshela kwakhe ngodaba likakeeper kwakunini? It was in August.
Yeah, what was the occasion?
Umcimbi ekhaya kwakukanosisi wami.
It was my sister's wedding back home. He was also present.
What is it in particular that made you suspicion regarding his utterances?
Yini ke le eyakubangela ukuthi ube nensolo kuloko awayekusho kuwena
during that occasion?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ngithi sikhuluma manje ngalelanga lokugana kwasister wakho kwasisi wakho. Yini le kuloko ayekusho eyakubangela ukuthi ube nensolo?
Ukuthi ngendlela ayisho ngakhona nasezixoxa ngakhona.
Sorry. In the manner in which he said it and how we were discussing it. Yebo. It showed me that he had knowledge about it.
Yes, what is it in particular that
he knew
made you to gain that impression?
yini le othi yona eyakubangela ukuthi ke cha manje usiyangitshengisa ukuthi uyazi.
ukuthi washo ukuthi kuyinkinga.
He said that it was a problem.
Emva kwalokho kwathi makuza buza omunye saye ukuxoxa ngayo because bangasaqhubeka ngayo.
And when someone else now approached us, we stopped it and we didn't discuss it anymore.
Yes, anything further that you wish to add?
Khona okunye ofisa ukuthi kwengeza? I think that's enough. That I can still recall.
Now, what was the last meeting that you had with General Leshabane?
Kwakuyini umhlangano wokugcina owaba nawo naye uGeneral Leshabane?
Okuyi-19.
It was on the 19th November 2019.
And what was the outcome that was arrived at that meeting?
Yini noma isiphi isinqumo esathathwa kulowo mhlangano lo wange-19 November 2019?
Mangikhumbula kahle ukuthi siye ukukhuluma ngalolu daba.
If I remember well, that we should stop talking about this matter
because wayiba informing abanye such as the National Commissioner.
Because he had informed the others such as the National Commissioner.
Waqinisekisa ke ngokuthi ngophenyo lakhe abasolwa.
And he assured me that as far as his investigation went, that the suspects were the right ones.
And the last meeting that you had with Brigadier Gininda, when was that?
Umhlangano wokugcina owawunawo noGininda wawunini wona?
Maybe mase a statement.
It was a statement. It was when I wanted a statement from me.
No, but I'm referring to you mentioned that you met him at Kempton Park in the presence of another Brigadier Tony. Were there any other further meetings after this one?
Ushilo ukuthi wahlangana naye ke Aviator eKempton Park kanye ehamba nomunye uBrigadier Tony. Emuva kwaloyo mhlangano khona umunye umhlangano owaba nawo noGininda? No.
And what was the outcome of that meeting? What was decided?
Isiphi isinqumo esathathwa kuloyo mhlangano lo kanye noGininda lo waseKempton Park?
Ukuthi uzozenzela open.
That he was going to conduct his investigation.
And just for record purpose, when was this meeting?
Umhlangano lo uthi wawunini? 13 November 2019.
Now you refer to Warrant Officer Makubo and Colonel Botelezi. Did they take any statement from you regarding the matter?
Ukhulumile mayelana no Warrant Officer Makubo kanye no Colonel Botelezi ngaba bona ikhona istatement noma istatement abasithatha kuwena mayelana nalolu daba? No.
Just maybe final, are you able to describe the 9mm that you refer to, that you say you saw in Mr. Gwabeni's room?
I-9mm le othi wayibona-ke lapha egumbini lakhe uGwabeni ungakwazi uyichaza?
Noma isikhathi sesiside ayiside kakhulu isikhathi.
It's been a long time, a very long time.
Yes.
Angeke ngithi ngoba akukho mhlawumbe ngathi ngayishoot isithombe maybe kodwa ngoba isikhathi side kakhulu yenzeka lento.
There's no way where I can say I took a picture of it and it's been a long time since the incident happened.
Yes. But just a general description.
Ungachaza nje general nje.
Objection, my lord. The witness has already indicated that he can't.
Yes.
As a court, are you able to give any other description beyond what you've just said?
Ngaphandle kwalokho osukushilo khona nje okunye ungakusho ungachaza ngaphandle kwalokho oqeda ukusho.
Objection. That is just the same question. It falls back to the same answer. He said he can't describe it because this incident took place a very long time ago.
Okay. It's nothing tense on that, my lord. We leave it at that. Just maybe
able to describe it. I'll tell you why. He says it's a 9mm. It's not a description. That. Mr. Mnisi.
Yes,
All of you. When he says it's a 9mm, that's not a description. Mr. Mnisi, it's not a description.
It is, but you cannot go further. It is, but you cannot.
But when he says
It's a 9mm. You could have said it's a .38. Okay, you've heard me.
no, man, I don't understand what the court is actually saying because you say
Mr. Rapeles, do you understand me?
No, I don't understand. I don't understand it.
Okay, fine. We don't understand each other. No problem. It's because you guys, sorry, you didn't object when Mr. Baloi said, can you describe the 9mm? That was your question, right?
indeed, no.
He said, he didn't say firearm. He said, can you describe the 9mm you saw at the room of Gwanda? Who's that guy? Gwabeni.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
No, I can't describe it because
That's
it's a
it.
very long time incident.
Fine. I would have expected you to object.
Yes.
Okay.
Why should we have objected?
Because he's leading the witness. He should have said, can you describe the firearm which you saw?
Yes.
That's a world of difference.
Yes. I think I said that, my lord.
Okay, fine. Let's leave it. Nothing turns on
but
it.
nothing turns on it. We just want to just maybe finally show you some further photos from Exhibit S.
Exhibit S.
Yes, page 20. Yes, page 22.
Page 22.
Page 22 of Exhibit S, my lord.
Okay.
Just waiting for the photos to come up on the screen. Yes, what is your comment regarding this picture? Page 22. You can also look at the screen.
Ngathini ngaleso sithombe leso 22.
Ngathi ngibona uGadla.
I would say I see Gadla,
Yes, which accused?
Umsola,
Accused number 3.
accused number 3,
Photo 23.
23.
Yeah, Uganda.
Skadla.
Yes, which accused?
Move umsolwa.
Accused number 3.
Accused number 3.
Photo 24.
24.
Ngibona nomunye kodwa ngibona ohleli phansi
I see someone else, but I see him. He's seated.
Who?
Ubani?
Uganda.
It's Gaza.
Yeah, which accused?
Umsolwa.
Accused number 3.
Accused number 3, and another one. Yeah.
Yes. Is that the only person you recognize?
Yena
on the
phela
photo?
umuntu ombonayo la.
Khona omunye engimbonayo kodwa angifuni ukumsukela ngizothi uyena phela ngimbonayo.
There is someone else I see, but I don't. I would only say now that he's the only one that I see.
Okay. Photo 29.
29.
Yeah. Ohleli phansi.
He's seated.
Yes, who?
Ubani?
Accused number 3.
Accused number 3.
Photo 31.
31.
Accused number 3.
Accused number 3.
Which one?
Mupi. Komba lapha. Here he is.
Page 35.
35.
Or maybe just before 34.
34. 34.
34 akukho clear.
34 is not that clear.
35.
35.
My Lord, this is not an objection, President, probably to assist my colleague here. In all the photos that have been flighted here, a court where accused number 3 appears with his dreadlocks tied at the back with a wound. Photos are not in dispute. Photos do not lie. This just to assist my colleague, man. You can spend the whole day trying to demonstrate that this is accused number 3, number 3, number 3. At the end of the day, it is him. Specifically with those hairs that are appearing on those photos.
No,
Thank you, man.
maybe he's not going the way you think he's going.
Okay, no, it's
Are
fine.
you going the same way?
The only way that Nisi can assist us if he makes formal admissions in terms of section 220. That is the only way, my lord.
Okay.
Page 35. Yes. Do you recognize anyone there? And who is that?
Ubani?
Accused number 3.
Accused number 3.
In any of your meetings with General Shabani, did photos of the accused feature?
Kumhlangano obenayo naye uGeneral Shabane ngaba izithombe zabasolwa khona la owatshengiswa khona izithombe zabasolwa.
Ngitshengiswa uGeneral Shabane
By General Shabane.
Yeah.
Yes.
showing me.
No. Did photos of the accused feature in any of your meetings with General Shabani?
Feature as in speaking about? Or
Yes.
ngabe kukhulunyiwe yini ngezithombe zabasolwa kwimihlangano obenayo noGeneral Shabane?
Ukuthakazanga akayibukanga iy'thombe. So uyithombe angitshele ngazo wayeyicelile yini kodwa yena akukho aze nazo ndini wathi nasi.
Not that he came with pictures to me and said to me, here are the pictures, but he did request for some photos from me.
Yes. So just tell us about that occasion.
Awusitsheleke ngalokho ukuthi acele iy'thombe kuwena.
Bengilaze accused number 3.
I didn't have photos of accused number 3.
Yes. What?
Yebo.
Yes.
Benginethombe accused number 1
I had photo of accused number 1
and I think accused number 2.
and I think accused number 2.
Yes.
Only.
Yes. What did you do? Where did you obtain those photos?
Wawuyithola kuphi lezo yithombe lezo?
Ngithathe efonini cishe kaGwabini.
From Gwabini's phone. The witness is whispering, my lord, says he'd like to go to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah. Those times.
Yes. As it's almost time for the long adjournment.
10.
Yeah. It's now 11 minutes to 1. In light of the discussion that we had in chambers,
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe it shouldn't be an appropriate time then to adjourn to tomorrow, in light of the request of the defense.
Indeed, so my lord, that was the arrangement in chambers. If I can find out from my learned colleague how long he still has to go with this witness, perhaps we can utilize the full 15 minutes.
Went out to his chambers since we had a meeting this morning with the judges. He was not robed when he arrived this morning.
So he's gone to chambers to go and rope.
To go and rope and get his
Okay,
material.
find us on the way. Yes. We shall tell him what the learned prosecutor says.
As a court, please, my lord, after yesterday's proceedings,
Yes.
a video clip has been brought to the state's attention, which in our submission, my lord, might amount to contempt of court in facie curiae. And, you know, we just seek guidance of the court. We're ready to play the clip here that shows one of the accused making certain gestures to the witness whilst he was testifying. And, you know, we just seek the court's guidance as whether this court prepared to watch the clip and that an inquiry be made regarding that possible charge of contempt of court in facie
Who
curiae.
brought the video into your attention?
Yes.
Somebody brought it to your attention?
Yes, the investigating team. Yes.
Oh, the investigating team?
Yes. It's a clip of this camera, my lord, that captured one of the accused making gestures to this witness while he was testifying.
Yeah,
And-
okay, we have to view it because
Yes.
I can't determine without seeing it whether there's a contempt of court.
As a court places.
But you advise Mr. Mnisi what is happening.
Bafethu-ke umshushisi akwazisa inkantolo ukuthi ngaphambili kokuthi ufakazi abizwe ikhona-ke ividiyo abayibonile-ke ithimba leli liphenye icala abamkhombise yona-ke leyo video. Ukhona omunye wabasolwa akhona akwenzayo kuyena ufakazi lo ofakazayo manje. Ithi inkantolo ngaphambi kokuthi ngathatha isinqumo ngayo leyo video leyo kufanele iqale ibone sala ukuthi yini leyo ilapho kuleyo video.
Yeah, okay, let's see the video. Because remember how the press should behave. You remember that order we
Yes.
made
Yes. Yes.
regarding reportage, the
Yes.
press, what shouldn't happen, what should happen, etc.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see whether it contravenes any of that order. Yeah, I can see.
Yes. Maybe it can be played again.
Yes, start it from the beginning. Which accused is that? Who's
It's
just
accused number 5, my lord.
accused number 5?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the end of the video?
Yes, it's just those gestures that have been made, my lord.
Yeah. Accused number 5. Do you see yourself there?
Mr. Ntuli, uyabuza ujaji ukuthi uyayibona lapha leyo video. Yes, I do, my lord.
What were you intending to convey to the witness?
Bekuyini le bekuyisifiso sakho sokuthi uyindlulisele
Objection, my lord.
umfanekiso?
My lord, the
Mr.
accused is
Cholola.
represented.
Ms. Msholo? Just sit down. I have seen the video and I am asking the accused. You will make your representation thereafter. Now you want to make the representations before you have even heard me. Is that what you're saying?
As the court
Which procedure is that? Yes, sir. What were you intending to convey, or what are you conveying? If at all you're conveying anything.
Uma ukuthi khona ukushoyo okudlulisayo yini lokudlulisa noma bekuyisifiso sakho sokuthi undlulise.
Hayi ukuthi angizakhumbula ukuthi ngikhuluma ngoba lo muntu okhuluma ngayo shera banombono
I can't even remember what it is that I was talking about, because the person that is being referred to, my lord, is seated here as the witness is pointing, and the prosecutor is obscuring the view. I can't even see that person.
My question is simple. What were you intending to convey, if at all? I'm not talking whether you see the witness or what. I'm looking at that clip, and I see you're making facial gestures and expressions. Just want to understand, what were you intending to convey to whoever? I never spoke about the witness.
Inkantolo ithi ayikhulumanga ngofakazi nokuthi bekubanike noma uma kuukuthi kukhona lokho kukusho bekuyini noma lokho kuhlose ukuthi ukusho uthi akakhulumanga ngofakazi uthi ukhuluma nje ngalokho akubonayo la ku video ujudge. I can't remember what it is that we're talking about, because there is a lot that we are discussing, pointing to where they are seated.
Yes, Mr. Msholo. Any submissions regarding what is happening in the clip about your client?
Thank you, my lord. I have consulted with Mr. Ntuli regarding this clip, my lord. The problem we had firstly is that there are no utterances that we could hear from the video clip.
Have you heard of sign language? It's now official. It's an official language, sign language. Right, you heard me. So?
Yes, and then when I was asking him as to what was he doing, the Mr. Ntuli, my lord, denies that he was referring to the witness when he was speaking with the gesture depicted in the video clip. As you can see, my lord, that he was speaking next to number 4, who was next to him, not that he was speaking to the witness.
Okay, fine. Mr. Baloy?
As a court pleases, my lord, from the clip it can be seen that there's a gesture of a pulling of a trigger, and to me, my lord, that is very serious.
He says he was just speaking.
Yes. At this stage, my lord, we just request the court to bring it to the attention of all the accused that interfering with any witnesses might amount to contempt of court in facie curiae, and that they should desist from such conduct.
Okay.
Yes. I can refer the court to this handbook by Sneyman Criminal Law, 7th edition.
Just read that for us.
At page 287.
You must interpret for the accused.
Inkantolo isenikeza ithuba ummeli wakho Mr. Ntuli uthi ke ukhulume niyena khuluma ke nababili waphika ke wena ukuthi nje kukhona lokho ukukusho noma ubhekisa ke kuyena ufakazi ola enkantolo ubukhuluma kodwa ke nalo oseduzo kwakho accused number 4. Umshushisi ke uma senikezwe ithuba nayo uyaphendula ke uthi kuyabonakala lapha eyaphikile ukuthi ke kukhona la utshengisa khona noma ke wenza uphawu khona ke lokudonsa noma lokuphula itrigger uthi into ayibonile ke leyo umshushisi usecela inkantolo ke manje ukuthi ikhiphe isixwayiso kubo bonke abasolwa ukuthi ukuphazamisana nofakazi efakaza lana ke ukuthi inkantolo ifanele inaziseke ukuthi lokho kungenzana noma kunamiphumela yini.
Yes, Mr. Vosloorus.
The court, please, my lord, says the handbook of Sneyman Criminal Law, 7th edition, where the learned author discusses contempt of court, and he defines it as follows. Contempt of court consists in unlawfully and intentionally violating the dignity, repute, or authority of a judicial body or a judicial officer in its judicial capacity, And he then discusses the various forms of contempt of court, both outside and in court. And when he discusses contempt of court in facie curiae, that is inside court, he mentions the following examples: interfering with witnesses or presiding officer. He says X commits contempt of court if he improperly influences or attempts to influence a judge, magistrate, assessor, party to a case, complainant or accused, and in this instance, witness, interpreter, or legal representative in a case, in the decision he has to make in the case, the evidence he has to give, this is our instance, or generally the way in which he has to conduct himself during the trial. The act may take the form of intimidating the person concerned, and this we submit, my Lord, is on all fours with what we, the clip that we have just shown. As indicated, my Lord, at this stage, we're not going to insist on a formal inquiry. We just want the court to admonish all the accused that such conduct might fall foul of the law and constitute contempt of court in facie curiae.
Fine, Mr. Rapelesi, before you, Ramasepidi, sorry, any comments as an officer of this court about the strictures of the law which Mr. Balui has read for us? Any comment?
As the court precedes, my Lord, I was also made aware before we came to chambers, my Lord, and upon our return, I did also speak to accused number 1 and 2 about the required conduct in court, my Lord, as the court precedes.
Mr. Mnisi?
As it is the court, my Lord, it is indeed so that trial should take place in an open and fair environment that is free from intimidation. However, in the context of the case, it does sometimes happen that flares temper. What do they call it now? Yes, flares temper or tempers flares. I think we should just request the accused people to refrain from doing that, because that affects the quality in which the witnesses will be giving their testimony. And vice versa, witnesses should also, if there are any witnesses, they should also be cautioned not to do or say something that would affect the emotions of the accused. Thank you very much. And I'm very grateful to the state, the manner in which it approached this matter. Thank you.
Mr. Umano?
My Lord, it was also brought to me this morning. I have also raised it with my client that they should, respect the decorum of the court. That is far I can take it. Thank you.
Ms. Chola, you want to add?
Thank you, my Lord. Just very few submissions, my Lord. I also appreciate, my Lord, what has been brought to the attention of this court, especially a reference to the Sneyman criminal law, what is contained there regarding the behavior in which we should behave, including our clients, as well as the witnesses in this court. However, my Lord, I would also like to put it on record that if the state was serious and aware of what has been brought to the attention of this court, this ought to have been brought first time when Mr. Tumelo insulted at our clients, and the state did not do anything. So I appreciate what is being done now, so that the witnesses also, they will be told that they are not allowed to insult at our clients. As much as our clients also are not supposed to behave in any manner, the witnesses too should be warned for the same. And also, my Lord, lastly, to say, regarding the actions when they are sitting in the witness at the box, maybe we need to get a clarity there whether they should not make any actions, something like that, my Lord.
If you want to question, you can go.
Thank you, my Lord.
No problem.
Thank
Let me tell you, I've got 50 years experience in criminal law. And I'm just generally telling you this. I know all the tricks. I can tell you, I saw those gestures when the witness who did a turnabout under cross-examination by Mr.
The other day.
Yes, I was watching. I just kept quiet.
Thank you, madam.
If you want to confirm this, you can ask the JP. I brought it to the attention of the JP. So I'm saying bad, please.
Thank you, madam.
I'm not.
Those were
Not this judge.
Indeed, my lord, we are indebted to the court generally, and unfortunately, my lord, for some of us, we don't have eyes at the back,
Yeah,
so
no,
we
I
just
know.
focused
No, I'm just
here.
saying I noticed it.
Okay.
I noticed it. You must know that.
Inkantolo seyinikeza bonke ke abameli benu ithuba ke ukuthi baphefumuleke emuva kokuthi umshushisi esefundile ukuthi umthetho uthinike ngendlela yokuyiphatha enkantolo yabasolwa abamangalelwa abofakazi kukhulunyiwe futhi njengabo bonke abantu basebenza enkantolo ngizwile kukhulunywa futhi nangaye uToleka so indlela nje yomuntu wonke ukuthi ayiphathe enkantolo bathi ke banemeke ngalokho ukuthi kulethiwe kodwa ke wabesengeza basho ke abameli benu ukuthi bakhulumile nani ukuthi ke kufanele kwenziweni ke enkantolo wasengeza ke uadvocate Mshololo ukuthi ke nabofakazi bayacela kunabo ukuthi ke babe nendlela ke yokukhulumisana nabamangalelwa enkantolo uma bekukuthi banikeze ngobufakazi babo. Okunye kongezile futhi ujaji ke ukuthi nangaleli yalanga ke kwakunomunye umfakazi owayekhona lana uma ngaphosisike ngicabanga ukuthi khulunywa ngayo ukutheleza ukuthi wabona ke nangalelo langa futhi ukuthi kukhona kwenziwe kodwa wathatha nje isinqumo sokuthi uzothula ngeke uthi uyafuna nje nikwazi lokho ukuthi wabona nangalelo langa kufakaza ukutheleza ukuthi kukhona okwakwenziwe ngathi ukuthelezi eseshintsha ke kwinkulumo yakhe.
Okay, thanks. I'll just leave it at that. Yes, Mr. Baloi.
As a court, please, my lord, we can also confirm that what the court has remarked now regarding the other witness, Mr. Buthelezi, that was also brought to our attention.
No, I saw it.
Hence, we felt that that the accused should be admonished about such conduct.
I saw it. I just kept quiet. That's why I mentioned it. Okay, Mr. Baloi, let's start.
As requested by the state, my lord, we just request that the accused be admonished and be made aware that such conduct will in future perhaps might attract
Sanctions.
the contempt of court process.
Yeah, only accused are warned to desist.
Bonke ke abasolwa nabamangalelwa ke banikezwe isexwayiso.
Disturbing the decorum of this court whilst witnesses are giving evidence. No gestures should be directed at the witnesses.
Bayaxwayiswa bonke ke abasolwa ukuthi ngathi ke ufakazi benikeza ngobufakazi kungabikho ke abakwenzayo ukuphazamisana nofakazi ngathi ethula ubufakazi bakhe enkantolo.
I read the case for all the accused counsels. R versus Hepworth of 1928, which says a criminal case is not a joke. Not a joke. Serious matter.
Kunecala ke la 1928 ka Hepworth ebengifundele bonke abameli benuke ukuthi ke enkantolo akusiyona ke indawo la kwenziwa khona ke amakhaya.
Okay.
Serious court.
So you're warned accordingly.
Nexwayiswa ke.
Yes, Mr. Baloi.
As a court, please, my lord, the witness can come in.
Yeah, you're still on the oath, sir?
Usengaphansi kwaso isifungo busithathe izolo baba. Understood, my lord. Singahlala.
Yes, Mr. Baloi.
As a court, please, yesterday when we adjourned, you were still telling the court about the photos of the accused that you've received. You can continue from there.
Izolo ke uma sesiqedela ke sekuphele isikhathi ke ubusakhuluma ngazo ke ithombe zabasolwa owayithola noma owayitholile usungaqhubeka ke usuka khona lapho.
You will still explain as to how you received those photos.
Ubusachaza ke ukuthi ithombe lezo wayithola kanjani.
iy'thombe engangiyitholile ngayithola kwifoni kaGwabini.
The
Sengiyisendela kweyami ifoni.
Okay. The photos that I received them from Gwabini's phone. I then sent them to my phone.
And when was that?
Kwakunini lokho?
Noma ngakhumbula i-date kodwa kwakuyisikhathi esidibene eThembisa.
Although I can't remember the date, but it was at the time when we had met in Tembisa.
Which year, more or less?
Kuphi unyaka?
2019.
2019.
Did you take any action as a result of those photos? Did you do anything with them?
Kukhona owakwenza ngazo lezo zithombe lezo?
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes. And which accused are you referring to here?
Ibaphi abasolo khuluma ngabo la?
Accused number 1 and number 2.
Accused number 1 and number 2. So lokuqala kanye nowesibili.
Yes, and what did you do with those photos?
Waye wenzani ke ngalezo zithombe lezo?
Ngayikhipha ifonini yami general ifuna ukuyibona.
I then downloaded them and took them from my phone because the general wanted to see them.
Which general?
Muphi general?
General
Lishabani.
Yes.
Yebo. Singaqhubeka.
Yes. Yes. What did you do with those photos?
Waye wenzani ngalezo zithombe?
You say you downloaded them. What did you do?
Then ngayibonisa yena.
And then showed him the pictures.
Who?
Ubani?
General
Lishabani.
Okay. And can you just explain what was the purpose of showing him the pictures?
Awusho nje kwakuyini ke inhloso yokumtshengisa ithombe lezo?
ayifuna ukubona abasolwa izithombeni ukuthi laba abasolwa ekhuluma ngabo.
He wanted to see the suspects in pictures as to which suspect was I talking about.
And just lastly, Mr. Zungu, you mentioned that you did partake in some alcohol on the particular evening. What was the state of your sobriety?
Ushilo ke ukuthi nani noma wawuphuza ngaleli langa leliyana ke ngathi isimo sakho ke nanje ngoba wawuphuzileke wawukusiphi isimo?
Ngiphuzile kodwa ngangaphuzanga dawa.
I think that I had consumed some alcohol, but not too, but I wasn't drunk.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Yes, Mr. Mr. Court, this is my lord. I thought Mr. Mabu was going to be. You thought what? He was going to be a bit long, so I didn't set up my conditions. Now, sir, you testified that at some stage when you were at Vosloorus hostel, you were asked to move your car out of the way because you had parked somebody in. You did that, and in the process, you removed a bag. You removed a bag from your car, put your service pistol in it, and the car keys, and then you went inside Gwabini's place, correct?
Ubufakazi bakho ushilo ke ukuthi la owuphake khona awuphake ukuthi ukhona ke lo owumvalele wasuhamba ke lapho kuyesusa imoto leyo wakhipha khona ke ibag ya isikhwama sakho isibhamu sakho sasemsebenzini wase ubuyela ngaphakathi koGwabini. Yes.
And further that you then gave Gwabini
the bag containing the firearm, the service pistol, and the car keys for him to store it for you, correct?
Wase uma songena ngaphakathi ke wanikeza yena ke uGwabini isikhwama leso ke esasinesibhamu sakho kanye nekhiya zemoto ukuthi ayibambe.
Isibhamu sabe sikimi, ibheke yayibuye amnikeza lethi isibhamu.
The firearm was with me. He had the bag, and then I later on gave him the firearm.
Okay. So, just for clarity's sake, that firearm, when you give it to him, did you place it in that bag that you also gave him, or he stored it separately away from the bag?
Uma usumnikeza isibhamu leso ke ingaba wasithatha isibhamu wasifaka kusona isikhwama lesi ubumnikeze sona kuqala noma wabeka isibhamu komihlangothi wasebeka isikhwama komihlangothi?
Ngabeka isikhwama kuqala, isibhamu sabakini isikhathi eside sahleli.
Okay, I first placed the bag there, and then for the longer time the firearm was in my possession. Yebo.
Okay. But eventually you gave him the firearm to spray for you.
When we started drinking, I then left the firearm with him.
But what I want to get to is that firearm, was it placed in the very same bag that you gave him that had your car keys?
Manje engifuna ukwazi kuwena ukuthi angithi manje isikhwama bese sikuyena vele. Uma usumnikeza isibhamu ke manje ngabe usithathile isibhamu wasifaka kulesi isikhwama bese sikuyena vele noma wasibeka nje kwe?
Angiboni ukuthi mhlawumbe wasifaka ku bag noma kuthiwa wasifaka ngabe wasifaka kodwa ngamnikeza isibhamu esayidini.
I don't think that he placed the firearm in the bag. If it is so, then he must have done that on his own. But I gave the firearm to him aside.
Now, just give me the setting of, because I want to understand the context of that area where you were at, Gwabeni's room, the common use area that is inclusive of the kitchen. Can you describe that for me so that I've got an idea of what was happening? Because you said there was partying, there was drinking, there was ingoma, a dance and meat and all of that.
Gidwa ke kwakudliwa inyama kwakuphuzwa konke lokho sengifuna nje ukwazi ke uma ungachaza le ndawo le inanihlezi kuyona ke ukuthi ile ndawo le inanihlezi kuyona usihlanganisa ukuthi uyindawo ekanjani.
Njoba ngishilo ukuthi ihostel leyindawo enespace esivulekile for abantu bonke. Ikamero eli lomuntu likaGwabi njengalo liqonda le nayo le ndawo eyi-hall.
As I've said, that the hostel is an open space and a bigger space for everyone, and then Gwabeni's bedroom is facing the halls. In other words, when you're in the hall, you're facing Gwabeni's bedroom.
And from there, because you had a firearm that was thought that you had to keep an eye on because there was lots of movement, and that's a state pistol. How far were you seated from Gwabeni's room in relation to that common area, the kitchen, so that we can observe perhaps somebody going into Gwabeni's room?
Nanjengoba ke kwakuyisibhamu somsebenzi lesi isibhamu sombuso kwaye futhi ke ufuneke ke kwakufanele ukuthi usiqaphile la ohlezi khona ke wawukude kangakanani ke nekamera leliyana likaGwabeni la ukuthi isibhamu noma ungakwazi ukuthi ubone.
Njoba ngangihleli la mangifika sifika ngasaphuza ngabeshiya isibhamu fike sahlala saxoxa bephuza ngaleso sikhathi abanye bebephuza.
Okay, where I was seated, it was not a matter of as we arrived or as I arrived we started drinking. We sat down, we had some conversation, others were drinking. Yebo.
Emva kwalokho ngathi mangiphuma ngoba lokho ngibuze ngibeka isibhamu sami ngangibalekela ukuthi mangiphuma naso ngoba sasikile kwangenzeka umuntu afika asidonse aphume naso.
Now
ngakho ngabona ngoba sesiphuzile manje yochama kungenzeka kube khona osidonsayo.
Now when I went out, the reason why I decided to leave the firearm on my way out, I was thinking that maybe because now we had already started drinking, when I went out to relieve myself or to urinate, someone might pull it. Hence I decided to leave it.
And when you hand the fire up, stress that, I'll come to that. Tell me about illumination in that area, the kitchen area plus Gwabeni's room at the time.
La enanihlezi khona kanye nenkampani lana kwaGwabeni ke awusho ukuthi ukhanya kwakukanjani ukhanya.
Njoba ngangihleli ngibheka umnyango kaGwabini sho ngangibona yonke into eyenzakalayo wonke umuntu ongena ekamereni kaGwabini uphuma khona uwenza lo wonke kwakwenza ekamereni kaGwabini ngangubona ingakho ngangihleli.
Hence I was seated where I was seated. I was in a position to see everything that was happening in Gwabini's bedroom. Anyone was going out, I was going into the bedroom, coming out of it. I was in a position to see everything happening in that bedroom.
Yes, but I'm talking about illumination, where the lights in the area, in that common use area.
La enanihlezi khona sengikhuluma manje ke ngama lights ukuthi kwakhanya yini kwakunama lights ayekhona yini. Obviously there were lights.
And when you hand the firearm to Gwabini, was it in its holster or did you give him the bare firearm?
Nkathi umnikeza uGwabini umnikeza isibhamu lesi sikwi-holster noma wamnikeza nje sona sisodwa?
Ngamnikeza sona sisodwa.
The bare firearm.
Did Gwabini have a safe to store a firearm for you?
Ingaba wayenesafe yini uGwabini yokuthi angagcinela isibhamu?
Isiqinisekiso salokho anginaso kodwa ngamnikeza ukuthi akwazi ukuyikhipha endlini yakhe ngoba kwakukhiyekile futhi kwakungena nongangena ngenye access ngaphandle kokuthi angene la kanti phambili.
Uthe awuyazi wena no yeke ukuthi awazi ukuthi wayenesafe. Yes, about the safe I have no knowledge about the safe, but what I know is that the bedroom was locked. There was no other access. So anyone who wanted to enter that bedroom, I had to go through that door.
And did he show you exactly where he stored the firearm for you?
Ingabe wakhombisa yini la isibhamu asithathe wasibeka khona?
Akamtshengisanga kodwa ngangazi ukuthi sisendlini ngoba kwanganawo wardrobe.
He didn't show me, but I knew that it was in the house because there was no wardrobe.
Now, as a police officer, you were trained in firearms, safekeeping, storage, and the like, correct?
Nanjengephoyisa ngithi wakuthola uqeqeshwa ngokuphatha isibhamu, ngokukhipha ukugcina isibhamu sisafe nokustora.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you also knew that it's a criminal offense for somebody to store a firearm for you when it's not stored in a safe, strong room or other device in terms of the Firearms Control Act when the firearm is not in your possession.
As a court, please, my lord, we object to that kind of, or at least the witness should be warned that there's no obligation on him to answer any question that might incriminate him.
Yes, Mr. Ramaseki, you say the witness is immune from self-incrimination because he's got rights in terms of Section 35
yes,
F of the Constitution.
Yes.
So we are obliged to warn him best.
Yes, he did so
that he can exercise his rights to silence if he wants to. Or he can answer you after you told him, no problem.
Okay, sir. Now, let me draw that question and ask it again. I'm going to ask you a question that may perhaps land you into a problem with the law.
Angithi qala angiqale lana ke ngithi ngizobuza umbuzo osengakufaka noma ongenzeka ukuthi ungakufaka enkingeni emthethweni.
And in terms of Section 35(3)(d), I mean 35 generally, not specific sections, you've got the right to remain silent, you've got the right to have a lawyer of your own choice.
The act doesn't say that.
Yeah.
He's not arrested.
Oh, let me leave that. Okay, all right, let me leave that. You've got the right not to answer a question that incriminates you. If you don't want to comment, you cannot comment. If you can, you may.
Lo mbuzo ke kuwena ke ukuthi uphendule ke uma ubona ukuthi cha awufuna ukuthi noma akusiyona ke inhloso yakho ukuthi uphendule ungasho ke kanjalo.
I was giving him the warrant officers. Sorry about that. So, just this question. It's not a lot of questions that deals with incrimination. Just this one. And the question is this.
Sorry. What is his answer about the warning?
Kulesixwayiso osinikezwayo uthini?
Yeah, ngiyasizwa.
I hear it, my lord.
So can I pose the question to you, then you decide whether you want to answer it or you remain silent?
Ngizodecide abayisobuzo.
I'll decide once you have asked the question.
No, could you decide before you answer the question?
Okay. Umehluleka ucela ukuthi udecide manje ke ngaphambi kokuthi ubuze umbuzo.
If umbuzo ubhekisa kimi ngicela ungawuphendula.
If it's a question directed at me, I'm asking not to answer it.
I respect that. Now, did Gwabini possess a license in order for him to store that firearm for you?
Ingabe uGwabeni wayenelayisenisi yini emnikeza ke imvume noma igunya lokuthi loso sibambe leso akubambele noma agcinele sona?
Angazi. Angicabanga ukuthi nayo.
I don't know. I don't think he has it.
Now, you testified that at some stage you left that area to go to Top's bottle store to buy alcohol when you went to the
Naya at Tops nyothenga khona ke utshwala. Ingabe uma usuhamba noma senihamba niya at Tops wahamba yini wayosikhipa isibhamu ngoba angithi vele kufanele sibe kuwena?
Ukuphendula lapho ngesikhathi ngihamba nge-Tops isibhamu sasisekiwe.
When I went to Tops, the firearm was still with me.
And now let's move on because of the Section 35 notices, questions. I'll move on away from them. Now your testimony is that at Gwabini's place, and to use your exact word, it was busy, it was fun, it was revelry, it was music, it was dance, it was food, and the like, and with lots of comings and goings, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi kuningi nje okwakwenzeka lapha kwaGwabini, kuningi nje kwakumnandi, kwakugidwa, kwakuyingoma nje, kwakudliwa inyama. Ushilo uthi kwakubhizi nje bephuma abanye bengena abanye.
Yebo.
Yes.
According to your estimation, and I'm not telling you to a number, how many people were there at that place, in that revelry party, whatever?
Uma usungaqagela nje ungathi babe bangaki abantu ababe lapha yana kuleya ndawo ngaleliya langa?
Ngiyakhona ukuqagela ngoba ngithi abantu babengena babephuma kodwa kwangabantu abaningi sazazana nabo abantu bangasekhaya abangena.
I wouldn't be able to guess or to estimate. As I said that people were coming in and going out, and it was a lot of people and people that we knew that were coming from back home where we are coming from.
And your testimony then becomes that around 9 p.m. you then observed or noticed accused number 1, 2, and 3. Is that 3? Coming back and from somewhere and going into Gwabini's room, correct?
Kushilo ke ukuthi ngakuma 9 yila ubone khona ke umsolo wokuqala, owesibili, owesithathu bebuya ke la ababebuya khona base beyongena ekamereni lakhe uGwabini.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you say that your suspicion was aroused. What caused you to be suspicious of people coming back and all of that?
Kushilo ke ukuthi yila ose waba neinsolo khona ke yini ke eyakubangela ukuthi ube neinsolo abantu bebuya la ababebuya khona?
Njengoba ngishilo ngangihleli ngoba ngangazi ukuthi erumini kaGwabini kunesibhamu sami ingakho ngangihleli la ngibheke wonke umuntu ondlula yakhona nophumayo nongenayo.
As I said that where I was seated, I was facing Gwabini's room and I was looking at each and every person that was going in and out of that bedroom. Yebo.
Ingakho ngakwazi ukubabona mabengena beya kulo leli camera. Ingakho futhi ngasukuma ngabalandela ngoba ngangathi ngesibhamu sami.
Hence then I was able to see them as they were going to that bedroom, and I then stood up and followed them, knowing very well that in that bedroom my firearm was there.
So in essence, are you telling me that the aim was to go and secure your firearm, correct?
Wena okwakusukumisa kwakuwukuthi nje uyoqinisekisa ukuthi isibhamu sakho sisecure.
Yebo ngoba bangena belandelana beya kuleli camera ingakho nami ngasukuma ngaya khona.
Yes, because as they entered, they were following each other and they went to that bedroom. Hence, I stood up and also went there.
And further, according to your testimony, is that you observed accused number 1 in possession of a .38 revolver. I'm not familiar with guns. Is it a .38 revolver?
Ushilo? Yes. Tuyasho ukuthi wambona-ke number 1 lena-ke ephethe i.38 revolver.
And another person in possession of a 9mm. Who was that?
Ubani lo owayephethe i-9mm?
Accused number 3.
Umsolwa wesithathu.
Can you describe the 9mm that you observed?
Ungayichaza le 9mm owayibona?
Njoba ngichazile ukuthi mhlambe isiphamu nolwazi lwaso ngengikwazi ukuchaza ukuthi lesi yisiphi ngesikhathi esiside njoba ngisho ukuthi 9mm i9mm ne38 ihlukile ayifani.
Okay, as I said previously that I've got knowledge of firearms, but now because of the fact that it's been a long time since the incident occurred, but I could say that this was a 9mm, this was a .38 revolver, and because the two firearms are not the same or they don't look the same. Yeah.
Yingakho ngithi wayephethe 9mm omunye phethe 38.
Hence I'm saying that he was in possession of a 9mm and the other one was in possession of a .38.
But you can't tell us the make and model or the make of that 9mm.
Yeah, make and again 9mm ngeyichaza.
Ngeke ngikwazi ukuyichaza because ngangayithathanga ngayibheka kodwa engayithatha nje kuye ngiyibuka ngabona ukuthi 9 le angifuna ngikwazi ukuthi yenziwe yini neRico or yipi company kodwa ngabuka nje ukuthi sibami 9mm then ngi38.
I just looked at the firearm and I was able to see that it was a 9mm, but as to whether it was a Norinco or what, I didn't inquire about that. I could see that this was a 9mm and this was a .38.
And could you describe the .38 revolver that you saw?
Ungayichaza yona i.38 le owayibona?
Umehluko ku-38 ne9mm ukuthi 38 nesondo.
The difference between a 9mm and the .38 is that the .38 has got a wheel
and 38 ayingenanhlamvu.
Yayingenanhlamvu. And the .38 had no bullet. Inhlamvu noma inhlamvu.
Oh, inhlamvu.
Okay, it had no bullets.
Okay. So in other words, the 9mm was loaded.
Yeah, loaded on the
9mm. I was interested with 38.
Oh, okay.
Right. I didn't open the 9mm. I was interested in the .38.
Okay. And your further testimony then is that you observe the same persons accused number 1 and 3 handing the said firearms to Gwabini, correct?
Uthi wase ubabona ke yena number 1 kanye no number 3 benikeza ngazo le ibhamu lezi benikeza uGwabini.
Yebo?
Yes.
And why, in your opinion, were they handing those firearms to Gwabini?
Ngovolo wakho kwakungani benikeza ngalezo ibhamu benikeza yena uGwabini?
Ingakho ngithi nami ingakho ngabuza ukuthi why bephethe izibhamu.
Hence I said that is the reason why I inquired. Why are they in possession of firearms?
And did you get the joy of a response from either of the gentlemen?
Ngabe waphendulwa yini ke kulo mbuzo wakho?
Ngokusho kwabo angibani safuna ukuthi abangiphendule ngabe sengibathethisa nje.
As they said it, or as they mentioned it, I didn't even want to know further. I just scolded them.
Let's move on and deal with this aspect of the beginning of your evidence in chief yesterday. You testified that you know, is it all or some of the accused persons in court?
Umqala unikeza ngokufakazi ke izolo ingabe uthe ubazi bonke abamangaleli ababasola laba noma wazi abathize kubona.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngalelo langa wonke umuntu ekhona noma athiwa ngangamazi noma ngangamkhumbuli kodwa bangikhumbuza bona.
I think that what I said is that on that day, even if I knew the person or I was in a position not to be able to remember the person, but they themselves reminded me.
Especially amagama abo.
Especially their names.
Just for contextual purpose, where are you, if it's a security concern, don't answer it. Where are you from KwaZulu-Natal?
Uma kuwukuthi ke kunezathu zokuvikeleka usho ke ungawuphenduluke kodwa bengifisa nje ukwazi ukuthi eKZN ubuya kuphi nendawo.
ngizocela ngakuphendule.
Okay.
I'll request not to answer that.
And then let me do it this way. I don't want to risk your security at all.
Angikusho nje kanjena akusiyona nje inhloso yami ukuthi ke ngabeka nje engcupheni ngempilo yakho noma security yakho.
That area where you grew up from in KwaZulu-Natal, where you say you grew up, and I'll talk about accused number 1 and 2 only. Did you grow up in that area or as a young man until you came to work as a police officer in Johannesburg, or you moved early on from that area to come and stay in Johannesburg?
Lapho ke ngizothi kwena la owakhulela khona ke ngiphinde futhi ukuthi akusona inhloso yami ukuthi ngibeke impilo yakho engcupheni malana la usuka khona. Ukhule khona ke lesikakhulukazi ngikhulumela ke umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili ukuthi ke ukhule lapho kwaze kwafika kwisigaba ke la ekufanele manje usuzosebenza khona ke eGoli noma wahamba ke ngaphambilini kokuthi usebenze ingxenye impilo yakho wazoyihlala la eGoli ngaphambi kokuthi usebenze.
Bengingahlali nabo.
I wasn't staying with them.
Bengiya khona ngoba kusekhaya ngasekhaya.
I would go there because it's my home.
And for example, when did you leave home? To come and work or study this side, whatever. What I want to find out is the gap that you last saw the persons that you say they were your neighbors. I may have forgotten their names. I was reintroduced to in Vosloorus.
Ngifuna nje ukwazi noma ukubheka isikhathi ukuthi kwaba isikhathi esingakani noma igebe elingakanani ke ukuthi uhambe nini noma ukuthi weza ngala uzofunda noma uzosebenza. Manje ngifuna ubheka isikhathi ukuthi labantu laba othi wabakhunjuzwa uma sewuhlangana nabo ke eVosloorus ukuthi kwakuyigebe elingakanani usungababoni la ukuthi kwakuwomakhelwane ekhaya.
Ngicabanga ukuthi akusona isikhathi eside ngoba angithi mawuhambile ngiyaya ekhaya ngiyavakasha ngama-holiday ngama-festive ngiyababona mangababonanga ngibabonanga kodwa akusikho ukuthi ngiyile ngohlala nabo no.
It was not for a long time because I would go home to go and visit during the festive season, and if I see them, I would see them, and if it is that I wouldn't see them then, but it's not to say that I would stay with them for a longer time.
I will, during the break, take instructions from both accused number 1 and 2 because they were waiting for you to finalize your evidence in chief so that they can give me instructions about this particular aspect. But let me put the other aspects that they've given me in respect to your testimony about their identification.
Lokho ke ngizothi mase siyakuthi break ke ngizozwa kubona ke ngoba belinde ukuthi nje uphothula ubufakazi bakho bazokwazi ke bangitsheleke noma ukuthi bathini ke bona kodwa ke angikutshela ukuthi bathini ke mayelana nokunye.
Hayi. Akangitshela.
Yes,
Okay, you can tell
yes.
me.
I can tell you what they have told me in prior instructions. So remember, we got your statement 2 days ago or 3 days ago. So we are waiting for you to finalize your evidence in chief so that we can take further instructions. Now, accused 1 denies that he is your neighbor from home. I don't know where your home is for security reasons, but he says he's from Matlabatini.
Umsola noma mangalelo oqala ke uyaphika ukuthi umakhelwane wakheke umakhelwane wakho ekhaya noma emakhaya uthi ke kumele akazi ukuthi wena ubuya kuphi kodwa yena ke uthi ubuya emahlabathini umangalelo oqala.
Uyakuphika unamanga.
Is he denying it? He's telling lies.
Ungasizwa nje basekhaya mangisekhaya.
He's just further down when I'm at home. He's just further down my home.
Ubaba wakhe unomali.
Normally. His father is normally.
He will also testify that he's not acquainted to you and he has never socialized with you.
Uthi ke futhi akajwayelananga nawe akakazi nje ahlale nawe ke kube mnandi kungebeleke nje ndawonye.
Vele kungaze ngihlale nabo. Anyway, eGoli.
Yes, I've never been with them or socialized with them in Gauteng.
My Lord, if I may take instructions, otherwise we are going to have to seek for an adjournment so that we take proper instructions because it will be an up and down with raised hands and it won't be pretty.
What time is it?
It's just a minute after 11.
Okay, we'll come back at 11:30.
That's the purpose.
That question is ambiguous. The question is ambiguous. Not that he doesn't know you.
Sorry, my lord.
You say you saw him for the first time in 2019.
Let me put it this way, my lord. At first, my submission was that he, accused one said he doesn't know you in total at all. Now he says, I do know you, or I saw you for the first time in 2019 in the company of somebody that I know who is Gwabini.
Fine.
Usho kanjalo. Uthi ngaphambilini ebethe akakwazi. Kodwa ke manje ke noma bekusho ummeli kodwa kumele uthi cha ke emuva kokuthi ekhulumisene naye ke umsolo wokuqala uthi umsolo wokuqala cha. Akusuka ukuthi akakwazi. Umeqala ukubona ngo2019 uhamba noGwabini.
Do you want to comment on that?
Ufuna ukusho lokho?
ngizokubhekisa kuye u-accuse number 1 ngiyabonga ukuthi asho njalo bengisengithukile nami.
I'm going to say this direct to accused number 1. I'm grateful that he says that. I was also now, I have been shocked.
Now, accused number 2, because I'll chop and change with respect to accused number 1 and 2, but accused number 2 himself says he doesn't know you in total. He just seen you here yesterday in court.
Umsolo wesibili ke na uthi akakwazi nje akakwazi wanhlobo nje qala ukubona izolo la enkantolo.
Uyazi ukuba bekushiwo mhlambe u-accuse number 3, accuse number 4, number 5 bengavumelana nawe.
If that was said or was coming from accused number 3, 4 and 5, I would have agreed with you.
Ngokozalo mhlambe la ngizalwa khona ngicabanga ukuthi ungakantanzi ugogo wami ungakantanzi.
Okay. From where I was born, or back home where I was born, he is from Tanzi. Sorry, he is from the Tanzi family, and my grandmother is from the Tanzi family.
Oh, I see.
So by birth, he is from the Tanzi family.
Have you met accused number 2, and where did you meet him?
Ukuhlangana kwakho nomsola wesibili nommangalelo wesibili wahlangana kuphi naye?
Mangithi sesikhulile mhlambe sesikwazi ukubona ngakukhumbuza eVosloorus.
When now we are talking about at the stage where we're grown up, we are able to see now. I would then say in Vosloorus.
And in Vosloorus, you refer to the 26th of October 2014.
Umuntu eVosloorus ukhuluma ngazo i-26 ka-October 2014.
Yebo?
Yes.
Enye futhi ngike ngambona ngaphambilini ekhaya. Kuyangimangaza mawethu akakwazi kodwa cha asingayikho.
But previously, I've seen him back home. So it comes as a surprise to me when he says he doesn't know me, but let's not go there.
And both accused number 1 and 2 will deny that they were at Gwabini's place on the 26th of October 2014.
Bobabili ke bazophikisa ke ukuthi babekwa Gwabini nge-26 ka-October ngo-2014. Bayaphika lokho.
Kuphuka phejani lapho.
That is just a lie.
Accused number 1 will state that in 2013 until March 2013, he was staying at Vosloorus hostel at Basotweni section, but when he lost employment in March 2013, he returned home and stayed home until he returned again to stay with his uncle in Tembisa in 2015.
Uyangitshela noma uyangibuza nto.
Is that the question or is that the statement?
I want you to comment on that.
Ngafisa ukuthi uphawule kulokho.
Ngeke ngazi ukuthi besebenza kuphi ulahleke nemsebenzi asikaze sikuxoxa lokho.
I wouldn't know where he was working when he lost his employment. We have never discussed that.
The basis of that proposition to you is essentially this, that since March 2013, he's never returned to Johannesburg or Gauteng until 2015.
Just a moment. Uthi ke noma akushoyo kona konke lokho ukuthi kusukela ngoMarch ka-2013 akakaze abuyele eGoli kwaze kwashaya u-2015.
Ngambona kodwa eVosloorus.
I saw him in Vosloorus.
ngaba naye futhi ngaphuza naye beer yimi ngamdropa futhi.
I was with him, drank beer with him, and I'm the one who dropped him.
Accused number 2 will state that at the time of the shooting incident of the deceased Senzo Meyiwa, he was employed at Sibanye Stillwater in Carltonville, and for that weekend he had obtained unpaid leave from the 27th of October 2014 to the 31st of October 2014.
27 October 2014 till?
The 31st of October 2014.
Uthi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso sokushona kwakhe noma ke sokushona kwakhe ke umufi uSenzo Meyiwa wala ngaleso sikhathi wayesebenza eSibanye Stillwater eCarltonville futhi ke wathola ke unpaid ke eyaqala nge-27 zika November October 2014 kwaze kwayoshaya i-31 zika October 2014.
And so comment if you want to comment.
Uma kuthi ke khona ungakusho kuloko ungaphawula.
Akukho engingakusho ngazi ngomsebenzi wakhe eCarltonville kodwa engikwazi ukuthi ngambona nge-26.
There's nothing I can say. I know nothing about his employment in Carltonville. There's nothing that I can say. I know nothing about his employment, but what I do know is that I saw him on the 26th of October 2014.
And that when he knocked off from his morning shift on the 25th of October, he then embarked on his trip to go to Nongoma. Let me see, it's a difficult name. Kotokolo, Nongoma, where he comes from. So he was not in Gauteng that weekend of the 25, 26, 27 when this incident occurred.
Nokuthi ke wathi uma ephuma ke emsebenzini nge-25 zika October 2014 wabe ke esethatha uhambo oluya ke eKotokolo kwaNongoma. Akushoyo ke ukuthi nge-25, i-26, 27 kusho ukuthi ngalesa sikhathi ke isigameko bese senzeka ke wayengekho la eGoli yena.
Nama.
He's telling lies.
And I just want to go to these further instructions. And accused number 1 will deny that he at any stage. Wait. Sorry, my lord, let me take 1 second. That's it. That's it, my lord, sorry. Accused number 1 will state that he has never attended your sister's wedding and that allegation is false.
Uthi ke umangalo wokuqala nomsolo wokuqala akakaze nje aye laba khona khona ke usisi wakho ukuthi futhi leyo insolo lezo zingamanga.
And accused number 1 states that he only, like I said, he met you in Tembisa with Gwabeni. And you stated that you know accused number 1 because his father is normally, correct?
Uthi yena ke wahlangana nawe uhamba noGwabeni angithi ushilo futhi umfakazi wathi ubaba wakhe unormally.
Ngicabanga ukuthi le withdrawile lo mbuzo ukuthi asazana. So
I thought you had withdrawn the question that we don't know each other.
It's fair. Now let's move on to this aspect now, because I was moving from instruction to instruction. Now, with respect to accused number 1, he also says that version that he gave Gwabeni, a .38 special revolver firearm, is false.
Aphinde athi ke accused number 1 lokho okhulumile ukuthi wase enikeza uGwabini isibhamu esiyi.38 revolver kuwamanga lokho.
Ngicela mhlambe indlela yokuyivikela kodwa ke iqiniso yalazi.
I think that's just a way of defending himself, but he knows the truth.
Further, accused number 2 also state that it's a falsehood that you saw him at Gwabini changing from a black hoodie to a grey hoodie.
Noma accused number 2 uthi ke nalokho ke kungamanga ukuthi wambona khona lapha kwaGwabini echange ihoodie emnyama wase efaka egrey.
Ngambona.
I saw him
Uyakwazi naye lokho.
and he knows that as well.
Accused number 1 and 2 deny any involvement in the killing of the deceased, Senzo Meyiwa.
Accused number 1 no number 2 bayaphika nje ukuthi bona ke baba neqhaza ke ekubulaweni kwakhe umufi uSenzo Meyiwa.
Njengoba ngingasho ngathi angisho ukuthi ngababona bembulala.
As I've already said, that I never saw them killing him, so yebo ngikho.
Yingakho ngangathandi ukuthi mhlambe ngibakhulumele amanga ngokuthi ngababona bembulala.
That is why I didn't want to tell lies or accusing them that I saw them killing him.
Now, if you want to comment, you'll comment. I want to give you the general evidence that's been led in this court, because you say you saw 1 and 3 with firearms, respectively .38 and 9mm.
Ngizokunikeza ke ubufakazi noma ingxenye yobufakazi eseyothuliwe ke phambi kwale nkantolo ngoba ushilo ubufakazi bakho ukuthi wabona u1 no3 bephethe i.38 kanye ne9mm.
Now, evidence led here is that 2 suspects entered the Khumalo household.
Ubufakazi ke obuphambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi ke kunabalisa ababili abangena emzini wakwaKhumalo.
Further, that the first suspect was shorter,
nokuthi ke owoqala umsolo wayemfushane,
dark-skinned,
edarki ke ngebala,
big eyes,
enamehla amakhulu,
and dreadlocks whose length extended. They kept on saying this, I'm going to do that, extended to this level.
nama dreadlocks ke ababethi mabewachaza bathi phela kule level nanje ngoba betshengisa ke ummeli indlela abachaba wachaze ngayo ama dreadlocks aloyo.
And that particular suspect was in possession of a firearm.
Nokuthi loyo msolo loyo ke wayephethe isibhamu.
Now, with respect to evidence led in this court, the second suspect was described as taller than the first one.
Ngobufakazi ke obusobethuliwe ke kule nkantolo ukuthi owesibili ke umsolo wayemude kulokuqala,
and his complexion was described as not too dark, not too light.
bashilo kuma bemchaza ukuthi wayengekho dark wayengekho light futhi.
He was wearing a hoodie
Wayegqoke ihoodie
and he was armed with a sharp object resembling a knife.
nokuthi ke wayephethe ke isikhali ke esasifana ke nommese sasisharp esasifana nommese ngoba kungathi ummese.
And furthermore, that the second suspect had a beard that was trimmed, and the reference was set an O-shaped. That means perhaps this, I don't know what O-shaped they said.
Bashilo ukuthi ke wayenale mustache ke indlela eyetrinywe ngayo ke bebonisa ke u shape.
And that he had, the people who leave this part of a beard here on the lower lip.
Nokuthi ke wayeshiye njela ngoba kunabantu ke uma besebeshave ke bashiya le ndawo la nokuthi wayeshiye le ndawo la
On the left.
On the cleft of a lip. So, do you want to comment about that with respect to your seeing 2 people and in possession of a firearm? Do you want to comment in that context, or is something that you can comment on?
Kukhona yini office ukuthi ke uphawule khona?
Ngangiphawule ngakho ngangekho kaKhumalo.
I wouldn't comment about it. I wasn't at the Khumalo homestead.
You also testified that you partook in alcohol that night.
Yebo.
Yes.
And that you were drinking Jameson whiskey and tonic that's with ice.
Totally. Yes.
How many glasses of whiskey and tonic did you have that night?
Tots or glasses?
Sorry?
I say tots or glasses. People who drink whiskey, they talk about tots. That is cold drink. No, look.
I've seen the tumbler being filled.
Glass is fine, but I'm just saying.
I've seen people dash it with Coke, fill it up.
They drink a glass of whiskey.
I don't
No,
drink.
fine.
I wouldn't know.
Double shot. Fine.
So were you drink? What quantity were you drinking of whiskey and tonic at the time, that night?
Wawuphuza kangakanani noma wawuphuza kangakanani yebo ngalelo langa ke noma wawuphuza ngani?
Sasingenayo mhlawumbe into esimeja ngayo. Sasiphuza nje sithela. Sasingenayo measurement. So ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi kuwe sasithela mhlawumbe 100 milliliter or 20. So
I wouldn't be able to tell you because we were not using anything to measure. We would just pour and drink, but we were not using anything to measure, whether it's 100 milliliter or 20.
But you were drinking from a glass,
But
correct?
naphuza ngeglass.
yes, sasiphuza ngeglass.
Yes, we were.
And then later on, alcohol ran out and a necessity arose to go and buy again, correct?
Base kuphela ke utshwala kwanesidingo ke sokuthi nihambe futhi niyothenga obunye.
Ngicabanga ukuthi uma beyothenga bangabi ukuyothenga mina kodwa akuyothenga utshwala ngoba abantu baningi babefuna mhlawumbe utshwala. Omunye mayingenabo noma uyizoyithengela. Angicabanga ukuthi ngabe ngizobheka ukuthi wena wayeyothenga 10, wayeyothenga ama-black, wayeyothenga ama-Heineken.
I don't think that the buying was specifically for me because there were many people there, so I would not be in a position to look, why are you buying 10, why are you buying black? It was because there were many people there.
Oh, let me clarify, Perez. Specifically for you, the whiskey Jameson bottle that was brought by Makosonke, is that right?
Yebo.
Yes.
It hadn't run out. You had it from the time you arrived at Vosloorus until you left. You didn't need to buy further or more alcohol.
Sukela ngesikhathi ke wafika ngaso sokwazi kwayisikhathi wahamba ngaso ingabe waphuza nje yona kwangekho zange kube khona isidingo sokuthi uhambe futhi uyothenga enye.
Kulokho okushoyo ukuthi mhlawumbe emayiphelile ngahamba nobani uyothenga ini. Angeke ngithi mhlawumbe ayothengela mina. Mhlawumbe omnye engahamba uyithengela okwakho kuphuzwa kuyi. Ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe yathi mayiphela ngasiphi isikhathi sathengani saphuzana.
I wouldn't be able to be in a position to say that when it ended or when it ran out, we then went to buy. And it was not to say that if I had left with someone, that person would have gone to buy it for me.
Now, just to complete that point and move on to another aspect, how sober were you when you observed the alleged incidents of 26 October 2014?
Wawusobha kangakanani ke uma ubona ke isehlakalo noma ke isigameko sange 26 October 2014?
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngoba ngababona bekwazi ukubuya ngabuye ngahamba nabo ngadriver ngabashiya bengalimalanga ngicabanga ukuthi ngangisakhona.
Seeing that I saw them when they came back. I left, I drove with them, I dropped them, so I think that I was still able.
Now, in your evidence in chief, amongst the police officers that you interacted with regarding this matter, you talked about Warrant Officer Makubo, correct?
Ushilo ke zolo ufakazi zakhe ukuthi kumaphoyisa ke owakhulumisana nawo mayelana nodaba lolu ushilo igama lakhe Warrant Officer Makubo.
Yebo.
Yes.
And if I understood your evidence correctly, is that having done your own investigations, you then came to the conclusions that the accused persons that are before court are somehow involved in this case, correct?
Ushilo ke nokuthi uthe uma usuzenzele olwakho uphenyo wabusuthola ke ukuthi abasolwa ke laba abaphambi kwalenkantolo ukuthi ke ngandlela ethize ke ukuthi baya mbandakanyeka ke kulesehlakalo lesalecala lelo phambi kwenkantolo.
Ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi might investigation ingizenzele yona noma yenziwe yi-state.
Just wish to understand when you say my investigation that I did or that was done by the state.
That's what I wanted to understand from you, because in your evidence in chief towards the end yesterday, you were asked two aspects by my learned friend, Mr. Baloni. And I want you to clarify for me, because remember, we are writing as you are speaking, so sometimes we miss things. So I don't want to put wrong things to you. So that's why I say clarify for me.
Ebengifuna ukuzwa kuwena-ke ngoba-ke izolo la egcineni-ke kwizinto okuyibuzwa uyena-ke umshushisi ngesinye isikhathi siyabhala-ke ngesikhathi wena usakhuluma ezinye izinto-ke singayitholi kahle-ke ingakho bengithi ngicela wena-ke ungichazele.
Ngochazela ukuthi uMakhubo ngazenzela mina investigation or yenziwa warrant officer Makhubo.
That I did the investigation or it was done by Makhubo.
Let me put this to you, these two questions that I say. Perhaps I heard from my learned colleague, Mr. Baloyi, then you gave answers to so that we can be on the same page. I think Mr. Baloyi asked this, and you tell me if I'm wrong. He asked you whether you met Colonel Gininda in Aviator Kempton Park, correct?
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngibuzileke ukuthi ngahlangana noKenneth noGininda eAviator eKempton Park.
In fact, now, respect to him, he's a brigadier, but I've always known him as a colonel. And then he asked you, Colonel Gininda, in the presence of General Tony, what do you know about this matter? And if I'm wrong, you correct me. Your response to that was that there's nothing that you can say about the matter. Am I right?
Wasekubuza-ke uKenneth ngiyamazi ukuthi ubrigadier kodwa-ke sonke isikhathi ngimazi uKenneth. Wasekubuza-ke yena-ke uKenneth Gininda ukuthi ekubuza ekhona uKenneth Tony ukuthi wazini ngalo udaba wabusuthi wena-ke awazi lutho.
Ngicabanga ukuthi uthatha amanothi ngendlela e-wrong.
I think you took your notes in the wrong way.
Ngithe uKenneth Gininda kuze kwazi uzongibuza ingoba wayesereferwe uGeneral kimi.
I said that the reason, what led Kenneth Gininda to come and ask me questions is because he was referred to by the general. Yebo.
uKenneth Gininda ngamtshela lokho ayakafika ngibuza khona okumayelana nabasolo.
I then told Kenneth Gininda that which he asked me regarding the suspects.
Okay. So that's your explanation. Let's leave that. Let's leave it there. Now let's come to this interaction with Makhubo, warrant officer, in the presence of General Leshabane. You remember that interaction?
Uyakhumbula-ke ukukhulumisana noMakhubo ekhona uGeneral Leshabane?
Yebo.
Yes.
And prior to that, you said also present was General Shadrach Sibiya, but I'm not sure whether when Makhubo was there, Sibiya was also present. Clarify that for me.
Ukhulumile-ke nangaye uGeneral Sibiya, angazi noma ngathi ukhuluma ngoGeneral Sibiya nokuthi uMakhubo naye wayekhona yini lapho.
Yebo wayekhona.
Yes, Makhubo was there.
Okay. Now you are asked by Leshabane to say, repeat the info that you have given to me to warrant officer Makhubo so that he can hear it firsthand, correct?
So uthi wase uGeneral Leshabane ethi kuwena-ke ngicela uphinde lokhu ongitshele kona-ke ekhona uwarrant officer Makhubo ukuze ayizwele.
Wakusho uGeneral Leshabane.
Is that what General Leshabane said?
Who informed you to repeat what you had told Sibiya and Leshabane to repeat it to Makhubo?
Kwakubani owayecele noma ekutshela ukuthi uphinde lokho owakusho kuSibiya kanye noLeshabane ngathi sekukhona uMakhubo?
uGeneral Leshabane
General
owam-explainela uwarrant officer Makhubo.
General Leshabane explained to warrant officer Makhubo.
Okay. And after that explanation was proffered to Makhubo, what did he say about that information that you had just given them?
Wase ethini-ke uMakhubo emuva kokuthi ese-explainelwe-ke uyena uGeneral Leshabane?
Mangikhumbule kahle angazi nomjustice seyizolo singakhulumi nge-hearsay evidence suka kubantu eyami noMakhubo. Kodwa
Yesterday it was said by the court that we shouldn't refer to hearsay that was coming from myself and Makhubo, but
No, just wait what the law says. If counsel asks you a question which borders on hearsay, or for you to answer it requires hearsay, you are entitled to answer it. You are aware of that. And that hearsay is admissible.
Uma ubuzwa ukhanseli-ke ngokomthetho-ke uvumelekile-ke ukuthi uphenduleke lokho.
Okay. Umbuzo ubuthi Ngawuphendula umbuzo.
wase ethini uma angithi kusuke uLeshabane wam-explainela emuva kokuthi uLeshabane sem-explaineke kunempendulo eyabuya kuMakhubo yathini leyo mpendulo emuva kokuthola i-explanation kuLeshabane?
Warrant officer Makhubo wakuchitha leyo information ngathi akusiyona.
He disputed that and said that information is not correct.
Now let's go back to the information that you gave that Makhubo dismissed out of hand. What information pertaining to this case did you give?
Yiphi ke leyo information ayichitha wathi akusiyona?
Eyokuthi abasolwa umsolwa number 5 okunkani wayengekho lapho wayekade eboshwe kuye.
That accused number 5 was not there. He had been arrested by Makhubo
Yeah.
by him.
And what about the other remaining suspects that are here? What did he say about them?
Wathini ngabanye laba abakhona?
Ngicabanga ukuthi wayikhuluma mhlambe ngesuspect ayiyazi ukuthi iboshwe kuye kwi-previous case. Hayi abanye engabazi. Ngicabanga ukuthi wayikhuluma ngokuthi yena uyamazi unkani waboshwa kuye.
I think he was referring to the suspect that was arrested by him, not the other suspects, because he knows Nkani, that Nkani was arrested by him.
Thank you.
In a previous case.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I had that. Because the impression
In the
now is
previous
that Makhubo arrested him for this very case.
Oh, in the previous case.
Yes, very important.
And what was the reason for Makhubo to dismiss that information outright? What did he say to you was his reason to dismiss that information?
Kwakuyini isizathu esanikezwa uyena uMakhubo sokuthi achithe lokho?
Ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe i-evidence ayinayo kulokho naye ekholelwa yikho wayekholelwa ukuthi u-accused number 5 uboshwe uye shuthi uye waziyo u-accused number 5.
I think the information that he had, or that he was referring to, that accused number 5 had been arrested by him. He knows about accused number 5.
I didn't intend to do this, but I'm going to now have to refer you to your statements that you made on the 31st of May 2023, a few weeks ago. I've got a handwritten one, but it's written by, I know this handwriting proper.
What's the statement number?
It's A245. It's a typed out statement. Do you have that document in front of you? My Lord, my Lord, the document in front of me has got 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 pages includes, and the 10th page is the commissioning page, and it's comprised of typewritten content, 21 paragraphs, my Lord. I just want to refer him to this particular aspect only. So, my family so in mind, my Lord. I'm not sure whether it's prudent that I put all 21 paragraphs if I need to refer
Yeah, you have to.
all 21.
Yeah, state versus Mafaladi. So,
Yes.
right, you have to, because the court has got to understand the context.
Yes.
Now, if you choose one paragraph,
I will do so, my Lord. The statement reads, I, the undersigned, Oh, sorry. I nearly failed to qualify the statement. Now, the document in front of you, if you look at the last page of the document, because the ones that we have, we don't have the initials at the back because there's a powered by a cab scanner that's obliterated your initials and everything. So the document that you have in front of you, do you recognize it?
The document le onayo phambi kwakho yes.
Yebo.
Yes.
Where was this document made?
Yenzelwa kuphi?
Number 9 Beatrix Avenue, Russell Centurion.
Number 9 Beatrix Avenue, Russell Centurion.
And who was the taker of that statement?
Sasithathwa ubani?
Ngicabanga ukuthi ubrigadier Gilinda.
I think Brigadier Gininda.
And when you sat with Brigadier Gininda to take that statement, was he in the company of somebody else or was it just the two of you?
Nkathi ke Brigadier Gininda esithatha kwenake le statement kwakuyena kuphela noma kunomuntu ayehamba naye ngalelo langa lelo?
Ngicabanga ukuthi wayenomunye asebenzisana naye.
I think he was sorry.
Sergeant Mohale.
I think he was with a colleague, Sergeant Mohale.
And when the statement was made, you were interviewed for the purposes of making this statement. What language was used?
Uluphi ulimi enani khulumisana ngalo?
isiZulu.
IsiZulu.
And obviously, for obvious reasons, I take that he also spoke Zulu, so you understood each other.
Ukusho ukuthi nanizwana naye ukhuluma isiZulu nizwana.
Yebo.
Yes.
And after making this statement and the contents of that be reduced to writing, was it read back to you?
Emuva kokuthi ke istatement lesi ke sesenzile ngomamagama esebhale phansi ke ngabe wathi uma seqedile ke wakufundela lokhu akubhaliwe.
Ukucacisa kulokho istatement ngazenzela mina kodwa ngangisenze ngesandla sasingatypiwe.
To explain to that, I reduced the statement to writing myself with my own handwriting, but it wasn't typed.
Okay. And your handwritten statement, once you were satisfied with the contents thereof, you then initialed all the pages and signed the signing page and had it commissioned by a commissioner of oaths, correct?
Umusuqedile ke wa initial noma wa sign ke emuva kokuthi ke emuva kwaloko sasesicommissioner ke.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you are satisfied that the document in front of you confirm that it's your statement?
Nelisekile ke ukuthi lesi siphambi kwakho isona statement sakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that as the court places. The statement reads, I, the undersigned, Sizwe Skumbuzo Zungu, with ID, I'll leave it out, 37 years old, state under oath that I reside at, I'll leave the address for security reasons and your cell numbers, and you are employed as a constable at the South African Police Service in Sabenza Police Station. Paragraph 2. On Sunday, 2014-10/26 at 7:30, I received a call from my nephew, Gwabeni, whose real name is Sfiso Zungu. He told me to come visit him at Vosloorus hostel where he was residing. He also told me that our homeboys will be coming to visit as well, the likes of Muzikau Kulelwa Sibia, who is related to Gwabeni, and Nkani Fiso Zungu Ntuli Mafika, whose real name is Bongani Gwabini. Bongani Ntanzi, who is my cousin and is also related to Gwabini, Mthokozisima Pisa, and Nkani, whose real name is Fiso Kuhle Zungu Ntuli, and others who are from Opiswene, Nongoma, KwaZulu-Natal. He said they will be excited to see me. I told him that I'll be starting at my workplace in Tembisa Police Station. Thereafter, I will come through. Paragraph 3, I received a call from him again at about 10 a.m. He asked me to pick up my nephew, Makosonge, in Johannesburg. He also sent me Makosonke's cell numbers, which I'm not going to read on record. At about 1 p.m., I left the police station and went to pick up Makosonke in Johannesburg. I was communicating with him telephonically using my above cell number until I picked him up at Carlton Center. Then we proceeded to Vosloorus. Upon our arrival, we found Gwabini and other boys from Nongoma, whom I know because we all grew up from the same area. However, some of them I have not seen for decades. Gwabini did the introduction as we were all grown up, and we could not recognize each other. He introduced Carlos, who is known to me as Gada, whose real name is Mtobisi Ngube, and also referred to him as a Buthelezi boy. Nkani Sfisokuhle Zungu Ntuli Mafika Bongani Ntanzi Mthokoziseni Mapisa. I did not need an introduction on Musicaulela Sbia. Carlos, also known as Gada, whose real name is Mtobisi Ngube, and we refer to him at times as Buthelezi boy, and Sinako Sibia, because I'm used to them and we see each other more often. We all ate and drank alcohol. I was specifically drinking Jameson whiskey. Others were also sharing the same bottle with me, and others were drinking other kinds of alcohol drinks. We were dancing and singing. I was mixing the whiskey with Indian tonic water as well as ice. It's supposed to be cubes, it's cubes, without counting the ice blocks. I did not order any other alcohol or consume any other different one. I also recall that Muzi's father was around as well, and his names are normally Sibia. Paragraph 4. At about 3 p.m., Sinako Sibia approached me and told me that Nkani Sifiso Kutlentuli Zungu Ntuli is stating that I removed my vehicle because he wanted to go out as I had parked behind his vehicle and blocked his exit. I was driving a state unmarked vehicle, VW Polo, and Nkani was driving a silver gray hatchback Volkswagen Polo. I then went outside and removed the vehicle out of his way, and he left, but I later came back. I then took my bag out of the vehicle as it contained my firearm, and I also put the vehicle key inside the bag. I gave the bag to Gwabini for safekeeping in his room. He locked my bag inside his bedroom as well as Makosonke's bag. We continued to sit together and have a good time, and other males and females joined in. People were just going in and out, including the above mentioned guys. I also at some point went out to the shops to buy some alcohol drinks with a certain lady and came back into Gwabini's house. Paragraph 5. Around 9 p.m. on the very same day, I noticed Muzi Sibia Mafika, in brackets, Sandiso Ntanzi, Nkani Sfisokutle Zungu Ntuli, walking after each other to Gwabini's bedroom, coming from outside. I stood up and followed them as I was suspicious of the manner in which they entered the house. I could see there was something wrong. I found Gwabini in the bedroom. As I was approaching them, the bedroom, I could hear Gwabini saying, "There comes Babomngani," and somebody switched off the light. I saw Muzi giving Gwabini a .38 special firearm and Nkani giving Gwabini a 9mm firearm. I asked them why are they having firearms on their hands and asked them where they were coming from. No one responded. I then took the .38 special firearm from Gwabeni's hand and looked at it. I asked Gwabeni if it was not the same firearm which he said he threw away in the river after shooting Snako with it. He said it was not the same firearm, but the firearm belonged to Nkani. I then gave him back the firearm. I asked that Gwabeni give me my firearm. He reached for my bag and gave it to me. I took it and checked it, removed the magazine, and counted my bullets. And I found that they were still the same, and I left them.
SI.
Sorry?
SI.
Oh, SI have left them. Sorry. Thank you. I'm indebted. I was checking if they did not take my firearm and use it somewhere. I also smelled it, but I could not pick up anything. I was concerned if they took my firearm and used it to kill people, because I had knowledge that they are Inkavi and in brackets hitmen. I was shouting and I told them if they had done something, it shall be revealed one day. I put my firearm on my body. Mafika walked out of the bedroom. Tokozi said Mapisa and Carlos Mutobisi Nube walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed. Gwabeni asked me to give them space as he wanted to discuss something with these guys, that is Carlos, Mapisa, Muzi, and Nkani. I then took my bag and walked out and sat on the lounge and noticed Mafika changing a black hoodie top he was wearing with a gray hoodie top. I asked him to give me one hoodie, as it seems he has many hoodie tops. Mafika walked back to Gwabeni's bedroom to join the others. I did not follow him or hear what they discussed. Paragraph 6. After their meeting, I do recall Muzi approached me and asked for a lift. After a few minutes, Gwabeni asked a lift for Muzi, and I asked where Muzi was staying, and he said just outside the hostel. Muzi drew everyone's attention and asked if we have heard that Senzo Meyiwa has died. He was asking loudly as if he was making an announcement. He looked very proud and very excited about the announcement. I commented that he was talking nonsense and that what he was saying was not true, as no one had knowledge of such. There was no media announcements on this. So I did not believe him. There was nothing on the news about his utterances. I told Muzi that I was leaving, and he asked for a lift, and everyone else left, including Mapisa, Nkani, Carlos, and Mafika. I also checked Makosonke, but I could not see him. Gwabeni came to tell me that Makosonke will be sleeping over at his girlfriend's place. I then left to the vehicle with Muzi, and when I reached for the vehicle key inside my bag, I could not find it. I then went back to Gwabeni and found him in the bedroom and asked him where my vehicle key was. We looked everywhere in the bedroom and I could not find it. He said he was calling the guys. He then called and said that others are not picking up and some phones are on voicemail. He eventually thought to Nkani.
Got.
Eh?
Eventually got.
Oh, sorry. He eventually got through to Nkani and asked about the key. Nkani said he will also phone and check the guys. Gwabeni told me that they are coming and bringing the key. My Lord, with respect to what we discussed, can I squat perhaps and have my sip of water?
Sit down.
Yes.
No ways.
Because
I know there are councils who have disabilities.
yes.
You don't have a disability.
No, not to read and sit down. I just want to have a sip with respect to what they said in
You want to
chambers.
hear what?
With respect to the DJP saying drinking water in court and whatever from a bottle. So I need to have a sip. Sorry?
I don't reach people.
Okay.
You can drink the water.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it. After a few minutes, that's paragraph 7, I'm sorry. After a few minutes, Mthokozisi Mapisa came and gave me back the vehicle key. He apologized and left. I still don't know when, how, and why my key taken out of the bag. I left with Muzi, Mtogo, and the other guy I don't know. I dropped off Muzi along the road just outside Kwaveni's place and not far from where I dropped off Muzi. The other guys alighted. I dropped off Mtogo at engine fuel station at Modderfontein. I then went home. Paragraph 8. On Tuesday, 2014, 10/28, I saw an article on one of the newspaper about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. I also noticed that the sketch of one of the suspects fitted the description of Mafika, in brackets, Bongani Tanzi, and that he was wearing a black hoodie top, and that the other suspect had dreadlocks, which resembles that of Carlos Gardan Nube. I then started to be suspicious for the fact that on the day they were carrying firearms and fitted the description of the suspects mentioned, and I also and also that Mafika, in brackets, Bongani Tanzi, was wearing a black hoodie top. I then heard in the media that one of the suspects was arrested. I withdrew my suspicion and I didn't do any follow-up. I later heard again in the media that the suspect who was arrested was actually not the correct suspect, and he was later released. I then had the interest to know who was the arrested guy. I saw his photo on social media platform. I then realized that the suspect that was arrested could not be the correct suspect, as I did not see him mingling him, Carlos Mapisa Mthokozisi Muzi Mafika, on the 26th of October 2014. Paragraph 9. I got hold of the cell phone numbers of General Leshaban, who was then the head of detectives in Gauteng. I called and informed him that I have information about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said we should meet at Tembisa police station. He arrived driving a brown Mercedes-Benz SUV. I shared with him all the above mentioned information and my knowledge about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said we will do follow-up investigation. After 3 weeks, he called me to say the information I gave him is positive, but he wants to further task the detectives to further follow it up. He informed me that he had discovered something on the suspect that is in Rustenburg. He said he will inform the Minister Bekikele and the then National Commissioner General Ketla Sithole. He then asked me about the other suspects. I told him that one of the suspects stays around Tembisa and that he was dealing in drugs. After a few weeks, he called again to ask I assist him with the information of the whereabouts of Muzi Sibia as well as his picture. I provided the general with the requested pictures, but included those of Mafika Ntanzi. I did give him the full information about Muzi and where he could be found, as well as that of Mafika Ntanzi. He said he will pursue the information and update me about the outcome of the investigation. I later learned from the general that they managed to arrest Muzi for dealing in drugs, and he questioned him about the case of Senzo Meyiwa. He told me that Muzi disputed information, but he implicated his uncle, who is a well-known general, who is well known to the general. I know that Muzi's uncle was known as Butle Spivantuli, and I know that he was killed few years ago. The general was at that stage no longer the head of detectives in Gauteng, but he was the cluster commander in Tembisa. Paragraph 10. Sorry. Few weeks later, Muzi Sibia was arrested on drugs related charges. I was then phoned by Buhle Spivantuli after his release from police custody. Buhle said that he urgently wants to see me. We agreed to meet at the Tembisa Plaza. After a few minutes, he phoned and informed me that he has arrived, but I told him I'm at the Tembisa police station, and he advised me to meet him there. He arrived in a brown Polo sedan at the police station with Mafika Bongani Ntanzi and 4 unknown males. He alighted from the vehicle and I asked that I help him with 2 illegal firearms. I was shocked with his request, as I've never done such activity with him. I then suspected that they came to identify me in order to kill me with regard to the information I gave to General Leshabane about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. I know that Butle Spivantuli was a well-known taxi killing hitman in brackets in Kabi. In 2019, my sister was getting married customarily in Nongoma. Muzi was also present, as is from the neighborhood. He is also a relative to my nephew Gwabeni, and Gwabeni is my nephew. Muzi told me about this arrest of dealing in drugs in Tembisa, and he did not deny that he was dealing in drugs. However, he said he was questioned about the suspicion that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. I responded to say that I also heard that he is involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. He did not deny, but he said the Senzo Meyiwa matter is a complex and sensitive, and he suggested that we speak about it at a different venue and at the later stage, because he was not the only one involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa, and that this was discussed within our families. He said this while Gwabini was approaching, and it was clear that he did not want Gwabini to hear the discussion. Muzi wanted me to assist him in suppressing the case of Senzo Meyiwa and remove his name from it by not mentioning his name anyway. We did not finalize our discussion as Gwabini joined us. What Muzi did not know was that Gwabini was talking to me openly about Muzi's involvement in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Paragraph 12. Subsequent to this event, I received a call from Muzi. He indicated that from Nongoma he went to Mpumalanga. He wanted us to arrange a follow-up discussion of Senzo Meyiwa murder and how I could assist. We agreed to meet when he is back in Johannesburg. Paragraph 13. The same year, 2019, I received a call from General Lishaban, who asked me to meet him at his cluster office in Kloorkop, Kempton Park. It was possibly Sunday at around 1700 hours when I arrived in his office. I met General Lishabani. He informed me that he did further investigation and followed up on the information Muzi gave him about the involvement of his uncle Butle Spivantuli, who was well known to him. The general told me that he has found that Muzi was directly involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa and that the information he gave was accurate and correct. He informed me that he has invited General Sibia, who is the head of the Hawks in Gauteng, so that he can brief him on this case and see how he will weigh the information and evidence that we have. Indeed, at around 1900 hours, a gentleman arrived who was introduced to me as General Sibia by General Leshabane. General Leshabane briefed General Sibia about the information. I gave him, and also that he conducted his investigation and managed to link Muzi and Bongani Ntanzi about their involvement in this case. I was also invited to share the information clearly to General Sibia. General Sibia responded to say, according to his knowledge, the information is correct and accurate. General Sibia asked General Shaban, who was dealing with this case from the Office of the National Commissioner. General Shaban said it was Lieutenant Gininda. General Sibia proposed to General Shaban that Warrant Officer Makubo must be called to come through and listen to the information. However, General Shabani did not have the cell number of Warrant Officer Makubo. General Sibia gave General Shabani the cell numbers of Makubo, and he called Makubo. Warrant Officer arrived after 30 minutes. General Shabani shared the information with him, and Makubo refuted the information and told us that I'm lying and that there is no such information and evidence that link Nkani, that is in brackets Sfisokuhle Zungu Ntuli. He disputed everything I shared with them and said that I must reveal my source. Warrant Officer Makubu showed us a picture of Nkani and said he arrested Nkani on other matters in KwaZulu-Natal and that Nkani is not involved in the Senzo Meyiwa, in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, as well as the other suspects I have mentioned. He further accused me of coming to them with with baseless information. He kept on insisting that I reveal my source and bring him. Upon realizing that he wanted to know where do I get the information and who is my source, I agreed that I will bring the source. The meeting ended with a clear understanding to me that warrant officer did not want to take the information I have shared with them. After the meeting, I left with warrant officer Makubo to drop me off at Tembisa police station and General Sibia and left General Sibia and General Leshabani. Paragraph 14. In the same year, I received a call from a lady who identified herself as Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi, who said she was a forensic investigator in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. The officer asked to meet me in relation to the information I gave to Warrant Officer Makubo, and we agreed to meet at McDonald's, Kempton Park. When we met, I realized that she was in the company of Warrant Officer Makubo. She asked me to repeat the information that I have shared with Warrant Officer Makubo, and I did. She further asked me about my relationship to the suspect, which I have explained. She also asked if I'm related and know Kelly Kumalo, and I told her that I do not know her, nor am I related to her, except for seeing her on social media platforms. Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi accused me and General Leshabane of trying to protect Kelly Kumalo and shift the blame to the suspects I was mentioning. She told me that she has evidence that implicate Kelly in the murder and that the shooter was one of those who were in the house. I disagreed with her based on the information I had, and our discussions ended with no fruitful outcome. Paragraph 15. In the same year, 2019, I went to Tolcom Towers at SAPS head office where I met with Brigadier Gininda, then a colonel. I shared with him the information and the knowledge I heard about the suspects involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. Brigadier promised me that he will follow up the information and do the investigation. On the 11th of November 2019, I received a call from General Leshabane on my cell number, which I'm not going to read, and he informed me that Brigadier Gininda, then Colonel from the National Commissioner's Office, wanted to see me on the following day, that is the 12th of November 2019, and I have agreed. On the following day, I went to the Tembisa Cluster's Commander's Office, General Leshabane's office. I found the General and he phoned Brigadier Gininda, but Brigadier told him that he will not make it to the meeting and asked that the meeting be rolled over to the following day on the 13th November 2019, and he said the meeting place must be at Kempton Park. After speaking on the phone with Brigadier Gininda, he asked me how did Brigadier, after speaking on the phone with Brigadier Gininda, he asked me how did Brigadier Gininda came to know about the information of the murder of Meyiwa, and I told him that I'm the one who shared the information with the Brigadier. He asked me to not further share the information with him, as he wanted the Brigadier to hit the brick wall and not get the information. On the 13th of November 2019, I met with the Brigadier at Kempton Park. He was in the company of Brigadier Tony, who he said he identified as his colleague. In that meeting, I was interviewed further by the two officers in relation to the information I gave to Brigadier Gininda. I gave all the information at my disposal because it was clear that officers were doing investigation, who were doing the investigation. On the information I gave, the information, I was also asked to identify one of my parents or senior relative who can confirm my relation with the suspects, as I have indicated that I come from the same area as them. I identify my father as the person who can confirm my relationship with the suspect. Subsequent to the meeting with the two officers, I met General Leshabane, who asked me how did the meeting go. I informed him that I decided to tell the Brigadier all the information I have about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, despite his warning that I should not share the information with the Brigadier. I could see that the General was not happy about my response. Paragraph 17. On the 18th of November 2018, around 07:13, I walked to the spaza in my area, Tembisa. I noticed silver brown Corolla parked a few minutes away to the place of my residence. I was passing by the vehicle. I saw three occupants, whom one is known to me as Nkazamulo Ntuli, who is related to Muzi Sibia and Ngani Sfisokuhle Ntuli. I managed to see Nkazamulo because he was sitting at the back and the window where he was seated was open. I proceeded to the shop and bought a cigarette. When I walked back from the shop, as I was passing by the same vehicle, Nkazamulo extended his hand holding a firearm and pointed it toward my direction. The firearm was a pistol, black in color. I could see he was trying to aim and shoot at me, and I started to run away towards the direction of the shop and jumped into people's yard until I got home. I was not in possession of my service pistol. I went home and took my pistol. When I went out to confront them, the vehicle was no longer there. I then phoned General Shaban and reported this incident to him. I further informed the General that I suspect that the information I shared about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa could have leaked from his side, because I know that the suspects who came to shoot me are known to him. and they know each other. General asked me if I have opened the case, and I said no. He offered that he will send the vehicle to pick me up and take to his cluster office. I informed the general that I will make means to get to his office on my own. The reason I said that is because I was wary of the involvement in the incident that took place. I then phoned Gwabini Sfiso Zungu. Gwabini, who I know is a relative to all these suspects, including Muzi Sibia. I informed Gwabini of the incident which has just taken place to alert him, as I suspected that they wanted to kill me because I was busy sharing the information with the police about the suspects who are involved in the Senzo Meyiwa, in the murder of Meyiwa, and wanted Gwabini to watch his back as he also had information and knowledge about the case. Paragraph 19. We arranged to meet with Gwabini on the very same day at Jamestown so that we could discuss the matter in person. We met in Jamestown as arranged. Gwabini then called Nkazamulo in my presence and inquired why they were attempting to shoot me. Nkazamulo denied that he had attempted to shoot me, but I maintained my position that I know him very well and I know what I saw him doing. We called Muzi and informed him that his relatives are trying to kill me for the case of Senzo Meyiwa, where he is suspected to have been involved. Prior to this call, Gwabini informed me that the right person to call was Muzi because he was very stressed and panicking that I'm giving out information about the involvement in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Muzi acknowledged that he is aware that his relatives wanted to kill me because they also believed that I was selling them out to the police for their involvement in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He further said that he will not speak to them and he further said that he will speak to them and tell them to stop what they were trying to do to me immediately, but insisted that I should meet with him and discuss this matter and avoid future incidents of this nature. Muzi also said Gwabini must give me his current cell numbers, as we called him, using Gwabini's cell number, and placed him on a speaker. Gwabini gave me Muzi's current cell number at that time. Later the same day, I phoned Muzi, and he confirmed that he did speak to his relatives that they will stop trying to kill me. And he further insisted that we should meet, but we never met until he was arrested for the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. I was also told by Gwabini that Muzi's father is grateful that I'm willing to meet his son and resolve the Senzo Meyiwa case instead of getting his son arrested. Paragraph 20. I thereafter proceeded to General Leshabani's office where I met him and reiterated the incident of that morning. The general asked if I have informed Brigadier Gininda, and I said yes. He then said he will speak to the uncle of the suspect in order to stop this attempt. The general further told me that we should stop engaging and discuss about the Senzo Meyiwa case and that we should leave it to the national head office. I can recall that Gwabini's cell number is Warawara. I'm not going to read it. Paragraph 21. I can also confirm that Carlos Mngube had dreadlocks and gold tooth insection on the upper part of his teeth. On the day of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa, he is also appearing on A94 in the following photo numbers from 10 to 17. On page 17, he appears with Nkani Sfiso Kutlentuli He also appears on photo 22 to 24 and 31, 34 to 35, 46 to 48 in the police docket marked Vosloorus case 63610 of 24. Section A, Volume 4, Mthokozisini Mapisa also appear in photos 7, 170, 17, 23. I can also confirm that the sketch that I saw back in 2014 of Bongani Ntazi is the same as I saw in Vosloorus case 6361024, Section A, Volume 3, A154, page 2, and in brackets 8 of 8, and paragraph 22. I know and understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection to taking this prescribed oath. I know the prescribed I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my oath, and it is duly certified and signed by the Commission of Oathsmen. My Lord, I'm being told that it's 1 o'clock, my Lord.
6. When are we returning?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Okay. Notes were compiled by you from your own knowledge. You didn't have to talk to Rata Mukatling and say, Kumbula, everything, in your head.
Yes.
That information on the notes, as we are writing them, nobody assisted you with the truth.
Yes. The truth which angimunikeza ngamuntu justice statement for so long. So ingakho mhlawumbe kube khona mase bethatha statement kuba khona lo magama phamba nayo.
The truth, my Lord, that I didn't give a statement to someone for so long. Now that's maybe why those names were then confused.
Ngoba according to investigation, my justice give me bebe njengokuthi umuzi kakhulelwa sibiya ngizokwenza accuse number 1. Give me tax card ngikhumbula ukuthi umuzi kayikhulelwa ubani kodwa bengithi umuzi. So ngicabanga ukuthi kube ile mistake yabo mabe type.
The other thing, my Lord, is, let's say I speak about accused number 1. To me, it was always Muzi. So it would then take time for me to then comprehend, as to who Muzi Kayikulelwa is.
Mr. Maloi, what's your view?
As a court, please, my Lord, I'm of a firm view that the statement is before court, that cross-examination should occur on the statement as it is. I think there will be no purpose in presenting notes that were used to prepare the statement.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Missy, please. I rule that the statement is admissible in the sense that the author of the statement is before us.
Yes, madam.
And the author of the statement says he wasn't assisted to make that statement.
Yes, madam.
He made the notes and they were incorporated into this statement. Right?
Yes, madam.
Of course, he says there were 2 or 3 or 5 mistakes regarding the names, not the contents of the statement itself.
Yes, madam.
Okay, so you can continue.
I'm going to demonstrate, madam.
Okay.
Very briefly.
Okay.
That what this witness has just tried to explain in his quest to try and justify this contradiction in the statement. He's just been economical with the truth and very disingenuous with the court, madam. In the very same paragraph, this is what I'm going to say, madam. Because in the very same paragraph, he said, I saw Mose giving Kwabeni a point.
38.
Yes, a 38 special firearm Nkani.
Yes.
Giving Kwabeni a 9mm firearm. It still doesn't say accused number 3 was involved. And further on down the line, he's saying Mthokoziseni Mapisa and Carlos Mthokozimncube walk into the room and sat on the bedroom. Were those still mistakes that he could not identify when he was reading the statement after it has been typed? And now the question is, if he saw those mistakes, why did he not go back to the typer and say, or the person that was taking the notes and say, no, here you've made a mistake. And the statement has been read to him on behalf of accused number, on behalf of accused number 1 and 2. as is here. It does not even say, no, I note that there's a mistake with regard to the naming of the people in that statement. I want that to be corrected, my lord.
elinye ke iphutha akhombayo ke ummeli lana ilana ithi khona ke ngase ngibona umuzi enikeza uGwabeni i.38 special unkani enikeza uGwabeni i9 mm i9 mm bese uhlake uthi ngase ngibona ke umthokoziseni maphisa kanye noKharlos Mthobisi Mncube base bengena ke ekameleni bayohlala embhedeni manje ukuthi meqhubeka ke ummeli ukuthi ufuna ukuthi nala amaphutha awuzange wabone ukuthi ke lo muntu owayetype istatement umtshela ukuthi akusilona nje kuphela lapha yana kodwa nalana futhi wenze elinye iphutha.
My justice ingakho ngithi amagama uma bewafaka bebefaka amagama ukuthi ligama kumele lingene la kodwa lingene komunye njengalo elishoyo athi accused number 4 and number 5 la ukuthi accused number 4 ungene no accused number 3 kodwa mina ngithi accused number 4 ungene no accused number 5.
My lord, which is then what I said when I said that the names were not placed correctly. Where a name was supposed to be placed or written, a different name would be written. According to this, it says accused number 4 and number 3 came in, but I am saying that it was accused number 4 and accused number 5.
Mr. Missy,
Which is the reason why, my lord.
yeah, I hear you.
Yes, my lord. Thank you.
Mr. Baloyi, the notes, can we get the notes or it's just a futile exercise?
No, we haven't seen the notes, but I don't see how the notes will be of any assistance. The witness is providing an explanation for the errors. Things for counsel to take up those issues with the witness. I don't see how the notes can be of any assistance.
Just for my further understanding, you say this statement, you signed it where?
When? Where? What side the labo the statement says?
Centurion,
Centurion, my lord.
In the police station.
The police station.
it's a police headquarters.
Police headquarters.
The statement was typed on the same day and you signed it on the same day.
Sathathwa ngalelo langa was signed ngalelo langa le.
Ngesikhathi ngikhuluma shothi bebetype.
As I was speaking, they were typing.
Then ngoba bengiphethe ama notes afana nalawo, maybe I will refer date to this date, then ngizobe ngikhuluma ngaleyo date.
Because I had the notes, my lord, with me, I would then be referring to that specific date.
And when they get it back to you,
They give it back to me on the same day I read it.
and then what about the confusion of the names? Didn't you tell them that the names are being confused?
No, when I read it at home, that's why I came back and said those names were placed incorrectly. Only the names that were placed incorrectly.
Only the names.
Base ngifundela ke ekhaya ila ngabona khona ukuthi amagama awabekiwe kwindawo ekuyizona. Mase ngifundele ekhaya amagama kuphela.
Mr. Baloyi, your contention is that this statement should stand.
Yes, indeed, my lord, and that cross-examination should occur
Cross-examination.
on the statement.
Okay, yes, Mr. Miss. You can continue.
As it please the court, my lord.
Yeah. If you want to continue, you can continue.
With the cross-examination.
Yes, yes. The
Even
state
before
says
the-
the statement should stand.
Yes, ma'am.
Despite the
Yes.
mistakes which the state contends that you can elicit, and the response should be also noted.
But Mr. My colleague, my lord, is not an authority. He can't give an order and say that it's only his
represents the
view. I
state.
think it should come from the court that no, in the circumstances of what has been presented before court, then the court rules that cross-examination should then be proceeded with on the basis of this statement.
Yes. Yes. You can proceed.
As it please the court, my lord.
And then the court will have to decide, as you say.
Excuse me, madam.
And the court will have to decide
Yes.
thereafter, because the state has got the right to withdraw the statement if they want to, but the state is not in the mood to do that. They say they stand by the statement with the explanations. Okay, so proceed.
As it please the court, my lord. My attention has been drawn to the fact that apparently the client
what?
wants to see me, my lord.
Who's that?
That Mr. Mncube wants to bring something to my attention.
Mr. Mube.
Yes,
Oh,
may I
so-
request
yeah,
an
fine.
indulgence, man? Thank
Yeah,
you.
fine.
I'm afraid, my lord, this argument has got some rippling effects because it has just been brought to my attention by accused, by Mr. Mnube, that as he was sitting there and listening to what this witness was saying, is that this witness said that he wrote a statement and then it was commissioned. He never mentioned notes. And then after he wrote that statement, then it was taken for typing. And he's even requesting that if that is still in contention, then we can go to the record just to find out whether what he's telling this court through me is what this witness said.
Now, man, I listen. He wrote the notes, not under oath.
Under oath.
He wrote the notes. He was giving them to Ginanda. He wrote the notes, yeah. But, sorry, did you write the notes with your own handwriting?
My justice
Yeah,
notes, let's say I made general lecture.
yeah.
Then I will write whatever that on that day.
With your own handwriting.
Sometimes with my handwriting, maybe what I record in my mind, then when I get home, I just keep on recording.
With your own handwriting.
Yes.
uthi ke wenza asithi ke mhlambe ngalelo langa uhlangana noGeneral Shabane uzothi ke kuleyo nkulumo yakhe ke noGeneral Shabane ayibhalele nje okunye nje akubambe la kuyena ke emqondweni uma sefika ke endlini ke aphinde futhi abhaleke noma akurekhode lokho kodwa wayebhala yena ke esebenzisa esakhe isandla.
Okay, that's the evidence I heard.
Yes, I also had the note explanation, my lord, when I actually requested that we should be given the original version of the statement. That's
Okay, you know what?
Yes, my lord.
Are there any other statements or notes which you have?
I will check in my justice. I will provide it.
When we adjourn from here, do you go home or do you go where your safety is being secured under the protection witness?
I'm going
scheme?
to a safe place.
Hello?
I'm going to a safe place.
Yeah.
Protection.
Are these documents at that
home.
safe place?
No, some of them are there, but
And
some
others?
of them are there, not there. Are at home.
Where is home? Natal, KZN.
Some are at KZN, some are here in Gauteng.
Uthi ke kwindawo ezahlukene ke la agcinwa khona ekhaya hambe eKZN nalana ke eGauteng.
At KZN, who is there?
My
Your
justice.
father? Your father? Is your father there or your mother? Your sister? At KZN.
There's people abasebenza ekhaya because I moved my family due to their safety.
Kunabantu ke there are people who are working there ifamily yami bayihambisa ngenxa yokuvikeleka kwabo.
Unless kuzoya mina.
So
myself.
the
Unless
house,
I go, my lord.
the house, or unless you go,
Yes, I'll get some.
when you will return, Mabuhamba. Will you be
I
back?
don't know the financial complication.
The what?
Malindon.
He said it's
Unless
not
the
a
state
financial
provide.
complication, unless the state provides.
So you don't mind being driven down?
Awunandaba ukuthi bangakuhambisa bakusi.
Yeah,
You don't mind?
I don't mind.
Will you be having security driving you down? Mr. Baloyi? Does this I fear for this gentleman's life.
Yes.
Because we've got evidence here that there was an attempt to murder him. You see, people keep on saying to kill him. The difference between killing and murdering. So, does he have sufficient protection to be
Indeed.
driven down? Because there are people here in court.
Yes.
I don't know. You're listening? I don't know. No, but we must be realistic in this case.
Indeed, in fact, today security has even been enhanced.
The what?
The security around him has been enhanced as a result of the incident that we showed this morning.
Yeah, like you see, there were the threats.
Yes.
When I saw those things.
So he's.
So there's a real possibility that the safety of this witness is being compromised. Magapumala, and it goes not to a safe house, it goes to their home, because there are cell phones, can be phoned. That he's coming home. Are you with me?
Yes, indeed.
These are practical things.
Yes, indeed.
Practical things. Serious. So where are these security guys so that we see? Are they in court? Outside?
I think they're outside.
Can you make arrangements?
I'm sure arrangements can be made, Manot.
So that this witness must be given the opportunity to go home, to retrieve all those notes, and it must also go to the safe house on Monday. Is it possible on Monday we'll have those documentation?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm sure arrangements can be made.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Nisi will postpone this case, and we hope this witness will still be alive on Monday. How much is it?
I will pray.
Yeah?
I will pray.
You'll pray.
I'm not well. There are car accidents as well, my lord.
No.
I will not put my head on the block for that.
Yeah, you're right. Haven't you had a guy being murdered by a moving car? I'm
My
sure.
lord,
Yes, then it becomes an accident. But the latter will be dead.
I always knew those as reckless
What?
and negligent driving, my lord. It could be a
What?
bus that will be heading to Zimbabwe that veers
Yeah,
off
it's
the road and
possible,
then
you're right.
hits him and then
Okay.
he's gone. As it please the court.
But you know what? In the meantime, all counsels, I want you to address me on the admissibility of this statement, having regards to the fact that it is being added to by the evidence, the viva voce evidence of this witness. Can you prepare an argument, all of you? I'm going to prepare one.
Let us get the directive properly, my lord. The court is asking us to...
The legality, the lawfulness of the additional statements he makes in court to be taken and incorporated into his statement, and the mistakes he explains in his statement. I'm aware of the case of State versus Mafaladi, so State
Yes,
versus
ma'am.
Govenda,
Yes.
etc., etc. But I'm just saying, I want you to address me on that exigence on Monday, if you are able to. If you are not, Tuesday or Wednesday.
As it please the court, my lord.
Mr. Baloyi? Okay, it's fine. Then we adjourn on that note to Monday. Mr. Baloyi?
Please, my lord, the state has prepared its heads as requested by the court.
Right.
Just a short while ago, I inquired from the investigating officer if the notes were found. The investigating officer, however, informs me that the notes were shredded, destroyed after the statement was made, and therefore the notes are no longer available.
Fine. That is the investigating officer.
Yes,
But what does Mr. Zungu
yes.
say?
No, I haven't spoken to him as he's under cross-examination, my lord.
Oh, yeah, correct, quite correct. I'm just going to ask Mr. Nisi, I'm just going to ask if you heard the prosecutor says, according to the investigating officer, the notes were shredded.
Yes.
So I'm going to find out from Mr. Zungu whether the order of the court that they must go to Natal, KZN, and discover or fetch those documents, whether he did that.
I don't have an objection.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zungu, did you go down to KZN?
Ngabuyile ne-KZN.
My justice ke zokusemandleni wami konke ukuthola ngenze konke okusemandleni nami ukuthola amaphupho noma lawo maphepha engade ngiwasebenzisa ngakuthola khona kwathola.
Lalela. All I'm trying to ascertain, did you go down to KZN?
My justice ngicela ungakuvezi ngoba for a security reason.
I would like not to divulge it for security reasons, my lord.
No, fine, I understand. But you did go down
Yes,
to
I did.
KZN?
Yes.
You did go to the place where you said there's a possibility that, or the probability that you'll find the notes,
Yes.
right? Did you find them?
No, I didn't find them. The only thing I found is the statement, the one that I rectify on that day.
Okay, fine. No problem.
Njeke ama-notes akawatholanga ekuhambile awakuthola-ke i-statement lesi awasilungisa ngaleliya langa.
Okay. Yeah, the court at the last hearing requested that the state and the defense should prepare heads of argument regarding the exigency that which was raised by Mr. Mnisi when he started to cross-examine that his cross-examination is impeded by the fact that his instructions are that there was a statement, a written statement, or a written affidavit signed by this accused. Am I correct, Mr. Mnisi? Consequently, the imputation is that there are two affidavits. One is written and signed by this witness, Mr. Zungu, and the other one is a typed one. Is that how I understood you?
Yes, my lord.
That's it.
Yes.
So you insisted that you want the production of that statement, the written statement or the written affidavit.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, fine, thanks. And this court, when Mr. Mnisi came up with that contention, initially said, look, before court there is only one affidavit which appears to be typed. But on reflection on the assertion made by Mr. Mnisi, I thought that in the interest of justice, it would be fair and it would be in accordance with the principles of according the accused, a fair trial, that this court should investigate and interrogate the question whether in fact there are two statements under oath, there are two affidavits, one according to the instructions of Mr. Mnisi, which is written and signed by this witness, and the other one which was deposed to before Colonel Ginanda and signed by this witness, because that exigency impedes.
Yes. It's neither here nor there.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
But, you know, it's a question of whether, in fact, there are two affidavits or two statements. The witness says he is only aware of the fact that he composed notes from which the statement was extrapolated when he was being interviewed by Colonel Ginanda. Right. Okay, go ahead.
Indeed, my lord. In other words, mention is made of a statement, but the witness is talking of notes.
Fine.
Yes, and counsel, after court adjourned on Friday, they did listen to the recording, and this also according to my notes, that initially mention was made of a written statement, but the witness did subsequently explain that what he really meant was that the statement was composed out of notes and that there's no written statement as such. That was my understanding of
Okay,
the
fine.
explanation.
Yeah,
Yes.
fine. No.
Okay.
That is your understanding, but Mr.
Yes.
Mrs. instructions are that there is a written statement. Okay, fine.
Right. Now, I don't know whether in light of the fact that the notes stroke statements cannot be traced or that the notes have been destroyed, whether it is really worth the trouble to then continue arguing the matter. But if that is the case, my lord, we will then continue to
Yes, fine.
address the court.
Yes, please do.
As court pleases, we've prepared heads of argument in
Sorry,
this.
have you circulated
Yes,
them?
yes, I've just
Okay,
given them
fine.
copies. And the heading of our heads, my lord, is heads. Request by accused number 3, counsel for disclosure of notes used to compile a statement of State Witness Constable Senzo Zungu. As I've just explained now that following on the explanation by this witness is that what was in existence were notes and not a written statement as such.
Sure.
Now, in the introduction, my lord, we mentioned that the current witness, Constable Zungu, has finished giving his evidence in chief and has also been cross-examined by the legal representative of accused number 1 and 2, Mr. Ramosepele. Paragraph 2, we mentioned
No,
that...
no, no, let's be factual.
Yes,
He was cross-examined by Mr. Ramosepele, right?
yes.
But Mr. Nisi did not conclude his evidence, his cross-examination.
Yes, we will get
When I intervened.
Yes, we
Okay,
will get
fine.
into that, yes.
All right.
Paragraph 2, when it was the turn of counsel for accused number 3 to cross-examine the witness, Advocate Mnisi indicated that he requests that the handwritten statement be disclosed to him. As we mentioned, this is subject to the corollary that we have just referred to. In paragraph 3, the witness has explained that his statement was compiled using notes of recordal of certain incidents in this matter. He indicated that these notes are kept at various locations where he lives, including in KwaZulu-Natal, as the court has just confirmed that with him. Paragraph 4, he mentioned further that there is an error in paragraph 5 of his statement, wherein he sets out the sequence in which he saw the accused around 2100 hours coming from outside and following each other to Gwabeni's bedroom. He says where the name of Nkani Sfisokushe Zungu is mentioned in paragraph 5, it should be substituted with that of Tobisi Ngube, accused number 3. In the statement, he states in paragraph 5 that, and we quote, around 9:00 p.m. on the very same day, I noticed Muzi Sibia, this is accused number 1, Mafika Sandiso Ntanzi, accused number 2, and Nkani, in brackets, Sifisokuhle Zungu, that is now accused number 3, walking after each other to Gwabeni's bedroom, coming from outside, close the quotation. He says that where the name of Carlos Mtobisi Ngube, accused number 3, should have been inserted instead of that of Nkani Sifekuhle Ntuli. Sorry, there's Zungu, there should be Ntuli. That is now accused number 5. And further on in that paragraph, wherein he states that, and we quote, I saw Nkani, accused number 5, giving Ngwabeni a 9mm should be substituted with the name of Carlos Ntobisi Ngube, accused number 3. He states that further that in the same paragraph, the name of Mtokosizeni Mapisa and Carlos Ngube walk into the bedroom and sat on the bed. The name of Carlos Ntobisi Ngube should be substituted with that of Nkani Ntuli. So in other words, my Lord, he's saying everywhere in that paragraph 5, where the name of accused number 5 appears, it should be substituted with that of accused number 3. In paragraph 5, we mentioned that in the matter at hand, the accused is not laying claim to any of the contents of the police dockets, but as we've just indicated, my Lord, but to notes which do not form part of the police dockets, but which were used to compile the statement of the witness. Then, my Lord, we deal with authorities. We refer to the case of State versus Rowand, 2009, volume 2, SACR 450, and is the decision of the then Witwatersrand local division, where the court dealt with the right of an accused to full access to the documents in the possession of the prosecutor or the state before the trial. In that case, my Lord, the accused contended that it appeared from the documents to which the state had given them access that there must be further documents in the state hands which might be relevant to the case or to their intended application for stay of prosecution. The novel point of law in that case was whether the accused had the right of access to information and documents in the possession of the state and pertaining to the case, but not included in the case docket. In that case, my Lord, the accused was facing charges of fraud as well as statutory counts which involve complex financial, legal, and commercial issues. And the paragraph that we want to put emphasis on is at page 451, it's paragraph D to E, where the court held that where such a document was in the possession of the state, and in here, my Lord, the emphasis falls in the possession of the state. It ought to form part of the docket, and we argue, my Lord, that Rowan's case is distinguishable from the current case in that the state is not in possession of the notes mentioned by the witness, nor have we seen them, my Lord, nor deliberately left them out of the docket, as was the position in Rowan's case. And we also mentioned that Rowan's case is distinguishable from the present case in that, as we've just intimated, my Lord, in Rowan's case, the cases relate to fraud and involve complex financial and commercial issues. We also refer to the locus classicus of State versus Shabalala, 1995, volume 2, SSCR 761, decision of the Constitutional Court. and the case of State versus Buota, 1994, Volume 4, SACR 541, decision of the then Witwatersrand Local Division. And we qualify that, my lord, that in that, or in those cases, they only dealt with witness statements contained within the docket. Then under Section D, we deal with what we perceive to be the legal position. In paragraph 9, we refer to Section 35(3) of the Constitution, which states that every accused person has got the right to a fair trial, which includes, firstly, or in the context of the current case, the right to be informed of the charge with sufficient detail to answer it. And secondly, in the context of this case, the right to adduce and challenge evidence. In paragraph 11, we mentioned that the Constitutional Court in the case of Shabalala and others versus Attorney General Transvaal and another, 1996, volume 1, all South African law reports at page 64, the Constitutional Court held that the defense is entitled before the trial to all statements in the police docket, except where there is a reasonable risk that disclosure of a statement will lead to divulging of state secrets, method of police investigation, the identity of informers, or could otherwise harm the interests of justice. And further held that the court must weigh up the respective interest, that the defense must set out a prima facie entitlement to access, and the state must advance justified grounds for refusal. And we refer to the relevant paragraph, page 16, paragraph 16. As a starting point, the defense is only entitled to documents contained in Part A of the docket. And, my lord, that they've been furnished with. Witness statements, expert reports, and documentary evidence, except insofar as this may be privileged. The defense is also entitled to copies of documents which are not in the docket, but which are in possession of the prosecutor or the state, and which form part of the state case. As we've mentioned repeatedly, my lord, that the state is not in possession of the statement stroke notes. And in paragraph C, we state the test that ought to be applied in a request of this nature. And in paragraph we state that the basic test in the present application must be whether the right to a fair trial in terms of Section 35(3) of the Constitution includes the right to have access to notes that were used in the compilation of a statement. And similarly, and borrowing from the language used in Shabalala's case, it was held that this is not a question that can be answered in the abstract, but with regard to particular circumstances of the case, and in the broad context of a legal culture of accountability and transparency manifested by both the preamble to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. This was per Justice Mohammed, the late Justice Mohammed, and referred to the relevant pages, page 26, paragraph 35 to 36, wherein he held as follows: ordinarily, an accused person should be entitled to have access at least to the statements of prosecution witnesses, but the prosecution may, in a particular case, be able to justify the denial of such access on the grounds that it is not justified for the purpose of a fair trial. We mentioned that what a fair trial may require in particular case depends on the circumstances of each case, as it was mentioned on page 26 of Shabalala. And in paragraph 14, the question in casu is whether the disclosure of this witness statement, I think the statement is missing there, is sufficient to enable the defense to prepare its own case sufficiently or to properly exercise its right to adduce and challenge evidence or to identify witness who might be able to contradict the assertion made by the state witness, or to obtain evidence which might sufficiently impact upon the credibility and motives of the state witness during cross-examination, or to focus properly on significant matters omitted by the state witness in their depositions, or to properly deal with the significant matters deposed to by such witness in one statement and not in another, or deposed to in a statement and not repeated in the evidence, or to hesitation, contradictions, and uncertainties manifest in a police statement, but overtaken by the confidence and dogmatism in viva voce evidence. This is a passage that we quote from Shabalala, page 27, paragraph 37. We mentioned in paragraph 13, my Lord, that this matter at hand is distinguishable from the Shabalala case in that we are not dealing with the request for disclosure of a statement, but disclosure of notes, recordal of events which were used to draw up a statement. And we mentioned here, my Lord, that the defense will usually not be entitled to memoranda in the docket, in the B part of the docket, and here we refer to motivated index of internal reports and memoranda contained in part B of the case docket, and the investigation diary contained in part C of the docket. And in the Shabalala case, the court set out the following guidelines in resolving the issue. Firstly, the court held that it is difficult to conceive of any circumstance in which the prosecution can justify withholding from the accused access to any statement or document in the police docket. And here, my Lord, the emphasis falls in the police docket, which favors the accused or is exculpatory. And secondly, inherently there might be some element of uncertainty as to whether the disclosure of the relevant documents might or might not lead to the identification of informers or to the intimidation of witnesses or impediment of the proper administration of justice. And in light of the fact that the state hasn't seen the notes or statements, we are not in a position to advise the court as to whether there's any prospect of intimidation of witnesses or impediment of the proper administration of justice. And the court then went on to hold that if in the special circumstances of a particular case, the court needs to exercise disputed documents in order to make a proper assessment of the legitimacy of the prosecution's claim, and any insight that document might reasonably defeat the protection which the prosecution is anxious to assert, then the court will be entitled to examine such documents for this purpose without affording the accused an opportunity of any knowledge of its contents, but making proper allowance for that factor in the ultimate decision. This, my lord, was the proposal that if the notes were found, that was a proposal that the state was going to make, that that the court should first have sight of the notes and then inform the parties as to whether there's any possibility of intimidation or impediment of the proper administration of justice. However, in light of the fact that the statement stroke notes are not available, the matter has since now become moot. What is important, my lord, in this regard is that the court is vested with a wide discretion as to what should be done in the circumstances. And we deal briefly, my lord, with a related topic which, strictly speaking, it's not relevant in the matter, and there's the issue of the police diaries. And we mention here that the same consideration applied to the police diary as to those that apply to statements in the docket, as those diaries form part of the integral part of the witness statement. We mentioned that the state can refuse to disclose privileged information taken up in the diary, but the reasons therefore must be disclosed, and we refer to the case of Jonas versus Minister of Law and Order, 1993, Volume 2, SACR. Page 692 is the decision of the Eastern Cape at 696 E to G. And we mentioned, my lord, that the police are issued with diaries or pocketbooks specifically for the purpose of documenting events which would assist them in compiling their statements at a later stage. And we mentioned here, my lord, we have seen, for instance, in the case of Warrant Officer Musia, that his pocketbook forms part of the, or it is an integral part of his statement, and as he documented certain events therein, and the extract of his pocketbook has been handed up as Exhibit C4. In Jonas' case, should be Jonas, not Johan's, Jonas' case, it was held that information recorded with the purpose of being used in the preparation for or in the prosecution of the trial and forming part of the prosecution's brief, for instance, contents of the pocketbook, form part of or form an integral part of the witness statement, and or they are a record of information intended for use in the preparation for or in the prosecution at a criminal trial, and to form part, there should be part, to form part of the prosecutor's brief. We submit in conclusion, my lord, that that the notes made by the witness stand on a different footing from a policeman's diary or pocket book, and should not be subject to disclosure, but subject to the corollary, my lord, that that the court should first have a judicial pick of the notes, and then inform the parties as to whether there's any possibility of intimidation or the impediment of the administration of justice. And we submit, my lord, that the witness, this witness, Constable Zungu, should be cross-examined on the basis of his statement and the explanation that he gives for any contradictions between his testimony and his statement will be subject to any credibility findings that the court will make at the end of the case. That, my lord, are our submissions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Baloyi. Kamsipiri, Mr. Okay. All of you?
For me.
For you?
For me, my lord.
Okay, Mr. Ngamalo?
My lord, I did not also prepare the heads of arguments. I was of the view that it was a matter that was going to be argued on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Oh, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yes, that was the understanding.
And then court on Monday?
I got. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Msholo? Sorry, Miss Msholo?
My lord, I will address the court. I did not prepare the haste, but I'll argue. I'll make my submissions, my lord.
Now?
Yes, my lord.
Make them.
No, I mean after this, my lord, because Mnisi is going to take the space first, my lord.
Oh,
and
okay.
then I'm the
Mr.
last
Mnisi, they say you should. Yeah,
In the same
Mnisi?
breath, with my colleague, I did not prepare something readable in line with what the state has done, and that is not out of contempt of the court. However, I understood the court to mean that if we can do so.
Yeah, fine.
But nonetheless, my lord, the issues here are very crisp and very succinct. The court will remember, just before I could commence with my cross-examination, I brought it to the attention of the court, my lord, that I had a conversation with the state wherein I actually requested the original copy of the statement because the copy that we were issued with is a typed version. Then the state said no, it did not have such a handwritten statement.
Right.
I thought that the matter would then have rested at that point. However, subsequent to Mr. Zungu's testimony and him being cross-examined by Mr. Ramusipili on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, he mentioned very unequivocally that there is a statement that he wrote with his own hand. He initialed it, he initialed each and every page, he signed it.
So Mr. Zungu says there is a statement.
Yes, my lord. I'm still addressing the court.
Yeah. It's not being interpreted. Do you understand what Mr. Mnisi is saying?
Yes, I do.
Fine, okay.
Thank you, my lord. You said there is a statement that he himself wrote in his own hand. He initialed each and every page thereof. He signed it, and it was commissioned. And I then said it would really be very grateful if we were to be furnished with that original statement, my lord, that is handwritten. That is when then the whole issue started to be thrown into disarray. That's when the explanation regarding the existence of a note from which that statement that is typed was compiled from, that is how then the issue developed.
Okay.
Then accused number 3, gentleman that I'm representing, my lord, called me or drew my attention to the fact that, called me in order to draw my attention to the fact that no, in fact, the issue of a statement, as it was testified about by Mr. Zungu, that he says he initialed each and every page thereof, that he said he signed it, that he said it was commissioned, is actually on record. It is actually on record.
Actually on record?
Yes. Then what happened, my lord, after the court had made an order that there should be some kind of an escapade to go to KwaZulu-Natal to go and look for those notes, which apparently the explanation is given that they've been shredded, they cannot be found, then ensued. But we had an opportunity, myself and my colleagues, to go and have a listen to hear what the record, insofar as Mr. Zungu's testimony on this aspect of the inquiry is concerned, my lord. I may say, my lord, without any fear of self-contradiction, that what we have been maintaining all along is confirmed by what is stated in the record. And in fact, I would have requested this court, my lord, that just to put the matter at rest, the court should I'm going to request, but it's not an instruction, I'm going to request the court to consider actually listening himself exactly what Mr. Zungu said about the statement, my lord. We're not requesting notes. The issue of notes was never ever part of our request. We based our request on the basis of Mr. Zungu's very own testimony about the existence of the statement, my lord.
Okay.
And that is the position that we're still maintaining, my lord.
Okay, fine. I say fine. I hear you.
Thank you, my lord. So the submission that has been made by my colleague here with regard to the Jonas case, the Shabalala's case, and all those cases which were stated there, my lord, are distinguishable from what is happening in this particular inquiry, because
Okay.
it is not like we're requesting something that the state does not have. The state does have this information, however,
No.
for the sake of...
put it clearly.
Yes, my lord.
The state does have Mr. Zungu's signed statement. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying,
So
my
that there
lord.
must not be any misunderstanding.
Yes, and I'm basing this
The
on what
state-
he himself said under oath.
No, I hear what he says.
Yes.
But your submission is the state does have a written statement which is commissioned and signed by Mr. Zungu. That's your submission.
That is my submission, my
Mr.
lord.
Baloyi,
But let me qualify my submission.
Wait, you hear that?
Yes.
No, fine. Then you can
Let me
qualify.
qualify my submission, my lord. I am not sucking this information.
Ah.
I am not speculating. I'm not making assumption. I am basing this statement based on what this witness has told this court, my lord. It is on record.
No. Mr. Mnisi, you are an officer of this court.
Yes, my lord.
There's a world of difference between what you have submitted now and what you are saying. Listen to what you are saying.
I can hear myself, my lord.
Yeah, but do you understand yourself?
I do understand myself. my lord.
Okay, let me try and quote you. very
Yes, my
clearly.
lord. Yes.
The submission is that the state has
Yes.
a written statement,
Yes, my lord.
right?
Yes.
The state has a written statement.
Yes, my lord.
Now you qualify it.
Yes.
This is based on what this witness says.
Yes, my lord.
These are two different concepts.
In my understanding, my
No.
lord.
Just
Oh, okay.
Listen to this.
Yes.
These are two different concepts.
Yes, my
When you say the state has,
Yes, my lord.
it means Mr. Baloyi is misleading this court.
No, that's not.
No, come on. Let's not play marbles.
No.
No.
That does not come from me, my lord.
No.
Definitely, it does not come from me.
This is inferential reasoning.
No, I would have said, my
No.
lord.
Mr. Mnisi, please.
Okay, thank you, my
Let's
lord.
not
Yes.
waste time.
Yes.
You are saying the state has
Yes, my lord.
the written statement by this witness,
Yes.
and the state has not disclosed or discovered that statement to you. Huh?
That is the reason why we're
No,
requesting
wait.
the original
And the
version, my
state
lord.
has not disclosed or discovered that statement to you, as it is obliged in terms of the Constitution and the case of Shabalala, 1995. Is that not so?
My lord, I am not saying that the state did not disclose. I am saying
Look,
we were requesting the original version.
Mr. Mnisi.
Yes, my lord.
The state is obliged. It has no choice.
Yes.
It's obliged.
Yes.
Now, if the state has not disclosed that statement, written statement to you,
Yes.
as required by the law,
Yes, my lord.
then it means this prosecutor, Mr. Baloyi, has not complied with the letter of the law as enunciated in the case of Shabalala. It must be so. Otherwise, Masulan Sibe is Zangomage.
Should I respond, my lord?
Yes, respond.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, it would never have been my intention to say that the state did not disclose that information. The nip and the heart of my request, my lord, was the disclosure of the original statement from which the typed version that we were handed with was prepared from.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, my lord. And that is basically what this witness is saying. This witness is saying that original statement is there. He says, I penned this statement in my own handwriting, initialed each and every page. It was signed and it was commissioned. Now, if the court says that I am, in a broader analysis of the understanding of the court, I am suggesting that the state willfully did not disclose that statement. That is not our point of departure, my lord. When I say we, I mean myself and accused number 3, because we only requested the original version. The minute we tend to...
Where is the original version? Where is the original version?
The state must know and the witness, my lord. They are both on the side of the state.
No.
Yes. The state and the witness must know.
Okay, fine.
Where that original version is. But as far as...
Any other thing?
It is still, my lord, my instruction that before we commence with the cross-examination, unless the court were to rule otherwise, we should be favored with that original version. And this is also based on the fact that already, my lord, on the typed version that the state is requesting that the defense should cross-examine this witness on, there's a conflict of interest. There are discrepancies.
What conflict of interest?
There are discrepancies in that statement.
No.
That therefore tempt us.
Please, don't conflate issues.
No, I'm not conflating issues.
You are. We're talking about
yes,
a written statement.
Yes.
Is that not so? And this court hasn't seen it, and you are saying already in that statement there are conflicts. Are you understanding yourself?
I do, my lord, because the statement that I'm referring to, that I say, there is already some contradiction in the statement that has been already read on record.
No,
I partly addressed on that statement on Friday.
Mr. Minister, please.
Yes.
What has been read on record is a typed statement.
That's what I'm saying, my lord.
So what are you saying?
No, I am saying what further buttresses our quest to receive the original version of the statement, of the handwritten statement, because, my lord, it is because of the inconsistencies that we have already been able to identify in the typed version that brings us to, it tempts us, my lord.
How can you tell this court that there are inconsistencies when this court hasn't had sight of the written statement?
Or I thought, my lord, that I thought it had already been read into record.
Listen to me.
Yes, my lord.
How can you talk about inconsistencies which emanate,
yes, my lord,
and logically so,
yes,
from two different statements?
No. That's not what I'm saying, my lord. I am saying already in the statement that has been read on record, the typed version, on that statement itself, already there are inconsistencies. So that is tempting us to further believe that if we're to be furnished with the handwritten statement, then the cork is going to crumble, my lord.
The what?
The cork is going to crumble. I think my colleague used the word the other day that
Are you finished?
I would therefore request, my lord, that the court grants us the indulgence and instruct the state to give us, as per this witness's testimony, the original, handwritten version of the statement.
This court.
That would be my submission, my lord.
Listen.
Yes.
This court is not going to interrogate this witness about that this witness should give this court a typed statement, a written statement.
Yes, my lord.
Because your submission is that the state is in possession of this witness's written statement. That's your submission.
Finally, my lord, and with due respect, I would humbly request, as per my instructions, that to lay this matter at rest, that the court should also consider, I'm requesting the court to also consider listening at what this witness said about that statement.
No. Fine.
Thank you, my lord.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Ms. Michelle?
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, to begin with my address regarding the issue at hand, my lord, I will ask that we play the record. We have asked the registrar to zoom in where exactly.
Listen to me. I believe what you heard, and I accept it, that this witness said he made a written statement. Fine.
Yes, my lord.
I accept that.
Yes, my lord. Then the next question, we have not been given an explanation by the state, my lord, regarding the whereabouts of the statement that the witness has referred to.
Fine. Has written.
A written statement.
Written
yes.
statement. Fine.
Yes,
Thank
because
you.
the witness, my lord, has referred to a written statement
Right.
which has not been submitted, my lord, to the defense.
Okay, fine. I hear you.
And my lord, my submission is that it is crucial that that statement, because the witness has confirmed under oath that he did make it, that statement should be produced in order to verify, my lord, the truthfulness
Statement should be produced by whom?
by the state, because the witness belongs to the state, my lord.
This is on the assumption that this witness has given the state the written statement.
My lord, I don't think he would have made, I agree, my lord, I don't think he would have made the statement for someone else or for any other intended purposes.
Okay, fine.
Yes, my lord, whether
Okay.
it was made with the investigating officer or by himself, but it should have landed to the state, my
Okay,
lord.
fine.
And now, my lord, we are faced with a typed version on which the witness has testified with. Therefore, the defense is asking for the original statement which the witness has referred to
Okay, fine.
and has not been submitted to the defense in order to verify truthfulness, the discrepancies, omissions, and everything, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Even the type statement, my lord, will recall that it was also produced during the trial. It was not produced.
That's not true, man. The type statement was disclosed. Hello? Mr. Baloi, wasn't it disclosed with the docket?
No, no.
Well, the statement was only taken down, I think on
On
the
the
23rd
31st of May,
Yes.
of July, you said.
Yeah, I think it's
Because this witness was, for some reason,
31st of May. Yes, 31st
Hello?
of, it was taken down on the 31st of May.
That's it.
2023, Yes.
unless you say Mr. Baloi is not telling this court the truth. This statement, according to Mr. Baloi, was taken on the 31st of May, the typed one. Is that not so?
I think, my lord, Mr. Baloi has answered to say this statement was not disclosed to the defense before the trial started.
Fine.
It was disclosed last week.
Fine.
Yes, my lord. Which is causing prejudice on the side of the state, because what we are asking now, my lord, we're supposed to have requested it, or we're supposed to have discussed it with the state before the trial started. The original statement of the typed version, my lord.
Yeah, but Mr. Baloi says there are special circumstances here. This witness was threatened with death, and he was supposed to have made the statement then, and because he was threatened with death, and I emphasize it, he was taken under the witness protection program. And Mr. Baloi says the reason why, for instance, his name does not appear in the list of witnesses on the charge sheet, it was because they did not want to disclose that he was going to give evidence because he's threatened with death. And Mr. Baloi says, as a result of security reasons, this statement was only taken on the 31st of May, is it? Mr. Baloi?
Yes, it was taken down on the 31st of May.
That's the background, please.
My lord, my issue is not there
What is
regarding the fears and the protection and the safety of the witness, my lord. We understand everything. But my point is, my lord, at the time when this statement was disclosed to the defense, it ought to have been accompanied by the original statement, which the witness has referred to, but that was not done. But it appeared during trial, my lord, that the witness is still referring to that statement which he says he made.
Okay, fine.
Then my
So according to the defense, there are two statements.
there are two statements.
Fine.
Yes.
That's
yes.
basically what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
Right, fine.
And we all understand, my lord, we all have been prosecutors. We know that if there is a handwriting statement and there is a typed one, you attach both statements, my lord. We know that that's common cause. And in this case, it did not happen, my lord. And all we are asking right now, if the state is not in possession of that statement, they ought just have to tell us that, no, we don't have that statement, which the witness referred to. And
But
then
Mr.
we can
sorry,
be able
but,
to...
But Mr. Baloyi has said that. Mr. Baloyi, haven't you said that the state is not in possession of a written statement by this witness?
Indeed, my lord, that's
Yeah,
what we said, and
That's what he says. He said it, on Friday.
My lord, I missed that when the state made the admissions, because I had the state still referring to the notes, my lord.
Yes, the state refers to
yes. I am not
It's
referring...
not the state that refers to the notes as I'm sitting here. It's this witness which refers to the notes. Mr. Baloyi, is the state referring to the notes?
Well, we're referring to what this witness, the explanation of the witness.
What does he say?
We're referring to the fact that the witness says all that he had were notes that he kept, and from which the statement that was read into the record was compiled.
And the state
And
does,
those
wait,
notes-
does the state have those notes?
Now, as I mentioned this morning, that the information that we received this morning is that those notes...
No, but that's why this court ordered that those notes or
Yes.
statements,
Yes,
this witness must go to KZN
yes.
to fetch them. Because I understood to say the state doesn't have the statement, written statement,
Yes,
and the state doesn't have the notes.
indeed.
That's why this court, in interrogating whether in fact there are two statements, requested this witness to travel to Natal despite the fact that he's under threat of being murdered
Yes,
and bring the notes to this court. That's why I made that order.
yes.
I wouldn't have made that order. Okay, fine. Yes, Mr. Mshololo?
And then thank you, my lord, for taking that point further, because we need clarity on whether, what is it that is not available, because weight, my lord, is not the same. The witness has referred to the statement under oath. And if the statement is not available, it must be stated clearly on the record
Fine.
that the statement was made, it is not available
Okay,
to
fine.
be produced to the defense.
Right.
And then if, my lord, the state case is that notes were made, but then they are not available to be produced to the defense, then it's something else, my lord, because the weight that these two statements or these two documents do not have the same weight.
Evidential
my lord.
value.
Yes,
Yes.
evidential value, my lord.
Right, okay, thank you. Any other thing?
Yes, my lord. And therefore, my lord, if the statement is not available, and the submissions made by the state, my lord, especially, can I proceed to?
Aye, the whole day. I've got 2 years to hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, my lord. Especially the submissions made by the state, my lord, which refers to paragraph 3, 4, and 5. I'll summarize them, my lord. I won't refer to them as they are. Referring to the contradictions or changes that are now being made in respect of accused number 5. Had accused number 5 been privy with the original statement that was made by the witness, would have been able to look at these discrepancies on his side, my lord, referring to the statements and the type statement, my lord, and also together with the viva voce evidence of the witness.
Okay, fine, I agree. That logically, that should be so.
Yes.
Okay.
As a result, my lord, the defense for the accused number 5 is prejudiced by the non-disclosure of the original statement, which the witness is making correction of as being referred to in paragraph 4, 5, and 6.
And
my
this,
lord.
and this non-disclosure is by the state.
It's by the statement.
Right.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
not the witness.
Yes, it knows by the statement.
That's it, fine,
Yes,
fine.
yes.
Okay, any other thing?
It's by the state, my lord. And also the further submissions made by the state, my lord, in their heads of arguments referring to part B, privilege to part B, and the test to be applied. It's totally different to the case that we are dealing with right now, my lord, because here we are dealing with the interest of justice, that if it is true what the witness is referring to, then the original statement ought to have been produced to the defense. It is in the interest of justice that we know as to when the statement referred to was taken and what was contained, what was the content of that original statement, which has not been disclosed. And exactly on top of that, my lord, Part B refers to the memorandums and other conversations between the police and investigating. We're not asking that. We're not demanding that. We're demanding the statement which forms part of a clip, which the defense is entitled to it. No reference to Part B and C. That is not our submissions, my lord. And also, my lord, regarding the prejudice that the defense is suffering right now, is that of having to conduct your trial or having to conduct your defense when the matter is being tried. This statement, my lord, contains...
How do you know?
Sorry, my lord?
How do you know?
No, my lord, I'm still addressing...
Yes,
why,
how do you know? This statement.
Why I'm saying that. This statement, I'm referring to the type 1.
Oh, the type statement,
yes.
not the written statement. Okay.
Yes, my lord. I'm referring to the type 1. I want to address his lordship regarding the prejudice. Because...
No, you know what? You're putting the cart before the wagon, or the horses before the cart and the wagon. We are here conducting an inquiry whether there is a written statement. That's what this case is, this inquiry is about. I've given you the leeway to compare what is in this written statement and what is supposed to be in the, what is in the type statement as opposed to what should be in the written statement. You can't do that. Logically you can't do that because we only have one statement in court at the moment. Is that not so?
One submission, my
yes,
lord. Just one. My lord, my submission is that accused number 5 will suffer prejudice if he continues cross-examination without having the original statement of this statement. Yes,
you are correct. That's why this court went out of his way to make an order that this witness should go and fetch all those statements or communications or notes, because Mr. Baloyi says he does not have a written statement made by this witness. And I'm aware of the prejudice. That's why this court, in evening the playing fields, made that order. Any other judge maybe wouldn't have done that.
Thank you, Mario, and we really appreciate that.
Yes, of course.
Yes, those are my submissions.
Right. Now, I don't want to have a look. Did you bring any other thing from Natal, KZN, which is handwritten?
KZN okubhaliwe ngesandla.
Akukho, my justice.
No, nothing, my lord.
You didn't get anything?
Akukho okutholile nje.
Akukho, Nkosi.
Nothing, my lord.
Nothing. Okay, fine. Now, there is evidence, and I'm quoting my learned colleagues here, that you say you have made a written statement.
Inkantolo ithi ke kunofakazi noma kukhona ufakazi okushiwo ke abameli lapha ukuthi ubufakazi bakho kuvike endlulile.
Uthe sit down. Yes.
Uthe uma ukhuluma la inkantolo wathi kune statement owasibhala wena ngesandla sakho. Bathi abameli yiloko okushilo wena ngevike endlule.
My justice, into bengikhuluma ngayo mangithi kunezinto ngiyibhale ngesandla kufana nakho ngalo statement esithayiphiwe ngiyabhala njengoba bengilungisa kulo ma mistake into engangikhuluma ngazo mhlawumbe ngangibhala i-date mhlawumbe ngangibhale kwi-newspaper or kwi-slip sasethilini or low notice engiyithole ukuthi kune-information
Asibambe kancane nje. What I was referring to, my lord, the witness is referring to this typed version where there are some corrections made on it. That I was referring where I would pick up that there's something, I would then correct that. Whether I was writing on a newspaper, I was writing on a receipt or a slip, but that is what I was referring to, my lord, when I said that I had wrote down. There are certain things that I wrote down. Yebo?
and my justice angaze ngenze i-statement kuyi-1 until the 31st.
And
That's why ukuthi mayithi ne-statement angisazi usithatha akekho noyi-1 engamenzela i-statement.
there's not a single person that I made a statement to except the statement that I made on the 31st. Hence then I'm surprised when he says that he's got a statement which I don't know where he or she took it from. But I've never made a statement except for the one of the 31st.
Right? Continuing this inquiry, do you know what is a statement?
Istatement uyazi ukuthi yini?
Yebo ngiyazi.
Yes, I do, my lord.
Do you know what is an affidavit?
Istatement esifungelwe i-affidavit uyazi ukuthi yini?
Yebo ngiyazi.
Yes, I do, my lord.
Now, before the 31st of May this year, were you ever called by the investigating officer or any other police official or officer to make a statement regarding this issue? To make a statement.
Ngaphambi kwe-31 ikaMeyi kuwona lo nyaka ngaba ukhona yini iphoyisa noma ke umphenyi ke umseshi wecala elake lakubiza ngaphambi kwe-31st zikaMeyi la elathatha khona ke istatement kuwena mayela nalo daba lolu?
Akekho ngangamnikeza my justice.
I gave a statement to no one, my lord.
Did you ever swear and take an oath to a statement which you made, which oath paraphrases, I acknowledge that the contents of this statement or affidavit are true and correct, and you signed it? Taking an oath before a police officer or a commissioner of oaths or a magistrate. Have you ever done that, sir?
Ingabe khona la khona ke owafunga khona ke lokho okubekwayo lapha ezantsi, I know and understand this. Ngiyakufungela ukuthi lokho okubhalelana kuyiqiniso noma kungaphambi komanje khona la owenza statement kufungela khona?
Akekho my justice.
None, my lord.
As a policeman of, you said 12 years
Minyaka
experience,
12, yes, correct.
have you ever taken a statement from a person
Wena ngokwakho
at the police station?
sikhona statement esoke wasithatha komunye umuntu e-police stage?
Yebo go.
Yes, my lord.
And after taking that statement, did you administer the oath to that person to swear to the truth and veracity that he acknowledges and understands the contents of the very statement which he has or she has given to you, and that she signs it and you append your signature as a police officer?
Yebo ngeke ngakwenza lokho.
Yes, I've done that, my lord.
So you know what a statement is.
Okusho ukuthi uyakwazi ukuthi i-statement kuyini?
My justice ngeke ngathi ngayi Friday ngathi akekho ngamnikeza statement sami. I was willing ukuthi statement sami ngisenze e-court ngoba bengazi ukuthi ozothatha statement usisaphi futhi uzosenza.
Okay, sibambe lapho. I did say on Friday, my lord, that I gave my statement to no one because I didn't know as to the person that I was going to depose a statement to. Where is that person going to take my statement and do what with my statement?
What are those documents, sir?
Yini leyo iphethe?
Isona statement sami ngasenza bangenzele icopy yaso.
They made this is the statement, my lord. It's the typed one.
Can
They
you
made
give
a
it
copy
to
for me.
No, can you give it to Mr. Baloyi and all the defense attorneys, and then me as the last person? You've made notes on that statement.
Unama notes owenzile lapha yena ne?
Sebenzile ya la bengangicorrecta.
Yeah, fine.
Where I was
but I'm
correcting,
saying-
my lord.
Permits, eh? Order. Yeah, the court has in its possession the type statement by Mr. Zungu, which statement was elicited through the integris of Mr. Ramosipili. And I can see that there are markings, corrections, annotations in this document. Okay. Okay. This is the judgment regarding the inquiry into whether there is a second statement which is written as alleged by Mr. Mnisi through his client, accused number 3. It gives Mr. Mnisi instructions that there is a written statement signed by this accused. Is that accused number 3 or 2 or what? 3 or 4? Yes, fine.
It is not him who says that.
Hello?
It is the record, my lord.
No,
It's
please,
the record.
Mr. Mnisi, just sit down.
Thank you, ma'am.
You told me you had instructions from your client that he knows that this witness made and signed a written statement. That's the judgment I'm busy with now. Mr. Mnisi, please.
Yes, please, the court.
Yes. He said you got instructions. This court doesn't know where the third accused had sight of the statement, because this is not disclosed by Mr. Mnisi, because that's privileged information, and this court doesn't have to know that. But I take the word of an officer of this court, Mr. Mnisi, that he has instructions that his client is aware that there exists a written statement signed by this Mr. Zungu. Okay. The assessment of the evidential value of the notes, for instance, which Mr. Zungu says he made regarding the alleged notes which he says he wrote, and from which he says the statement which was typed was extrapolated therefrom. It is the function of this court to ascertain the veracity of that assertion. This court is obliged, if the defense raises the possibility of the existence of an affidavit, meaning the statement which is signed by this accused and which is allegedly handwritten and which is supposedly, as argued by the defense, exists simultaneously and contemporaneously with the typed statement of this very accused. This statement was deposed to before Colonel Ginanda and typed by a certain Miss Mokhatle. Sorry, Is it, who was typing it, Miss? Yes, fine. Which was allegedly typed by Miss Mokhatle. And this statement has been disclosed by the prosecution, represented by Mr. Baloyi. And according to the defense, there's another statement which exists, which is handwritten, which has not been disclosed and which has not been furnished to the defense. This is a very serious imputation of mendacity by the defense against Mr. Baloyi, who is an officer of this court. To put it in plain language, Mr. Baloyi is being accused of harboring a statement which should have been disclosed to this court, which is a very serious infringement if that could happen. He could be struck off the roll of advocates by failing to disclose information which this court is entitled to and the defense are entitled to arrive at a just and reasonable and justifiable conclusion of this trial. And this imputation of mendacity to Mr. Baloyi by the defense is contrary to the prescripts of the Criminal Procedure Act and also contrary to the prescripts and demands of the oath Mr. Baloyi took to advance the interests of justice by obeying the prescripts of the Constitution and the law, namely the criminal law and criminal procedure of this country. Since the judgment of State of Shabalala and others versus Attorney General of the Transvaal and another 1995-12, 1593 Constitutional Court regarding the defense's qualified right to copies of the statement in the police docket, the defense is entitled to be furnished with same. The court does not have, this court does not have the legal right to peruse the docket, but the court has to interrogate the defense's assertion of the alleged existence of a handwritten affidavit as alleged by the defense, because a prosecutor's sacrosanct duty is that he is obliged in terms of the law to disclose every document which the state intends using in attempting to prove his case beyond a reasonable doubt. That every document of that nature should be disclosed to the defense. And just to go back to history, in R versus Stein, 1954-1 SA 324 AD, this observation by Judge Nicholas, he states that that decision of the AD has eliminated the hunting ground which has been opened by accused persons by the decision of R versus H 1952-4 SA 344T. In that case, it was held that there was no privilege which entitles a witness for the Crown in a criminal case to refuse to produce the statements of other witnesses when called upon to do so. In Stein's case, however, the appellate division has held that there is a class of privilege not specifically referred to in the decided cases and textbooks which protects and the such statements from disclosure. After Chabalala, that legal precept was eventually enunciated to be unconstitutional. Consequently, every prosecutor in this country knows that he has to disclose the documents on which a case of the state is based on. And I don't believe that Mr. Baloyi can risk the entire career he has built up over years as a senior advocate. I don't know what he would gain, because it is not a duty of a prosecutor, he is not an instructed counsel, to defend or act as an attorney or advocate of a witness in a case. The duty of a prosecutor is to present the case of the prosecution to the court for it to adjudicate and consider. It is a truism which is trite in our law that a prosecutor does not have the sacrosanct duty of pursuing a conviction at all costs. No, that's not his duty. The prosecutor's duty is to present evidence to court. It is not his duty to seek a conviction. If any prosecutor in South Africa seeks a conviction, then he doesn't know his duties as a prosecutor. The prosecutor presents evidence before this court. And even if there is evidence which contradicts the veracity and authenticity of the state case, the prosecutor is obliged to bring that evidence to the court. Consequently, for instance, a witness makes a statement and deviates from the statement, it is the duty of the prosecutor to bring it to the attention of the court that this witness has deviated from the statement which he has made. And I don't mention the deviation which is induced by intimidation, as we know happened in this court. So the duty of a prosecutor is to assist the court in the ascertainment of the truth. See in this regard State versus N 1988-3, South African Law Reports 450, it's an AD case, where for a variety of reasons it is stated that the prosecutor may have written notes of a witness but did not disclose them in this particular case, which is at all faults with this one. Because the prosecutor thought that these notes were not important, and because of this error of judgment, that error of judgment of a prosecutor not disclosing the notes which the prosecutor had access to after being given those notes by a witness. But in this case, this witness doesn't say he gave the prosecutor notes. But in this case, in 1988-3, S versus N, the prosecutor was pertinently given notes, handed notes by a witness. But the prosecutor did not disclose or discover those notes to the defense because he thought they were not important for the case. The the Appellate Division, SCA, held that that amounted to the breach of the prosecutorial general duty because he had to disclose those notes. See also in this regard S versus Charlie. It's a 1991 2 SA, particularly at page 52. It's an EC, Eastern Cape decision, regarding the important prosecutorial role prosecutors play in the criminal procedure. Sorry, I wrote this thing last night. Yeah. In the textbook by Himstra, Criminal Procedure, this is the 5th edition, printed in May 2018. He states that making the police docket available to the defense after the initial uncertainty regarding the status of the police docket, the Constitutional Court in Shabalala and others versus the Attorney General of the Transvaal and another set out the position regarding the defense's right to the statements in the police docket. It amounts to this: the defense is entitled before the trial, but not for the purposes of a bail application, to all the statements in the police docket, except those in respect of which the state on specific grounds claims privilege, where there is a reasonable risk that disclosure of a statement will lead to the divulging of state secrets, methods of police investigations, the identity of informers, or information between legal representatives and clients, or could lead to intimidation of witnesses in the weighing up the needs of the accused against the interests of the state. And absolute privilege cannot exist in terms of the Constitution. See in this regard S versus Makiti, 1997, 1, all South African reports, law reports, 291B. The court must weigh up the respective interests. The defense must set out a prima facie entitlement to access, and the state must advance justifiable grounds of refusal. In this regard, the case of Pinatiau versus the state and others, 217-1 SACR 354 Eastern Cape. This is not the case in this, as alluded to in these reports. Mr. Baloi, who is an officer of this court, tells this court and has told his contemporary colleagues that he does not have a written statement by this witness, Mr. Zungu. Mr. Zungu, I agree, may have stated that he has made a written statement, but today, now, I have asked Mr. Zungu pertinently who is a police officer, he's not a lay person, whether he has made a written statement which he has deposed to under oath and signed, and he says none. The only statement he has deposed to is a statement that was made on the 31st of May 2023 before Colonel Binanda, and it was typed by Mr. Setlogelo. There is a fundamental difference between a statement, a police statement, and a witness statement. The imputation by the defense is that the state, as the Dominus Litus, has refused to hand in and disclose the written statements. Mr. Baloyi, on behalf of the state, says that is not so. See in this regard the case of State versus Sehule, 2015 2 SACR 196. It's an SCA case. And see also in this regard the case of S versus Gandu, 1981 1 SA 997 TK at 998 paragraph E to G. And I'm quoting this case in this regard that formerly, before blacks were appointed to the bench, white South African judges relied exclusively on the interpretation of an interpreter, and I'm not attacking you in any manner. So in this court, they say the court can use its own linguistic knowledge as part of a witness's evidence and demeanor, even when an interpreter is used. And this is supported as long as the presiding officer therein clarifies with the witness on record via the interpreter that he intends using such knowledge, on what forms the basis and to what extent such knowledge is used. And the court has the duty, for instance, to form the view if the interpretation does not accord to the court's understanding, because the court understands that language, right? This judge, who is a black man, not an Englishman, I listen, and when the interpretation is not apt, I intervene. And see lawyers say this judge is interfering. But there's legal precedence in our courts that a judge who understands the language of the witness, if there's an interpretation lacuna, he can fill it up. Because the court understands the words recorded in the original language. But the accused must be informed that the court understands the words and confirms through the interpreter, and must also be recorded in the English of recorder, because we don't write judgments in Tsonga or Sotho or Zulu. We write them in English. See in this regard S versus Ndala, 1996-3, all South African reports, 65, Cape. And just briefly, some people may just think I have just cross-examined this witness about whether in fact he made a written statement or not. This is from the inherent rights this court has to attach value, evidential value to the proceedings or statements made by the accused in this court. And this court is entitled, in terms of legal precedence, to direct the proceedings of this court so that justice is done and it is seen to be done. That is why this court, for instance, made the remarks that some of the accused here intimidated a witness. See in this regard, S versus Ngabinde, 1989 2 SA 421, Natal. Consequently then, that is why when Mr. Mnisi was beginning with his cross-examination, I had to intervene, because Mr. Mnisi was insistent that there is a document, a statement, a handwritten statement which has not been disclosed to him, that consequently his client will suffer prejudice. The same sentiment is being alluded to by Ms. Mshololo and with the concurrence of his legal colleagues. I also am of that view that if Mr. Baloyi, and I don't think he did that, refused or hid a written statement which is signed by this witness, which witness says he did not sign any written statement. If Mr. Baloyi, for instance, at the risk of his career, would not disclose the written statement, and by the way, Mr. Mnisi's instructions don't include the assertion that I saw this statement, written statement, which was signed by Mr. Zungu at such and such a place. No. It's a carousel assertion that this witness has signed a written statement. There's no further particularity to say, I saw it, I was in so-and-so's office, I was being interrogated, and I was shown this written statement by the arresting officer or the investigating officer, and I saw this written statement signed by Mr. Zungu, and I was referred to its contents in the interview by Colonel so-and-so or Police Sergeant so-and-so. No, it's a blank statement. There is a written statement signed by the accused. No further particularity. So, the defense's cross-examination, which was supposed to be predicated on the alleged written affidavit or statement, that statement was not before court, and this court, that statement must be brought to this court by Mr. Zungu, or the notes must be brought to this court, because Mr. Baloyi, who is an officer of this court, says, I don't have that statement. I'm not even aware of it. So, as a consequence, the court had to intervene in the interest of justice to investigate and inquire as to whether there was indeed a written affidavit or statement which was not disclosed and was not presented in court as an evidential document, and neither was there any notes written by this witness. Notes don't exist. Mr. Baloyi tells me that the investigation, meaning the investigating officer and his colleagues, say those notes were shredded. See in this regard S versus Piri, 1973, 3, 538. Up to 541A. This is an SCA decision. Which regards the allegation about unproven documents which the witness also cannot prove. The same thing here. Mr. Mnisi, together with his client, accused number 3, they cannot prove the existence of this document. See also the case of Howard and Decker, the Vetkoppen Agencies versus Four-Way Estates, Pty Ltd versus De Souza, 1971-3, South African Law Reports 937, Transvaal, at 940 E to H. Consequently, this court is also aware that if there is no written statement upon which Mr. Mnisi has to base his cross-examination, this court will obviously hold that that evidence may not be introduced under the cloak of cross-examination. See, in this regard, State versus Nkwanyama, 1978-3, SA 404, it's a Natal case, and also see State versus Hepworth, 1928, because the imputation of mendacity by the defense that the witness has made a previous handwritten statement, affidavit, has not been shown, has not been proved. And the legal principle is that a trial is not a scientific experiment where certain reactions lead to exact results. It is a fallible process which forms or attempts to form a view with reasonable confidence and findings. And the court has to weigh this method because it invokes and enjoins the court to weigh the relative merits of different methods to test the reliability of the factual fundamentals. One is such a method is to weigh the relative merits of different views of fact against each other by bringing them into the confrontation with each other. Phipson, in his seminal book on evidence, the 7th edition, 1930, at page 460, which was quoted with approval in the following cases: R versus M, 1946 AD, 1023 at 1028, and S versus Van As, 1991-2, SACR 74, Witwatersrand, at 108, page 108, paragraph C to H. These do not constitute principles cast in stone. So, consequently, where a witness's credibility and honesty, like this witness's credibility and honesty, and this is not evaluating his evidence in the trial, please don't misunderstand me. It's concerning the inquiry which this court has conducted regarding the existence or non-existence of a written statement. Now the law says a witness's credibility regarding this exigency and honesty, if it is assailed. Elementary fairness requires that the witness should be given an opportunity to answer to the intended accusation, namely that the deposed handwritten affidavit concerning this matter does not exist. See in this regard the case of the President of the Republic of South Africa versus others, that is versus the South African Rugby Football Union and others. This is a case where our President Nelson Mandela was taken to task by some judge about a commission of sports instituted by the late Steve Tshwete. This is a 1999-10 case, BCLR 1059, Constitutional Court, 2001 SA, Constitutional Court, at paragraph 61 to 63. And also see in this regard State versus Buzak, 2003 SA 381 SCA, on pages 51 to 54. Where it was remarked in that context that a criminal case or criminal cases are not conducted with trickery and traps. The presiding officer in a criminal case is not simply an umpire, but controls the proceedings and has to evaluate the evidence to make a final decision. Okay. And this, of course, is to avoid the trifling away of precious court time. And last but not least, is to see that justice is done. In the case of R versus S, 1958 3 SA 667 Natal, the court is admonished not to allow unnecessary diversions where there is no concrete evidence of the existence of an alluded to document. And consequently, the court may, in interrogating such a discourse or diversion at any stage, intervene for the elucidation regarding that exigency. See, for instance, S versus Raoul, 1982 1 SA 828. It's an appeal court decision. And for instance, this court believes that it has complied with the guidelines as set out by the AD that the presiding officer should be aware of and should not transgress. 1, the court must not conduct its questioning in an impartial main way, so that its impartiality can be doubted. The court must not take part in the case to such an extent, it mustn't intervene to such an extent that the court obscures the point in issue. See in this regard also State versus De Villiers, 1984 1 SA 519 at 543 to 548. And also see in this regard S versus Musianyani, 1998 1 SACR 583 at 599 J, sorry, at 596 J to 597 J. And also see in this regard R versus Rosing, 1956 4 SA 509 A. And also see in this regard S versus Segwatla, 1967 4 SA at 506A up to 568H. And also see the case of Van Zyl, 1989 at versus the magistrate. And also see the case of S. Chabela at 29G to 30E. And also see the case of Dollingjebo, 2016 1 SACR 329 SCA at paragraph 25 to paragraph 26. And the court has also had recourse to section 166 of the Criminal Procedure Act and also 167 of the Criminal Procedure Act. And consequently, this court was careful not to cross-examine this witness because the court is enjoined to remain impartial, and that this should be evident from the nature and scope of the examination, that the presiding officer should not enter the arena because a judicial officer should not only be impartial, but he has to be seen to be impartial. And the perception through the conduct of the court should not be created that a presiding officer takes over the role of the prosecutor, but the right of the presiding officer to question any accused in clarification or to question a witness in clarification is manifestly limited to elucidation or clarification of the evidence presented. And the court must bear in mind that as an empire, it is obliged to see that justice is done, and it must bear in mind the bona fide attempts to see that justice is done and must be perceived as impartial. For that reason, a careful balance must be maintained between interference and detachment. See in this regard S versus Gerber, 1997 to SACR 601 SCA at 607 A to C. See also in this regard S versus Meyiwa, 1997, all South African law reports 351 NC 1997, also 1 SACR 188 at it's a Natal case at 192 to A to F, and also C the State versus Van der Berg 1995 for BCLR 479, which is a Namibian case. 1996 SACR 19 from page 64F to from F to I. So the court has utilized its discretion to decide whether certain evidence is essential or not, and in the exercise of its discretion, which cannot be interfered with, if it is exercised judiciously, this court finds that no written statement exists. Okay.
Udaba la bekhulunywa ngalo ilolu alishilo uma eqala ke kwiviki eliphelile ubaba umnisi ukuthi ke uthe uma ulalela wena accused number 3 kanye naye ke nathola ukuthi ufakazi uthe kune statement awayesenzile. Ithi inkantolo yingakho ke isize yafika ke siyasinqumo sokuthi kwiviki elindlule ufakazi ahambe ukuthi aye eKZN kuyobhekwa ke lawo ma notes noma lokho nje okwabhalwa phansi. Uma sebuya ke namhlanje uthi cha akuna statement engasibhala mina kanye ke nama notes la ebekhulunywa ngawo ukutholakele ukuthi awekho lana phambi kwakhe unalesi statement ekuyisona lesi ebesilana vele ekubhalwe kusona athi yikho lokho bekhuluma ngakho ukuthi la bebona khona ukuthi kunephutha ubese yalungisa khona kodwa hayi ukuthi kune statement awasenza ngaphandle kwalesi sange yi31 zika May kuona lonyaka ka 2013 asikho esinye asitholakala noma no hayi ukuthi asitholakala asikho ama notes la angatholakala. Uma ke inkantolo isilalele inhlangothi zonke ke umshushisi abameli isifikelela ke manje kwesinqumo esithi asikho istatement nanjengoba ufakazi eshilo esikutholakala ukuthi ufakazi wasenza ngaphandle kwalesi esathi uma ebhala phansi enza lawo ma notes base bona ke betype lokhu akushoyo noma lokhu ayekubhale kuma notes ngaphandle kwalesi inkantolo ithola ukuthi asikho esingesinye istatement yilesi kuphela istatement sakhe awasenza lesi asenze kulonyaka nge31 zika May 2013 phambi kwakhe uKenneth Gininda.
Sorry, what time is it, Mr.?
Almost 12 o'clock.
Oh, is that so? Okay. Mr. Mnisi, you can commence your cross-examination from the start.
Please, the court,
Okay.
madam. On that point, madam, Mr. Ramusipilo on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, something that I wanted to address the court on,
Okay,
madam,
fine,
before
no
I
problem.
start with my cross-examination.
Problem?
As the court pleases, my lord, I'm indebted. My lord, part of the reason why I did not prepare heads of argument in this argument and inquiry is that I was instructed by accused number 1 and 2 to travel over the weekend to the northwest to consult with their relatives. They gave me numbers in order for us to further pursue the evidence being led by Mr. Zungu. In that respect, my lord, I beg to reopen my cross-examination before Mr. Munisi proceeds.
No problem.
As the court pleases, my lord.
No problem. Mr. Baloi, any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
I'm sorry, my lord. In fact, I did inform Mr. Baloi as well in the morning when I left.
ukuthi ebeceliweke ukuthi nanjengoba imele u1 and 2 ukuthi ahambe ke ayokhulumisana nabomndeni eNorthwest manje ke useyacela ukuthi aphinde abuzeke lo fakazi mile nalapho ebeyobabona eNorthwest.
Sir, I'm going to deal with your current statement, the 31st of May statement, and I want to deal with it point by point as you went through it, because I've received instructions pertaining to most of your testimony viva voce and in that statement.
Ngizokubuza ke mayelana nestatement sakho ke istatement sakho ngokulandelelana kanye naloku okushilo la enkantolo.
Now, on the 26th of October 2014, what was the special occasion for Gwabini to call you to come to Vosloorus hostel where he resided?
Kwakuyini ke eyakhethekile noma kwakuyini ke occasion ke 26 ka October 2014 le eyenza ke ukuthi uGwabini akubize ukuthi uze hostela Vosloorus?
Ukuphendula nama nginalwazi ngiyafisa ukuthola impendulo yakho ukuthi kwakuyini engibizelwe yona.
To answer you, I have no knowledge. It is also my wish to know as to what it is that he had called me for.
Now, I'm going at Syria team, like I said, at Syria team that is one after the other, paragraph by paragraph. Now, I'm going to touch on paragraph 2 of your statement in which you say that accused number 2 is your cousin. Is that still your assertion, correct?
Usasho namanje ukuthi umzala wakho noma ukhazini wakho umsolo wesibili?
Ngicabanga ukuthi uma ngithi cousin ngoba uzalwa ngithi uzalo lakithi cousin wami.
When I say that is my cousin because he is by birth, he is of my family.
Ngike ngachaza mhlambe ngathi uzalwa ugogo wami ongizalayo ugogo wakubo. Should mangithi ugogo wami uMantanzi yena ugogo wakhe makuthena kayena kokantanzi ngeke ngize ngikuphike lokho.
And also I did mention it that my grandmother is from the Ntanzi family, and if it is that he is disputing that he is from the Ntanzi family, then I wouldn't know.
He doesn't at all dispute that he's an Ntanzi, and in fact he does confirm that your father and his father are cousins.
Akaphiki ukuthi wakwantanzi kodwa akakushoyo ukuthi ubaba wakho kanye nobaba wakhe ke bawo cousin.
Your comment?
Uthini?
Ukuthi ubaba wami nobaba wakhe ama cousins.
Yes.
Nazi kanjalo na.
That's how I know it as well.
But however, that he does not know your father and he does not know the grandmother that you speak about because he was born in 1990, so the people are too old for him to know.
What does that mean?
Witness is laughing.
No, Mr. How does he know then that his father is his father's cousin?
I'm coming to that, my lord.
No. That makes sense for this court to understand.
Yes, I'm coming to that because he said after your testimony here, that's why he sent me to phone around. That's when he was advised through me that the grandmother, he does not know. I learned that from his brother, that is Mjabuseli Ntanzi, who will come and verify that in this court, and also Zolitini Ntanzi will say he does not know the grandmother.
Ilokho angifonela thi ke angiyobona laba bakibo wazwile kamagama wabizile laba kwantanzi bazosho ukuthi yena nanjengoba ehlezi lapha yana ke akamazi ugogo lo wena okhuluma ngayo.
Angazi noma mhlambe uyizwile ubaba uthe ubaba wakhe nobaba wami akazi.
Okay, lapho I don't know whether you heard yourself when you said that his father and my father are cousins, yebo? Ngaqhubeka.
So angazi ukuthi makuthi uyamazi ukuthi ugogo ufike ngonyaka ofile noma ngabe uyandlule mhlambe mina ngibeleke enze njani kuma ukuthi ugogo wafe ngamazi yena ngoba mncane.
Now that the grandmother passed away in a certain year, now what is it that I should now do when he says or alleges that the grandmother passed away when he was young?
Okay. Now, without compromising your security, can you tell us where you grew up? Because where you grew up, you didn't grow up with accused number 2 and some of his brothers that I've mentioned, Mjabuliseni and Zweli Ntanzi.
Ngaphandle kokucompromise ke isecurity noma isafety yakho ke ngabukhulele kuphi futhi ke la owakhulela khona ke yena uthi umsolo wesibili awukhulanga naye kanye nabafowabo umjabuliseni kanye noZweli.
Mhlambe mawungabuyela nje ngoba ukuthi uzama ukulungisa statement zami ngithe kuyi statement zami abanye babo ngikhule nabo bebancane ngabashiya emakhaya.
Okay.
Ukukhula nabo ngishintshana ngaze ngikhule nomuntu so kodwa ngikhule nabo same area abathi bona so khona ubaba wami. Angazi uma ukuthi mhlambe uthi bona ngikhule nabo usho ukuthini ngoba ngiyasho ukuthi ngikhulele nabo ngoba bazobaba basho ukuthi bayazi ukuthi ngikuphi ekhaya nami ngiyazi ukuba ngikuphi.
If when I rectified or corrected my statement, I did mention that I grew up with some of them, but left them when they were still young. Not that to say that we grew up for a very long time. And if they then say that they know, or he says that he knows my father, meaning that he knows where it is that I grew up.
Now, before the alleged incident of the 26th of October at Vosloorus, did you ever meet accused number 2 before?
Ngaphambi kwalehlakalo saseVosloorus sange-26 ka-October 2014, ingabe phambi kwalokho, phambi kwaleso sigameko leso, wahlangana noma wake wahlangana yini naye accused number 2?
Yebo ngangambona.
Yes, I saw him.
Asemakhaya.
Back home.
Nasemakhaya meaning exactly where?
Open and
Must he disclose where he lives so that he must be killed? I thought you were considerate. You didn't want him to disclose
Let me
his
leave it there.
whereabouts because of his
that's-
safety being compromised.
Okay, then the version that I must put to you is that accused number 2 says he's never met you before and he only saw you from last week Thursday when you came to testify at this trial.
Thakakaze uhlangana nawe yena uqale ukubona ngqa ngesine kwiviki endlule uma uza la inkantolo uzonikeza ngobufakazi.
And so sorry.
Noma ulahlwa zihlobo kwesinye isikhathi kumele kwamukele.
Even if you are deserted or abandoned by family at times, you need to accept that.
And accused number 2 further denies that he knew or he knows who Gwabini is.
Yakuphika nokuthi uyamazi ukuthi uGwabini ubani. Then the remark, how
Ngicela ungaphawuli.
may I not comment because I'm thinking of family.
And on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, the suggestion is that, sorry my lord, I see accused number 1 is raising his hand. May I approach my lord?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted. The bottom line is this. Your answer is that you are saying that when family... repeat that for me. Sorry, that answer that. Maula Tlaitla, something to that effect.
Can I almost attempt to repeat this?
Yes.
Okay. Uthi uqala uphinde kunaloko okushilo ke noma ulahlwa umndeni kumele ukwamukela.
Oh, yes. Okay. The bottom line is this, and I'm not going to belabor that point. Accused number 2 says he hasn't met you, he hasn't grown up with you. In fact, he's 4 years younger than you as well.
Futhi akakaze ahlangana nawe akakhulanga nawe futhi ke mncane yena ngeminyaka ewu4 kuwena.
Ngicabanga ma withdraw mhlambe khona Friday ukuthi ubuze ngokuthi sihlobana kanjani sikhulelephi kanjani ngicabanga ukuthi kube wena owithdraw lokho. Angazi noma ubuyela kulokho ngize ngabonga ngathi ngiyabonga mawukuthi accuse number 1 uyakwemukela lokho.
When you said on Friday that you were withdrawing the question that you were having as to where we grew up, I even said thank you with regards to that, and I also thought or accepted that accused number 1 also welcomed that.
So sorry, did I say accused number 1 or 2?
Uthi yena ukhuluma ngo-number 2.
Oh, ukhuluma ngo-accuse number 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Baby bancane kimi.
Yes, they were young, they are younger than me.
Okay. Now, on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, in paragraph 2 of your statement, when you said Gwabini told you that his homeboys were coming, accused number 1 and 2, they were not part of the group of the homeboys that you referred to in paragraph 2.
Just a moment. Gwabeni told me. Oh yeah. Uthi ke number 1 no number 2 yena ke babengababona babengasiyona ke ingxenye yalabo ama homeboys la uGwabeni wayekutshela ngawo ukuthi nabo bayeza. Bathi bona ke abekho la kulama homeboys kwakhulunywa ngawo la.
Vele umakhelwane ba mhlambe mayithi ama homeboys amanye engabe bala mhlambe accused number 3 4 5 bona mhlambe engathi umakhelwane bakho or umuzwa kaSibiya kwangadinga ukuthi ama homeboys.
Yes, indeed. Maybe he was also referring to my neighbors because 3 4 5 umakhelwane.
Umakhelwane umuzi.
Okay.
Should mighty homeboys wayibala bonke abantu basendawo.
All right. When you refer to homeboys, he was now referring to all those that are from the village or are from the area. And then wasuthi uma wayezothi umuzi uma kwenzenjani?
Mhlawumbe kuba wayezothi mayikhuluma ethi ufuna ukubona umuzi wayevele akubeke straight athi umuzi ufuna ukubona.
If it was that Muzi is the one that wanted to see me, then he would have just said it direct that Muzi wants to see you.
Okay, let's move on to paragraph 3 of your written statement, typed out statement. I'm sorry, let me not say written, typed out statement. Now you state in paragraph 3 that upon arrival at Gwabini's place, you found him and other boys from Nongoma who you know because you all grew up with from the same area. Who are you referring to as the boys that you grew up in the same area?
Mase ngifika ke khona noma sengifica kwaGwameni kanye ke nabanye ke ababuya kwaNongoma.
Yeah, no.
Uthi lana ke ukhuluma ngobani la ukhuluma ngabo lapho?
Mangicabanga manguphendula nje ngithe abantu ababelapha endlini kwangayena umuntu oyedwa kwangayena futhi umuzi noma afika o abathathu laba bangapha kodwa kwakukhona abangasekhaya including usinakho mawubheka ngekambala ukuthi kwakukhona usinakho baningi futhi ababekhona kodwa bengathanda ukuveza amagama abantu ababekhona kungenasidingo.
When I mentioned that, or when I said this, that I did say that it was not only one person who was there. There were a lot of people. It was not Muzi, it was not only Mafiga or the other three gentlemen, but there were others as well. I also did not want to make mention of names without any reason for me to do that. There were also the likes of Sinako and others. There were many from back home.
And you further state that some of the boys you haven't seen for decades. What do you mean that you haven't seen the boys for decades?
Kunalana ukhulumayo ukuthi ke abanye iminyaka decades ngingasababoni. Musho ukuthini?
Njoba ngisho ukuthi mangihamba bengihamba mhlawumbe omunye ngamboni, omunye ngiyobuye sekhulile, omunye ngiyobuye ngamtholanga kulokho amangifikile mhlawumbe angiyikumbona. So kuyoba iminyaka ukuthi omunye ngisamkhumbula engakanani kodwa lo yakubani. Ingakho kwabe ayingenze the introduction yabo.
As I've said or mentioned that I would go, I would leave the others maybe young, I would come back, the others would have grown. When I come back, the others are no longer there, or are not staying there, or I don't see the other one. Hence, Gwabeni then had to do the introduction as to who is who.
Now from that, pertaining to accused number 1 and 2, who have you not seen for decades?
Ngokumayela ke no number 1 no number 2, ubani kubona ubunama decades ungasamboni.
No Muzi ngisho ukuthi bengamboni.
I would say Muzi I haven't seen
5 years, 7 years, 8 years.
Maybe 5, 7, 8 years.
Ngibone sengibona nje futhi sela igole esekhulile. Ngingazi nayo sesegole.
I saw him here in Gauteng and he was grown up. I also didn't know that he was here in Gauteng.
A decade in my knowledge is 10 years and above. It's not 7 years.
Are we going to split hairs, please? Listen, are we going to split hairs?
Am I, my lord?
Are we going to split hairs? 10 years, 5 years, 7 years? The witness is conveying the concept that is years, decades. That's how people talk. I haven't seen you for decades.
Yeah.
Maybe he's even shortening that with 1 hour. Are we going to now say...
Then you proceed in paragraph 3 to state further that Gwabini introduced you to Carlos, and in brackets is Gada, and his real name you say it's Mutobisi Ngube Mafika Bongani Ntanzi Mtokozisi Mapisa. You see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Ngiyakubona lokho.
Now, why would it be necessary for Gwabini to introduce you to Bongani because he's your cousin?
Manje ke kwakuyini isidingo sokuthi aze akuintroduce ke nakubongani ngoba yena cousin wakhe.
Njengoba bekungishilo ngathi bengahlali nabo. Mhlawumbe amunye bengasalikhumbula igama lakhe bese ngikhumbuza ukuthi lo nombe yamkhumbula ngokubani. And khona amagama besibizana ngawo mhlawumbe bebengazi ngalo. Nami nje lelo abalibiza la icourt baqabuka ukulasa bebazi ukuthi nguzo.
As I've already said that others I haven't seen for a very long time. And he would then say or remind me, do you remember who this is? And there are names that would refer to each other by. Even the name that are being referred to here in court, that came as a surprise to them.
And you proceed further by stating that you did not need to be introduced to, and I'll state them by accused number 1 and 3, but there you give the names because you are used to them and you see them often. You see that part where you say
1 and
3, that will be
paragraph 3.
Muzisi Bia and Carlos Ntubisisi Gadla.
Lana we are sure. Yes, the witness acknowledges.
So you say those 1 and 3, you saw them often. How often did you see them and where did you see them?
Uthi buvamise ukubabona ke 1 and 3. Buvamise ukubabona kuphi?
Njengo qale ngoba accuse number 1
uthi 1 and 3.
Yes.
Okay, 1 and 3. Umuzi bengimbona ekhaya mangifikile mhlambe mayidlala sakhula bengimbona lapha.
I would see Muzi back home upon arrival. Maybe if he would be playing there, I would then see him.
Then uCarlos bengimbuza mangifika lapha na uzangikhumbuza ukuthi uyamkhumbula uGadla.
I was asking about
ngakho kubhaliwe lapho kodwa akabuthelezi ngoba ngangazi ukuthi ungakabuthelezi.
And then he was reminding me about Gadla because I asked about him upon my arrival there. Hence it is, do you remember Gadla or Carlos? Hence it is written there, Buthelezi, because I knew him as a Buthelezi.
Now, accused number 1 still stands by the submission and a suggestion that I put to you on Friday that he only met you here in Tembisa when you were in the company of Gwabini for the first time.
Sorry. Are you aware what you're saying? He only met you in Tembisa.
That's
well, in
Madam,
other words,
let
he
me
places himself in the area.
Let me take proper.
I want to be fair to you. Because I recall that he was nowhere near the alleged scene of the alleged murder of Senzo.
My lord, we're not talking about
Okay, go.
This is Tembisa, not Vosloorus. That's the submission that he said I must put to
So
you.
he was in Tembisa.
He was in Tembisa.
Okay,
The
fine,
incident happened in Vosloorus.
Okay.
uthi uqala ukungibona eThembisa.
Thembisa uhamba noGwabini.
Yes.
No, hayi ngeke ngiphikise kodwa mina ngithi nganginaye Vosloorus ngalelilanga. Yimi ngamshiya futhi.
I wouldn't dispute what he's saying, but I was with him in Vosloorus and I am the one who dropped him.
And on that aspect, he says, in 2013, before he moved back home in March of 2013, at all times, when he was still residing at the hostel, he was residing at Basutini Hall. He wasn't, Basutini section of the hostel. He didn't stay outside, so there was no need for you to go and drop him somewhere. If that's your
Akushoyo ukuthi ke ngo2013 ngaphambilini kokuthi ahambe kabuyele emakhaya noma abuyele ekhaya ke wayehlala khona ke eBasuthwini hostel sasingekho ke kwakungeke kubekho sidingo ke sokuthi uhambe uyomdropa ngaphandle ngoba wayehlala khona phakathi eBasuthwini hostel.
Sorry, is this hostel in Vosloorus, the Basuthini hostel?
Yes, he was staying there in up to 2013 March. Then he went home from there, came back in 2015 according to my instructions.
And so he was residing at Basotwini
He was
Hostel.
residing at Basotwini Hostel.
Okay.
Uthi-ke uye wahlala-ke eBasotwini hostel kodwa-ke wahamba ngoMarch ka-2013 ngaphambi kokuthi abuyeke ngo-2015 abuyele khona eGoli.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kuyobe kwanele lokho engushoyo ukuthi ngamdropa umuzi ngalelo langa.
I think that which I've said would be enough, that I dropped Muzi on that day.
And accused number 1 and 2 instruct me and reiterate their denials that they were at Vosloorus at the party hosted by Gwabini on the 26th of October 2014.
Bamileke kuloko abakushoyo ukuthi nje baphikisana-ke bona baphika-ke bona ukuthi ngazo i-26 zika-October 2014 babe se-hostel eVosloorus kwi-party eyayenziwe uyena uGwabini.
Angeke ngibaphikise mabethi bayakuphika lokho kodwa mina ngoqinisekisayo babe khona futhi ngababona.
I won't dispute if they say that they are denying that, but what I am asserting here is that they were there and I saw them.
And ngakusho kwakho lobo ukuthi nami ngiyafisa vele ukuthola impendulo ukuthi ngangiyokwenzani khona babe ngibizeleni.
And also on that, I also wish to know as to why was I there? Why did they call me?
Who called you? Are you saying accused number 1 and 2 called you there?
Ngithe ngafonela uGwabini kwe-statement sami ntona.
In my statement, I said Gwabini called me or contacted me.
Now let's move to paragraph 4 of your statement. Now you testified in evidence in chief that before you drank alcohol, your service pistol was on your person, correct?
Ushilo-ke nokuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi uphuzeke utshwala isibhamu sakho somsebenzi sasikuwena.
Yebo.
Yes.
And it is only then when you started partaking of alcohol that you gave the firearm to Gwabini for safekeeping, correct?
Kuzothi-ke uma senqala-ke noma usuqala-ke uphuza ila usithatha khona-ke usinika uGwabini. Yes.
And in my questioning of you on Friday, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I asked you whether or not you placed that firearm in a bag together with the car keys, and I think your response was that you did not. You handed the firearm as is to Gwabini, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, if I read to you at paragraph 4 of your statement, at line, because I've already read this paragraph, I'm not going to read the whole of it. At paragraph 4, line 1, 2, 3, 4 towards the end, where there's a Volkswagen Polo and full stop, it says, and I read from there, I quote, I then went outside and removed my vehicle out of his way, and he left, but later came back. I then took my bag out of the vehicle as it contained my firearm. I also put the vehicle key inside the bag. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I gave the bag to Gwabini for safekeeping in his room. He locked the bag inside the bag inside his bedroom as well as Makosonke's bag. Up to there, I'll close the quotes there. Do you see that?
Yes.
So your viva voce is contrasted by here, because here the firearm was placed in the bag together with the car keys.
Ngokwalokhu ke kuyaphikisa lokho kushilo-ke la enkantolo la uthi isibhamu sakho wawungasifakile kwibhege. Ngokwalapha-ke lokho kubhalwe lapha isibhamu kanye-ke ney'khiya zemoto ezazisesikhwameni.
Uma ungasho ngithe isibhamu sasekimi, ngithe mangisikhipha kimi ngasinikeza uGwabini ngokufuna ukuthi uzosifaka vele ebhegini. Kodwa ukusivula kwakhona ngingambonisa sona isibhamu. Ngake ngimnikeze ingulube isesakeni. Ngithi baba le bhegini lesibhamu. Ngambonisa isibhamu. Mangisifaka kulapha ngangimbonisa sona kunasi isibhamu.
Oh, so uthi wambonisa wase uyasifaka kuyona-ke ibhege.
Mina mangasifaka like manje. Kodwa ngathi mangase ngishile ibhege ngoba ngahlala ngaphakathi isikhathi eside ngisibhamu.
Oh. I gave the bag to him, and then the firearm was with me. But then when I gave him the firearm, I then showed him that here is the firearm, because I would not have spoken about something that he couldn't see. I had to show it to him that here is the firearm. and not say that there is a firearm in the bag with him not having seen it.
And in your viva voce evidence, you said later on, when it was time to go to Tops to buy further or more alcohol, you left with 4 other persons. That means 5 persons, yourself plus 4 other persons, correct?
Nithe uma niseniya-ke kwa-Tops nani-5 ninonke emotweni.
Yebo?
Yes.
However, in your written statement, which I read, the last 3 lines starting at, and I quote, I also at some point went out to the shops to buy some alcohol drinks with a certain lady and came back into Gwabeni's house. Close quote, you see that?
Yes, I see it.
How do you explain away that inconsistency?
Lokumehluka-ke uchaza kanjani?
Umehluko wala uma ubona lapha kwi-statement sami ukuthi ngihambile ngothenga nabo utshwala e-Tops and mangibuya ngichazile futhi ngeke ngaphuma nomunye intombazane owayethenga khona la eduzane. Futhi indlela kubeye ngayo ukuthi with another lady or what, but it's a straightforward ukuthi ngiphume namadoda saye e-Tops, sabuya e-Tops, sahamba nge-Uno, masibuya e-Tops ngeke ngaphuma nomunye intombazane wacela ukuthi ngithenge le drink.
I think maybe it's the manner in which it is put here, but I did go to Tops with a gentleman. We came back, and then there's a lady that just wanted to go nearby, which requested me to buy her a drink, and I did go out with that lady.
Now I'll put it to you, and I'm not going to belabor that point, that this one of you going out with a lady to buy alcohol, it's a new addition. You didn't mention it in your evidence in chief.
Kushake lokho akusiyona-ke into oyikhulumile uma ufakaza la enkantolo. Yebo kubhaliwe lana kodwa awukushongo la enkantolo.
Mhlambe bengangibuzanga ngakho ukuthi mhlambe ikhona intombazane engaphuma nayo.
Maybe I wasn't asked about it as to whether was there a lady that I went out with.
Now we come to what you touched upon with the Honorable Court on Friday, which is paragraph 5, and I'll read it and we will touch on that. I'm not going to belabor that because you had partially given explanation for the inconsistencies that are there. It says, and I quote, around 9 p.m. on the very same day, I noticed Muzi Sibia, who will be accused number 1, Mafika Sandi Sontanzi, accused number 2, and Ngani Sfisogu Zungu Ntuli, who's accused number 5, walking after each other to Gwabeni's bedroom coming from outside. Close quotes, you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you explained away Friday that inconsistency to say the person, the latter mentioned person, that is Ngani Sfiso Kutle Zungu Ntuli, was not supposed to be mentioned on that statement. Rather, the substitution should be made for accused number 3, correct?
Yes, the witness confirms.
And you also testified that as this statement was made in the following manner, and correct me if I'm wrong, that as you were narrating the story from the reference pieces that you have, the notes, let's forget about them because they're not here. You were narrating the story and the Ms. Mokhatle was in front of you typewriting what you narrated at the same time, correct?
Ushiloko ukuthi asikhohleke ngawo amanothi ngoba wekho lana-ke ukuthi nanjengoba wena-ke wawukhuluma lona-ke yena-ke wayehlezi-ke lapha ku-PC ebhala-ke lokhu okushoyo.
Yebo?
Yes.
Perhaps you'll explain to me because it's this ingenious for you to say that, and I'll put it to you because if you are sitting with a typist in front of you typing what comes from your mouth, why would that typist then, if you want to say Mtobisi Gada Nube, right, Ntuli, because it comes from your mouth, she doesn't stop, she listens to you, she types out what you are saying to her.
Bese kwenzeka kanjani-ke uhlezi uyakhuluma lo muntu obhalayo ngithi ubhala lokho kuphuma kuwena. Uma wena uthi Mthobisi Gadla Mncube, kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi yena abhala unkani Sifiso Zungu Ntuli?
Advocate yawumchazela. Uma ngibiza bengibabiza ngegama njengala igama engibiza ngalo bengibuza umuzi ngegama. But uma itype ngeke ezitype njengogadla mina bengimbiza ngogadla ukuthi ugadla umuzi umafika kodwa la kukho lokho shuthi igama bengilibiza lelo igama ongelabo amagama abo mina bengiwabiza ngawo so ngenzeka ama item mhlawumbe ethi gadla athi nkane lo it's a mistake amagama oyibona la le enzama ukuyenza ngathi yona inkinga akusiyona inkinga lamagama ilamagama uthi misplaceekile instead of ugadla kungena igama likankane yilokho kuphela inkinga.
It is only the names that is here a problem, or that you want to make as if it's a problem, but it is not a problem, where I would mention them by their names, Muzi, and then instead of Gadla, he would then write Nkani. But that is what happened, where the names had been confused.
I don't understand, because if that was the case...
Sir, why don't you understand? He's explaining.
I'm trying to understand, my lord.
But he's explaining.
Yes,
What did you understand?
I need him to explain. my
Okay,
lord.
fine.
Because my lord will ask me whether I understand myself, so let me hear from him. You say something about the spacing and the names. I'm not sure whether I'm getting you correctly. Explain that so that I understand it, please.
Spacing and the way
So
Now,
you are
maybe
saying that...
You are referring to spacing and the word
Okay,
now.
so sorry. You are saying the names, as it were written, I don't know. That's why I'm saying.
He is saying, the typist confused the name Gadla, for instance, and Nkani. That's what he's saying. Are you saying that, sir?
correct my justice.
Please.
Now, let's move on. Let's not belabor this. Now, if you say you took this statement, it was made on the 31st. When was a copy made for you?
Was made on the same day.
Ikopi ngayenzelwa ngalelo langa i-31st sikaMeyi.
And you took the copy home, if I understood your evidence, then when you read it again at home, you realized that there were these inconsistencies, correct?
The witness is nodding in confirm. Yes.
And did you then pick up your phone and tell Colonel Ginin that wait before you distribute that statement to the defense attorneys because I've observed discrepancies thereon?
Ingabe usuthatha kucingo lakho ufonela uGinini uthi ngaphambi kokuthi ke leso statement usihambise ke kubameli khona ke amaphutha engwabonile la wakwenza yini lokho?
Ngenhloso yokuba safe besingadibani now and then sasidibane ngalelo langa ngathatha statement ngihamba naso emva kwalokho ungabonela ama note ngabe memfonela ngabazisa ukuthi no ulapha kunama problem kodwa bebekumbizela ukuyo consulta i-advocate.
For safety reasons,
that's why bengakulungisa lo maphutha.
For safety reasons, we didn't meet or we wouldn't meet. But then when they contacted me, when we had gone or called me to come and consult, I then notified them of the mistakes.
Okay, just and also not to compromise your safety. At the time you made this statement, you were now under the witness protection, correct?
Ngaphansi kwayo protection ngathi wenza lesi statement.
Bengekho ngaphansi kwe witness protection?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. All right, let's now you continue in that paragraph 5 that you observed or noticed, in particular, let me leave the other person because he's represented. You noticed accused number 1 giving Gwabini a .38 special revolver firearm, correct?
Uthi ke kubuza ngo number 1 khona la ukhuluma khona ngabantu abanikeza ugadla ibhamu kodwa uzokhuluma ngalo omelo uyena omunye umelo naye uthi wase ubona ke unumber 1 enikeza uGwabini i-38 special.
Okay, siyilungisa bengaze bethi uthe ugadla base shothi ubukhuluma ngobani ngomuntu number 1.
Yes, .38 special.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, just on a small aspect that nothing maybe may not turn on it is this: you also testified that as they walk into the room, the 3 gentlemen that you've testified about, something was faulty with a light, whatever.
Ukhulumile ke nange light ke eyayinenkinga nkathi ke uthi wababona beyongena ekamereni.
Ngithe mangifika ngaphakathi wacisha ilight uGwabini ngenhloso hayi ukuthi wayicishe ngaphezulu ngalo ngenhloso ukuthi wathi nango baba omncane then kwase kuba nalento ukuthi ngathi kucisha ilight yabo kanti vele ngangiphakathi ngoba ngangibalandela emuva bona babenganothanga ukuthi ngiyabalandela kodwa uGwabini wangibona ngoba wathi mabengena ngaphakathi ngangena nabo yabona
I said
afika kamnandi nje kusenzeka leyo action.
I said that Kwabini switched off the light because he had said that here's my uncle or here's Ubabo Mngani. They didn't see or they were not aware that I was following them. But Kwabini saw me that I was walking behind them, and upon arrival that on in.
ngithe mayikwayifu ngifike ngiwathi mayingena endlini kwabe sekuba khona lokhu ukuthi kungathi cisha ilight.
Okay, it was as if that when I got into the house or into the room, it was as if the light he was switching it off. Yebo. Kukhona lokho kushilo egcineni uthe ngafika lapho ise on leyo
ngafika besayenza bese isenzeka shothi nje lento yayisenzeka ngoba
when I got into the room, they were still busy with that they were busy with.
Ngoba wabona ukuthi uGwabini ngeke sakhona ukungivimba ngoba sengingenile ingakho ayizama mhlawumbe ukucisha ilight.
Because Gwabini then realized that he won't be able to stop me because I was already there. Hence he then tried to switch the light.
Okay. Now, earlier on Thursday and Friday, you testified that, and I use your word, that it was busy in and around that vicinity. That is the common area. Although the room was locked, you could observe it. That door of the room of Kwabini, is it directly facing the kitchen area?
Isitapha lesi sekamela kaGwabini ngabe face direct kitchen.
Yebo mawungena nje uyakwazi ukubona noma ungaqondile straight kanje kodwa nje uyakhona ukubona uyena.
Yes, just upon entering, although it is not directly or straight with it, but slightly you are able to see it.
And your testimony is that you came together with Makosonke at Kwabini's place. Did you then tell him that I've just seen something? I saw Kwabini receiving a firearm from accused number 1.
Ngithe mangigoqa lapha ku statement sami mhlawumbe usifunda kahle ngithe uMakhosonke akatholakalanga mase ngihamba. Yilokho kwangishiya ukuthi ngibe nembuzo ukuthi wayengatholakali mase ngihamba.
Maybe you misread my statement. I did mention that when I was leaving or when I was about to leave, Makosonke was nowhere to be found, which then made me then to be suspicious as to why is it now, after having witnessed this, that Makosonke is nowhere to be found.
Now, the instructions from accused number 2, and it pertains also to this paragraph 5, is that you saw him changing hoodies from black to gray.
100%.
He instructs me to tell you that that never happened.
It happened very much so.
Now, let's move on to paragraph 6 of your statement. In fact, this version, I've already put it to you, pertaining to you giving accused number 1 a lift, and his instructions are that he was not there, but if he was staying at the hostel in 2013, he was staying at Vosloorus hostel, so I'll leave that one not to repeat myself. Now,
you don't have the 6 here?
You don't have paragraph 6.
No, it's fine.
And you also testified that at some stage, accused number 1 stood up and announced that the deceased is normal, that is Senzo Meyiwa.
Yebo?
Yes.
Because he was not there, he denies as well that he uttered those words.
Ngoba wayengekho ke lapho uyaphikeka nalokho ukuthi wakusho.
Ngengimphikele maye ukuthi mhlawumbe kwakuyikhophi yakhe lena eyayikhuluma lokho.
And then I wouldn't then be able to say anything if the one who said that was a copy of him.
Now let's go to paragraph 8, the morning of, or the day of 28/10/2014, when you now observe a newspaper article with certain sketches and the story that the deceased is normal. You remember that?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, then, when you saw that and your suspicion is aroused, did you tell anyone, did you report this, that these people that are on this newspaper article, I was with them at the party in Vosloorus on the weekend?
Masukubona ke lokho ngale langa ke langa 28 ngabe yini uma sekuvuka insolo ukhona wamtshela ukuthi but labantu laba bala ngabazi ngangenabo ephathini eVosloorus.
Noma ngeke ukuthi ngakhona engamtshela ukuthi ngibone ukuthi nokuthi kodwa ngathi mangubona ngakubona kubuyisa emqondweni wami ukuthi yini engiyibonile especially ngokushintsha kamafika kwakhe ejacket yikho kwangenza ka notice ukuthi man mabethi beqoka into eblack lo umafika wayithi mayifika lapha ashintsha ijacket yabo.
Although there is no one that I informed or that I told, but when I saw this, I then recalled in my mind, and especially when it was written or mentioned there that the other one was wearing a hoodie, and then it reminded me of Umafika who had changed a hoodie.
Kodwa ngathi mangibuka lo we dread livulekile imqondweni wami kwangekhona ukuthi mhlawumbe sekumele ngihambe ngokubuza ukuthi ubani ngangenzanga investigation ngabe sengithule futhi ngangabazondanga ukuthi sengaze ngiyabasukela ngentension.
And also when I saw the one with the dreadlocks and his dreadlocks were loose, I didn't now go out to make my investigations. I wasn't hating them, or I didn't hate them now for me to be able to go and investigate.
Let's move on to paragraph 9 of your statement. You testified that you then contacted for the first time General Leshabane. When did you do that, if you recall?
Uma kuwukuthi usakhumbula ke wamfonela nini uGeneral Leshabane?
Mangicabanga kwaku 2018 yophela or 2019 uqala kodwa nje.
If I remember well, towards the end of 2018, beginning 2019.
And do you recall exactly the detailed information that you told General Leshabane at the time about your knowledge of the Senzo Meyiwa murder case?
Ngabe usakhumbula ukuthi yini kahle kahle owayitshela uGeneral Leshabane mayelana nolwazi lwakho owawunalo ngokushona kwaSenzo Meyiwa?
Ngamtshela ukuthi nginezinsolo zokuthi abantu abenza lokho nginolwazi labo.
I told him that I have suspicions that the people who did that, I know them, or I have knowledge of.
And obviously you provided the names of those people to the general.
Wasike uGeneral umnikeza amagama alabo bantu labo.
Ngoba nami ngangakazi ukuthi babe bangaki kungobani ngamnikeza amagama alabe ngangazi bakhona.
Because at the time I didn't have information as to how many they were, I gave them the names of those. Okay, I gave him the names of those that I knew.
And the two will be, the two names that you gave will be who and who?
The first two names will be Muzi and Mafika.
And let's move on to now when General Leshabane says he needs photos or pictures of the people that you are talking about. Your testimony is that which pictures did you give him? Of which suspect that you suspected did you give him?
Iziphi ithombe noma abapha basolwa owanikeza ngezithombe zabo kuGeneral Leshabane nkathi esecela ke ithombe?
Masilungise la nkonzi. Angamnikezanga ngambonisa zona. Isithombe sika Muzi noMafika.
Let's correct this. I didn't give him the pictures. I showed him the pictures of Muzi and Mafika.
From where did you show him the pictures? From which device or article did you show him the pictures?
I had put those or placed those pictures in my phone.
Had you at all times before then had those pictures of accused that you gave to Leshabane, or do you have to source them somewhere else?
Ngaba ithombe ayithola ndaweni ithize noma ithombe owawuhlezi unazo?
Ngayithola efonini kaGwabini.
From Gwabini's phone.
Now you were shown Exhibit S, and for the sake of completeness, I'm going to ask for it to be shown so that you can show me the pictures that you showed to General Shabani, will they be on that exhibit?
No, azikho lapha.
They are not, no, they are not there.
And do you know if they are on any exhibit that you are aware of? Because I see at the end of your statement, we'll come to there, I see you refer to photo albums from which you identified the suspects. If you go to the last paragraph, yes.
Yeah.
The photo album that you refer to that you identified accused number 1, what photo album will that be?
Yiphi le photo album le uthi number 1 wambona kuyona ngokwala
Ngokwalana ngicabanga ukuthi ngibona inamba lapho 10 to 17 22 to 24 mawangibonisa leso sithombe ngakwazi ukuphendula.
If you were to show me the picture, I'll be able to refer you, because here I only see numbers.
Let's defer this question because my learned colleague, Mr. Sibanda, will have to arrange them for us so that we can take them in a structured manner. So we'll do it at the end of your statement because I'm going through it at Sierra Team.
Sorry, you never pursued this question on the last cross-examination about the photos. You never pursued it.
No, I never did, my lord. Now let's go to the one that I know that you've corrected it, but I want to put certain versions to you about it. That will be Exhibit S and photo or page 47. And my lord, perhaps while he's still browsing, let me take a quick one from accused number 2. Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it. Now, if you look at that photo 47, and I'm going to be frank and honest with you, I acknowledge that you have corrected that it's not accused number 2 that's depicted there on. So let's be agreed on that one. However, at the beginning of investigations, accused number 2 instructed me that this photo, the police officers that arrested him in Rustenburg at phase 2, Rustenburg, where he resided in 2020, they came with this photo, and when they questioned him, they produced this photo and insisted that he is the person that is depicted on that picture.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi ke ulungisile wathi cha wenze iphutha akusiyena loyana kodwa ke uthi inkathi eboshwa ephase 2 eRustenburg amaphoyisa ambopha aletha lesi sithombe lesi athi uyena loya okulesi sithombe.
Ngiyaxolisa benga investigate le case.
My apologies, I did not investigate the case.
Maybe umbuzo loyo ungaphendula umuntu obe investigator in case.
Maybe that question can be best answered by the person who investigated the case. Okay.
And just to finish it off, like you are saying, don't comment if you don't want to comment, but I want to place it on record. that the very same photo, accused number 2 was beaten up by the said police officers to admit that that is him.
Ukuqadelela nje kuwena-ke uma ufuna ukuphawula kulokho noma ungafunike kodwa-ke uthi lesi sithombe lesi washaywa-ke amaphoyisa ukuthi ethi akavume ukuthi uyena loya.
Ngizokhomenta ngithini ngoba bengekho futhi bengazothi bayaphenya nami bafika naso ke lesithombe sebeze kimi.
What will my comment be? Because I wasn't investigating, I wasn't there. They also brought the same picture to me, or came with the same picture to me.
Who is they? Who brought that picture to you, and what did they say pertaining to that picture?
Obani labo abezana lesi sithombe kuwena futhi bathini ngaso lesi sithombe?
Investigating officer.
Investigating officer?
And did he say anything in particular about that photo, two gentlemen and a part of body appearing, in particular about the person in the cap? What did they say about you, about that person?
Abangitshelanga ukuthi obani nami bangibuzanga ukuthi obani laba kodwa bangibonisa sona nje leso sithombe.
I didn't ask who they were. They also didn't tell me who they were. They just showed me the picture.
And with respect to, still on that paragraph, you testified that when you confronted accused number 1, and correct me if I'm wrong, about his involvement in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, he denied that, but he implicated, or was it the general telling you that? So that's why I'm saying, you clarify for me that someone implicated accused number 1's uncle, Spiva Sibia. Who was that person? If you can clarify for me, I'm not sure.
Ubani lo owakhuluma Spiva. Uthi khona umuntu owa implicated noma owa to Spiva le gama.
Yeah, last paragraph. He told me that most disputed the information but implicated his uncle who is well known to the general. I know that Moses' uncle was known as Boshe. I think General mangikhuluma naye wangitshela ukuthi kunomunye amaziyo wakakubo akutshelwa kuye ukuthi usemateksini somewhere lapha.
I think that's what the general informed me, that there's someone that he knows. That information, the general said that it came from him. The witness is pointing towards the direction of the accused, that there was someone from his family related to them in the taxi industry.
And according to your evidence in chief, Spiva Butlebuthelezi died. Do you know when he died?
Ushilo ukuthi washona uSpiva. Uyazi ukuthi washona nini?
Noma ngazi ukuthi ushone nini kodwa ngezwa.
Although I don't know when exactly, but I heard.
Now, accused number 1 will testify and say that, deny that he implicated his uncle in the murder of the deceased Senzo Meyiwa.
Uzophika ke lokho uthi yena kazange nje athi ke ubaba mncane noma uncle wakhe ke waye involved ekulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Kaza kusho yena lokho.
Noma ngathiwa akakushongo wayengakukhulumi nama ngithi wayekhuluma nomunye nama kazangitshele lokho.
Even if it said that he never said it, he wasn't telling it, he wasn't saying it to me, he was saying it to someone else. He has never said that to me.
Now, at paragraph 11 of your statement, and it pertains to your testimony, that there were discussions between you and accused number 1 regarding the Senzo Meyiwa case at the wedding of your sisters in August 2019, correct?
Kushilo ke ukuthi ngo-August umagana ke usisi wakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, did you report to anyone in August 2019 that you had these discussions with accused number 1 pertaining to this case?
Mhlambe umuntu njani?
Maybe someone
police like or anyone or girlfriend or boy.
So you are a police officer. If somebody talks about criminality, you report it to the police. Who else do you report it to?
I was already reporting to the general.
Beseng reporter vele ku general. Are you listening to yourself?
Sir,
I'm sorry, Goshu Kanjalo. I withdraw
Sorry
that.
to say that I withdraw that.
let's maintain the quorum. Let's not stoop that low. Now, accused number 1 denies that as well, that he has never attended a wedding of your sisters, nor did he make the utterances that you attribute to him.
Uyakufika-ke ukuthi akakazi nje ayeke emshadweni kasisi wakho nokuthi washo lokhu wena othi wakusho.
Wayekhona emshadweni,
He was there at the wedding.
wakhuluma nami futhi.
He spoke to me as well.
My Lord, I see we are closer to the long adjournment. I hear Mr. Jonas is breathing a sigh of relief. Can we now take a long adjournment, my Lord? We'll resume
What's the
at
time?
2.
Mr. Malloy, what's the time?
I think it's 1 o'clock now, my lord.
1?
Just a minute before.
Oh, okay. Thanks. 2 o'clock then.
So we are with 2.
Now, if I inform you that at the time of this meeting, that is in 2019, General Sibia was fired from, at the time he was already fired from the SAPS. He was only reinstated in 2020.
Uma ngathi kuwena-ke wayeseqoshiwe-ke ngaleso sikhathi-ke uSibiya uzobuyisela ngo-2020.
Ngakuzwa lokho emva kwalokho.
I heard that thereafter.
So in essence, at the time of this meeting, Sibia, who's also interested in this matter, was a civilian. He was not an officer of SAPS, correct?
Uyavuma?
Yebo.
Yes.
And you state that him, Sibia, told you that the information that you had relayed to the police was correct and accurate, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, as a civilian, how will you have known that information is correct?
Njengomuntu-ke wayengasilona-ke iphoyisa wakwazi kanjani lokho uSibiya ukuthi lokho kushiya emaphoyiseni ukuthi kuyiqiniso? Wayekwazi kanjani yena lokho?
Ngeke ngazi ukuthi wayekwazi kanjani, kodwa engikwazi ukuthi mina ngangazi ukuthi uyiphoyisa ngalezo sikhathi.
I wouldn't know as to how he got to know, but what I knew at the time was that he was a police officer.
Now, you also state that Sibia then asked Leshabane who the investigating officer was, and you provided the name of Colonel Gininda, but rather Sibia said Warrant Officer Makubu should come to that meeting so that he can hear the information that you are passing off to the police, correct?
Uthi-ke wasebuza uSibiya ebuza kuShabana ukuthi ubani investigating officer, kwase kumention uGininda, kodwa kuSibiya wena wathi akuze uMakhubu.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to be repetitive about Makubo, I mean, what you told Makubo, because we touched on some of the aspects on Friday. But in your statement, you state that Makubo then refuted your information and told you that you are lying, and I'm using lying not because I'm disrespectful to the court, but that's what's written according to your statement, and that there is no evidence that links Sifiso Zungu Ntuli, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi wasechitha-ke uMakhubo lokho wathi uqamba amanga.
Yebo.
Yes.
And further, that Makubo told you that he disputed your information, saying to you that accused number 5 is not involved in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa, as well as the other suspects that you had mentioned to them, correct?
Nokuthi Makhubo washo. Yes, yes.
And by the other suspect, for clarity's sake, who are you referring to?
Ma uthi-ke abanye abasolwa ukhuluma ngobani?
Ukuthi yena wayethi ukhuluma ngabapha abanye abasolwa, wayekhuluma ngabasolwa cishe ngangibamentionile.
He was talking about or referring to the suspect that I had mentioned. Suspects that I had mentioned.
Yes, mention them again.
Accused number 1 and accused number 2.
Accused number 1 and number 2.
And furthermore, Makubo accused you of coming to them with information that lacks basis, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
And at the time, did you know that officers Makubo and Joyce Buthelezi, the one that you subsequently met after meeting Makubo, were investigating officers of CAS 37501 of 2019?
Wakwazi lokho ukuthi bona babephenya idokotela lelo elu-375.
Ngangazi ukuthi kunelinye maybe docket abayiphenyayo.
Wawungazi?
Ngangazi.
I didn't know that there was another docket that was being investigated.
And after that, you then met with, you were called by Colonel Buthelezi to come and meet him, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
And what is the time difference, the period between you meeting Makubo, Sibia, Leshabane, and the meeting with Buthelezi, that we know that she also attended with Makubo again?
Isikhathi sandlula phakathi kwaloya mhlangano kwakulishabane uSibiya noMakhubo nalo mhlangano lo kwakukhona uButhelezi noMakhubo kwandlula isikhathi esingakanani?
Asikho side kangako.
Not that long.
And as well, from your statement, we know that Colonel Buthelezi also rejected the information that you had provided to them, refuted your allegations.
Nalapho uButhelezi wayichitha inkulumo yakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
And part of the reason why she refuted your allegations is that you were protecting Kelly Khumalo, you and General Leshabane, correct?
Akusho ke ukuthi uvike noma ke uprotect noma uvikela ke uKelly Khumalo wena no General Leshabane.
Washo kanjalo.
That's how she said.
And furthermore, she informed you that she's got information that implicates or links Kelly Khumalo to the murder, and that one of, according to their investigation, the shooter is one of the persons that were in the house, correct?
Lokho kwakusho uye uKolonel Buthelezi.
That's what Colonel Buthelezi said.
And as Buthelezi rejects your allegations, the information that you bring to them, what was your reaction to them?
Wasuthini ke wena uma uButhelezi ke echitha lokhu okushoyo wena wathini kubona?
Ngakuthatha nje ukuthi investigating officer mhlambe.
I took it maybe that she was an investigating officer.
And at the time of this incident, your interaction with these senior police officers, your Buthelezis, Leshabanes, Makubos, you were the only junior member. You were a constable at the time, correct?
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngangihlangana nabo ke mina ngiyi-constable ngaleso sikhathi.
Let's then move to paragraph 16 of your statement. In fact, nothing turns on that one except to say you were called to say, in essence, in order to prove that you know the suspects, bring a family member that can confirm that some of the suspects are known to you, and you brought your father. That's the essence of paragraph 16, correct?
Usho lokho paragraph 16 ukuthi kwathiwa letha noma woza nomndeni wena wasuza nobaba wakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
Angizanga naye bathi ngize naye.
I didn't bring him. They told me to bring him.
Okay, but you never brought him.
Awuzange uze naye?
No, angizanga naye ngalesi sikhathi bekhuluma naye.
No, not at the time when they were speaking to me.
Okay. If the court can briefly bear with me. Now, sorry, bravo. I want to refer you to Exhibit A126. These are some of the statements that we received that were classified, and even now they are still classified. The information pertaining to the maker of the statement is the information is redacted, but I can put, because I see a reference to your name in that statement. I want you to comment without A126. A126. It's one of the deducted. No, it's this one. The choice statements that were withheld. My Lord, I'll return to this aspect whilst they try to locate the said statement for the sake of brevity. Now let's talk about paragraphs, and I've meshed them together, 17 and 18 of your statement, and that pertains to the allegations that certain people were trying to kill you and they were following you. Remember that aspect of your testimony?
Uyakhumbula ukushilo abantu bekulandela befuna ukubulala?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, except reporting this information to General Leshabane, did you, as a police officer, open a case of attempted murder, intimidation, threats, and the like in respect to this aspect of your testimony?
Angiyivulanga.
I didn't open a case.
And in fact, what is curious when I listened to your evidence in chief is that after this incident, you then contact Leshabane and he says to you, come to my office, but now you are circumspect because you say in your evidence, you suspect him to be the source of the leak of the information to these people that are trying to kill you. Is that how I understood your testimony?
Ngizwe kanjalo ubufakazi bakho ukuthi angithi umtshelile uShabani wasekubiza yena ethi woze office lakhe kodwa kwabusola yena ukuthi uyena osengabe udlulise lo daba kulabantu.
Yebo.
Yes.
And in fact, later on, you then go to Leshabane's office anyway, with all that suspicion that he's the one that is literally selling you out because he's leaking information that is putting your life in danger. Correct?
Kodwa ke kuzona ke lezo intsholo lezo wase uya ke ehhovisi lika Leshabane unazo le intsholo zokuthi uyena obeka impilo yakhe engcupheni.
Yebo.
Yes.
Then again, we move to paragraph 19 because I'll argue in that paragraph 17 and 18 that your version, that you suspect that Leshabane is selling you out to the would-be killers, and then he still calls you and you still go to him, and it's the same day that an attempt was made on your life. The versions don't favor, the probabilities don't favor your version on that aspect.
It's a good question. I think that's my learned friend can live for argument.
Mr. Baloy
Are you going to call General Shabani?
Mr. Baloy has indicated that he's going to, the state is going to call him.
Is that so, Mr.?
Indeed, we indicated it.
Now, let's go to paragraph 19 of your statement. You state there that after the attempt on your life was made, then you call accused number 1 so that he could speak to those persons who allegedly tried to kill you because they are relatives to him and accused number 5, correct?
Ushilo ke ukuthi la ila ukhole ufonele khona number 1 ngoba labantu bezama ukubulala ihlobo zakhe no number 5.
Yebo.
Yes.
You see, from your testimony, I see that if something doesn't sit with you, you escalate it to the higher level. Why didn't you take this threat? If you see that Leshabane is selling you out to the would-be killers, why didn't you take it up, for example, with Colonel Gininda?
Engikutholileke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi uma into ke ingakuphathi kahle undlulisela ngaphezulu kwathini ke uma bona ke ukuthi uGeneral Leshabane ke uyakuthengisa ke manje kulabantu laba abafuna ukubulala ukuthi lokho kundlulisele kuColonel Gininda.
Ngamazisa ngefoni.
I informed him telephonically.
When did you do that?
Wakwenza nini lokho?
Ngicabanga the same day
I think on the same day
of the incident.
Of the incident.
And that aspect, I only hear it now. You've never talked about informing Gininda about an attempt on your life.
Ngiyaqala ukuzwa manje ke lokho angikhumbuli ukusho.
Was this witness asked about that?
I don't know, madam. I don't know.
Yeah, he wasn't asked.
But if it's vital, he can
Yeah, no. I'm just saying
voluntarily.
he wasn't asked. I'm not.
He can voluntarily let it out. He's a police officer, madam. Now, accused number 1 will state again with respect to this being called by you after an attempt on his life made and him contacting whoever, stopping them. He doesn't know anything about that, and you've never called him about this incident.
Sorry, not an attempt on his life. You said on his life.
No, so sorry, let me rephrase. Accused number 1 will state that you did not call him to say, accused number 1, stop your relatives, they are trying to kill me. He does not have any knowledge of people trying to kill you or you calling him for him to intervene.
Uthi ke akazi lutho ngokumfonela kwakho, akazi nje umfoneleke wena umtsheleke ukuthi kunabantu bakini abafuna ukungibulala. He's telling lies.
Now, lastly, let's go to your paragraph 21.
Okay.
Your testimony, this is the one that I said we'll touch at the end because we are going sequentially through your statement. You identified the accused persons from various photo albums that were shown to you, correct?
Abasolwa abakhomba kuma album ahlukene owawatshengiswa angithi.
Yebo.
Yes.
The circumstances under these photo albums were shown to you. Can you explain them? Explain them. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Awuchaze kwenzeka kanjani ke noma kwenzeka phansi kwaziphi izimo ukuthi ke utshengiswe lawo ma album lawo.
Ngicabanga ukuthi maybe investigating officer yayifuna ukubona ukuthi nginolwazi labantu okukhulunywa ngabo.
I think the investigating officer wanted to know whether I had knowledge of the people that were spoken about.
Yes, but I want to know the circumstances. Are you called to the investigating officer or did they come to you and then what did they bring? I want to know exactly what was brought to you.
Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi babiza ukuthi uze kubo beza kuwena.
No, ngaya kubo ofisini.
I went to
the
them.
Statement.
Sorry. No, qhubeka.
Mangenza le statement babe sebevula ithombe eziningi bangibonisa zona.
I went to them at the office when I was making this statement, and then they opened pictures or photos and showed me.
And do you know where and when? Was it at the time when this statement was made on the 31st of May 2023?
Yes.
And who was present except the investigating officer as part of his team? Was he by himself or he was as part of a team?
Ingabe wayenoza kwabo noma kwakuyena yedwa
Umamfundisi,
umamfundisi,
police sergeant that was.
the police sergeant,
then the brigadier.
as well as the brigadier.
Mamfundisi, I don't
Sergeant
know whether
Mohole.
it's sorry.
Sergeant Mohole.
Thank you. And tell me, because the photo albums that we have been provided, they go as part of the entire docket. Did they come with the entire docket or only the photo albums?
Ingaba beza nedokodo lonke noma ke ithombe kuphela.
No, angazi ukuthi i-docket maybe kodwa nje kwifile i-album abayivula yayineyithombe. Noma ukuthi kwakuyi-docket yonke noma yayishoda.
Whether it was the complete docket or half of it, I don't know, but they came with a file with the photos.
Okay. Because now it's puzzling to me. You've always maintained that you know the people that are involved. Why should a photo album be shown to you? Why was not? I know it's not your forte to answer this, but you know a proper identification would have been an ID parade. Why should they show you a photo album?
Yazi ke ukuthi ke mhlamba siwena ke kufanele uphendule lokho kodwa ke ngoba ukuthi ke kukadusho ukuthi abantu abaziyo lapha laba mhlambe ke kwakungenziwa nje iID parade ekuyiyona kwakungani ukuthi beze nezithombe kuwena kodwa uthi abantu abaziyo labo okhuluma ngabo.
Ngiyakwazi ukuphendula lokho kuma yiba bezonayo.
I wouldn't be in a position to answer that.
And as they are showing you these photos, did they tell you the alleged role of each of the individuals, or what did you do? Let me put it that way. What did you do when an album was showed to you and then you identified a particular person?
Wawenzani wena-ke asithi ke kuyavulwa-ke kuvulwe kwisithombe esithize kwakuyini owenzayo wena-ke
uma ngibuka lezi zithombe shothi bengiyibuka ziningi bengisho labo engibaziyo nenganginabo ngababona ngalelo langa.
When I viewed these photos, I viewed them as many as they were, or there were many of them. Then I would point out those that I knew or that I know and that I was with on that day.
And after identifying a particular picture or a photograph of someone that you identified, did you make a marking on that person and say, this is, for example, accused number 1, he is so, or did you have to fill in a form to say, I identified so and so from this photo?
Kwakuyini khona wawubhala phezu kwaleso sithombe leso uthi mhlambe lona u-accused number 1 noma ufanele kukhona nje okubhala phansi?
Kwangekho ngubhalayo ngangisho ukuthi mangibona lesithombe ukuthi ngibona abantu leso sithombe.
I wasn't writing anything. I would just have to say upon seeing a photo as to who it is that I'm seeing.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, those are my questions. Oh, sorry, my lord, for the quorum, sorry, my lord. And my lord, this A126 that I wanted assistance with, I'll revisit it once my colleagues are done. A126, yes. I'll revisit it once my colleagues are done, my lord.
You'll what? You'll revisit it?
Because, my lord, is it here? Okay. Oh. Is this the handwriting? Okay, I've got A126 in front of me, and it was taken on the 17th of November 2019 at 16:25. And as I said, this is part of the statements that the people's identities were withheld because of safety reasons. So there's no information of the person here, right? But it was in the context of what I asked you to say. You were called to say, in order for you to prove that you know some of the suspects, can you bring an elder person that will confirm that these people have familial or kinship relationship with you? Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Now the statement reads, the other names I'll read because they relate to families of accused number 2, and those are the people that I consulted with over the weekend. So paragraph 2 thereof reads, my lord, it's a 2-page statement, it's not too long. In fact, it's a 1-page statement, the other page is a commissioning page.
Who is the deponent there?
The deponent will be, this is a typed out, let me see the deponent. On the original, the deponent would be, that will be a Colonel Brigadier Gininda, my lord. Okay. Thanks. And it reads, in late 2017, I met Mbekiseni Ntanzi, who is my relative from the homelands in KwaNongoma. And I met Mbekiseni in Durban at Kwamashu squatter camp. It was during the general discussion between myself and himself, whereby he told me something shocking. He said to me, there was once a fight argument between his brother Mafika and another Ntanzi brother in Sosota homeland in KwaNongoma. I don't recall what was Mafika was arguing with his brother about, according to Mbekiseni. Mbekiseni said in the argument, he was told by the other Ntanzi brother that he won't fight with Mafika. Instead, he will rather report him to the police for the murder of Orlando Pirates goalkeeper called Senzo Meyiwa back in Vosloorus. He further said he was told by the brother of Mafika, not Mbekiseni, that Mafika Ntanzi committed the murder with Muzisibia, who is also from KwaNongoma. I further don't know the two mentioned suspects were staying in a hostel in Vosloorus during the time of Senzo Meyiwa was killed. I further know that Muzi had dreadlocks at a certain time, but cut them off after the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, and is currently at Kwanongoma, and Mafika is currently working at a certain place, at a certain mine in Rustenburg. I'm aware that the two were also used as hitmen in their, and their dream leader is one Ngani Zungu of Sosota area from Kwanongoma. However, is currently in jail. I've identified the photograph of Muzi Sibia to the police and attached it together with that statement marked AZ1. I was told by Mbekiseni as to why Muzi Sibia and Mafika Ntanzi killed Senzo. After receiving this information, I decided to tell my son, who is a police officer in Johannesburg, about the above information. His name is Kumbuzo Zungu. Subsequent to that, I was then informed by Kumbuzo that we should go meet the police at the head office, SAPS office in Pretoria. Indeed, the police were met, and I disposed the above mentioned statement to Colonel Gininda, who was with Sergeant Bokhani. I can identify Mafika to the police if I see him, but I don't know, I don't have his photos. This is all I can see.
Vanake, kalusifunda. Kwakulethi ke ngo2017 ngahlangana naye umbhekiseni Ntanzi okuyisihlobo sami emakhaya kwaNongoma, ngahlangana nombhekiseni emjondolo kwaMashu. Kwakuyila kwakukhulunyiswana khona phakathi kwami ke kanye naye la angitshela ke okushaqisayo, wathi kimina kwake kwanempi ekhona noma ke kwane fight eyayikhona phakathi komfowabo uMafika Ntanzi kanye nomunye umfowabo owakwaNtanzi esosota emakhaya kwaNongoma. Angikhumbulike ukuthi babelwa yini le babexabana ngayo uMafika kanye nomfowabo, ngokusho kwakhe umbhekiseni wangitshela ke kamuva emuva kwalo kokuthi baxabana ke wase etshelwa ke ngomunye kwalaba wakwaNtanzi ukuthi wahamba wayolwa kanye noMafika.
He will rather report him
nokuthi okay nokuthi azokwenza ukuthi ahambe ayomchaza emaphoyiseni ngokubulawa kwakhe lowo owaye ugoalkeeper wayo iOrlando Pirates uSenzo Meyiwa eVosloorus. Wase eshoke ukuthi wakutshela lowo ke umfowabo uMafika okungasiyena umbhekiseni ukuthi uMafika Ntanzi uyena ke akanye uyena owabulala kanye naye umuzi Sibiya naye ke obuya kwaNongoma. Angibazi ke labasola laba ababili. Okay, ngikwaziyo futhi ukuthi labasola laba ababili babehlala ke ehostel eseVosloorus ngaso leso sikhathi leso noma ngesikhathi sokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Okunye futhi engikwaziyo, umuzi Sibiya wayenama dreadlocks ngaleso sikhathi leso, wase ewagunda ke emuva kokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo. Umuzi Sibiya ke usendaweni ethize noma wayesendaweni ethize ngaleso sikhathi kwaNongoma. uMafika yena ke usebenza kwimine ethize eRustenburg. Ngiyazi futhi ukuthi labo babini labo ke besetshenziswa ke nanjengeinkabi, nokuthi futhi ke lowo obaholayo kwaku unkani Zungu naye ke owasesosha kwindawo yasesosha kwaNongoma. Kodwa ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ebhala lesi statement wayesejele. Okunye futhi nesithombe engasibona sakhe ke umuzi Sibiya kuwona ke ngasikhombisa wona amaphoyisa. Ngase futhi ngenza istatement ke mayela nalokho esasimakwa ke uA Z1. Angizange ngitshele uyena umbhekiseni ukuthi ke kungani umuzi Sibiya noMafika Ntanzi babulala uSenzo. Emuva ke kokuthola lo mbiko lona ke ngase ngithatha isinqumo ke sokuthi ngitshele indodana yami esebenza njengephoyisa eGoli mayela nalokho. Igama lakhe uSikhumbuzo Zungu. Emuva kwalokho ke ngase ngitshelwa-ke uyena usikhumbuzo ukuthi kuzofanele-ke ukuthi sihlangane-ke noma siye-ke emaphoyiseni. Ngempela-ke saya-ke emaphoyiseni ngase ngenza-ke istatement mayelana nalolu daba kuyena uKenneth Gininda owaye kanye naye uSergeant Mukhane. Uma fika-ke uma ngambona ngamkhomba emaphoyiseni, kodwa-ke isithombe sakhe anginaso, phelele lapho engingakusho.
Now,
Mr. Ramsepidi, I asked you who is the deponent of that statement.
the deponent is deducted, my lord.
Yeah, why do you say it's Colonel Gininda then?
No, I misheard the code. Sorry.
Now I'm listening to Colonel Gininda saying all those things.
No,
You
it's,
told
it's
me
not
he's the
him.
one who made
It's
the
a
statement.
witness whose identities are with my lord.
Okay,
All right.
so we don't know the name of the witness because, I mean, the deponent, because the name is redacted.
Yes.
Mr. Baloyi, I know because of security reasons it could have been redacted.
Yes.
Is it not possible for this court and the legal representatives to see or know the name of the deponent?
Yes, it's not a problem at all. In fact, we gave the original to
I see.
to my learned friend.
So we know the name. Oh, he knows the name.
Yes.
The name
No,
is.
you don't. Is it in the statement?
It's in the. I think this is the original because what we have are
And you don't
typed.
have a problem for security reasons that the name must be publicized.
We haven't consulted with the. We haven't taken up that aspect with the witness, Malak. We prefer that maybe his name should remain withheld for now.
Yeah, fine.
But I
But
think
the
that we-
legal representatives can have access to the name.
Yes, but
Okay, and the court also.
yes.
Because if it was redacted, it means it was for security reasons.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah. Okay.
So, my lord, I'll leave the name out of it. Now,
So that statement was commissioned before Ginanda.
it was done on the Sunday, the 17th November 2019, at 16.
Commissioned by Ginanda.
Commissioned by Gininda according
Okay,
to
fine.
the original.
Yeah, fine.
Now, having read that statement to you, it goes back to my question that, let me start here, and I'll tie it up to this. At the time, Makubo rejected your information. The end of that meeting, he said to you, go and bring me the source of your information. You remember that aspect of your testimony?
Uyakhumbula-ke la usho khona-ke ukuthi ekugcineni-ke umkathi-ke uMakhubo esechitha-ke lokho wakusho wathi-ke ngilethele isource yale information yakho.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, according to the deponent of the statement, he received this information in 2017, told you the information, because he says here is Kumbuzo Zungu. Is that your name?
Usikhumbuzo Zungu wena ngithi.
Yimi loyo?
Yes, that's me.
Then, some 2 years later, almost on the anniversary, I don't know when this one was made, but on the 17th of November 2019, that's when the statement then gets made. Are you aware, were you with your father when this statement was made?
Wawukanye nobaba wakho nkathi lesi statement esasenziwa.
Ngeke ngazi ngimayelana nestatement ukuthi senziwa kuphi nobani. Ngeke ngikwazi ukukhuluma ngestatement somunye umuntu. Asikho statement engingaba kuso senziwa.
I wouldn't know about the statement as to when was it made, with whom. I cannot speak with regards to someone else's statement when it was made.
Yes, but my cross is narrowing the issue because it only goes to this aspect that the information was given to my son. His name is Kumbuzo Zungu and he's a police officer.
Ngicabanga ukuthi umuntu oyengazisa lokho uma ukhuluma ngobaba wayengazisa njengomntanakhe.
I think that the person who was informing that, if you are referring to my father, was informing me as his child.
Njengoba nami ngangimazisa ngokwenzeka.
As I was also informing him about what happened.
Let's be on the same page. This information is received by your father in 2017.
ngeke ngibe nolwazi ukuthi beyazi noma bengayazi.
I wouldn't know whether he knew or not.
But did you come to know about whether or not he made a statement pertaining to this matter?
Ngabe wakwazini ukuthi noma kamuva ukuthi kune statement asenza yena mayelana nalolu daba?
Benginalwazi ngimangele nami.
I didn't know. I'm also surprised.
And you wouldn't know with whom he came to Pretoria for the noting down of this statement?
Ukuthi weza nabani ePitoli ukuthi kuthathe le statement awukwazi na?
Engikwaziyo ukuthi okwaveza ukuthi kumele ngilethe umzali wami oveza ukuthi mina bengikhulela khona kwaNongoma.
All I know is that I had to bring my parent to come and confirm that indeed I grew up kwaNongoma.
Okay. My Lord, those are my questions. This witness that we've mentioned, that's mentioned here, I've consulted with him. He'll come and refute all of this in court now, as the court places. We are going to call that witness. So, sorry, my Lord, if I may approach my candidate again.
Mr. Baloyi, what time is it?
90 minutes to 3, my lord. 90 minutes to 3.
Thank you, my Lord. I mean, that
Okay,
I've got no
thank you,
further
sir.
questions for the witness. No, thank you, my Lord. I mean, that.
Yes, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Zungu, in law there is something called perjury. Do you know what perjury is?
La emthethweni ke noma ke kulo kunento abayibiza ngokuthi
The basis for the relevance of that question, my lord.
Yeah, Mr. Messi. He doesn't know what perjury is. So what are we going to do?
How long have you been a policeman, sir? For 12 years. We have been investigating cases, not so. Do you know what perjury is?
uyazi ukuthi yini perjury?
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. He says he knows it, my lord. What is perjury?
Yini?
No. You must lay a basis. You've got to tell this witness A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Under cross-examination, under oath, he comes with an answer which perjures himself. But at the moment, this witness is